ที่ยวค่ะ
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna
What does the audience want to see?
What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
Winning the game, getting the checkmate, setting everything up. The curse breakers, the two-time world champions.
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's got to be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's going to be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
join the fight to the top,
To the top.
dare to be great,
Dare to be great. Be
Better.
better than great.
and now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius. I'm a genius. You're a genius.
Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams.
How many are we talking?
I don't know. But more. More regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, it's what we had last year, right?
That's true, I'm kind of dumb.
Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We had it, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card. 2 slots? And then 8 in the
Yeah,
wild card.
2 slots for wild
So
card,
total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want smart stuff?
non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
Non-PH,
Oh,
PH
non-PH.
versus finals.
We got that in M5 though. What specific region do you want in the finals?
North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit.
I don't know about that one.
Let's take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1, It was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We got to talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we got to talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do you want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will
visual
be.
storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story, because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming M6. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs, and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our life?
I think if we're going to cover story, what about something documentary style? You know, like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? Was the song gonna
The playoffs have arrived. A crucible of skill and determination where only the strongest will survive. 6 teams have fought their way to this point. Each victory a testament to their unwavering resolve.
Actually, there are a lot of games that we tried to lose, but we just can't lose.
NIP Flash, the reigning champions, loom large over the competition. Their dominance has been undeniable, a testament to their tactical brilliance and unwavering resolve. But the road to victory is never easy. And the weight of expectation hangs heavy on their shoulders. Every other team in the playoffs harbors a burning desire to dethrone the champions. They've trained relentlessly, honed their strategies, and are prepared to give it their all. The stage is set for epic clashes, where every play could decide the outcome. The pressure is mounting. The stakes are higher than ever. Get ready for the most intense, exhilarating showdown in MPL history. Will NIP Flash extend their reign, or will a new champion rise from the ashes? This is where legends are made. Our pride, our passion.
MPLSG is powered by Moontan and Zenway Productions. Our presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Our official partner, Roto. Youth partner, Scape. Our partner in esports, JD Sports. Up your game with JD. Samsung and SGEA.
We have started MPLSG Season 8 with 8 hopeful teams, but today only 6 teams stand before us as we welcome the playoff season. My name is Cheryl Yao, and once more, I will be your host for the playoff season as we speak. Now, it has been high-octane game fights that we've been seeing regularly throughout the regular season, but now stakes are higher than before. With that being said, let's take a look at the match schedule for today. As you see here on your respective screens, we're going to be starting off the show with the upper bracket. Starting off with match 1, we see our defending champions NIP Flash going up against Vanguard Esports happening at 10 a.m. Followed by match 2, we see Evil going up against Rift Esports at 12:30 p.m. A battle of the 2nd and 3rd seeds. Followed by match 3 and 4, which would be the lower bracket battles. We will see the loser of match 1 falling down to match 3 going up against RSGSG happening at 3 p.m. Followed by the loser of match 2 will be meeting Bleed Esports for match 4 at 5:30 p.m. Wow, we want an exciting lineup ahead of us today, and without further ado, we're gonna kickstart with the upper bracket battles, starting off with the wonderful faces of NIP Flash. So yes, before you, our defending champions, weighing heavy on their shoulders the need to defend their throne, but they're looking ready as ever before, standing before you guys here today. Now with that being said, going up against the Titans themselves, presenting to you Vanguard Esports. Looking at Vanguard Esports, they have been here at MPL SG looking to cinch that championship for themselves. But now the biggest challenge stands before them. Can they dethrone NIP Flash with what looks to be their best roster yet? This seems to be an epic battle that you don't want to miss. So now teams are going to give their friendly fist bumps before they head on over to the Land of Dawn. So yes, this is the clash of the upper brackets, and both teams seems to be super hyped up about this matchup. Now what will unfurl right here for this match? We don't know how it's gonna go, but we're gonna hand our time over to the casters to find out more. Take it away, guys.
Well, welcome everybody. We are here at the playoffs. And before anything, I'm a caster, Moman. And joined with me, of course, is Jace on the table with Deadeye, my fellow co-casters. For today, we will be bringing you the first game of NIP Flash versus Team Vanguard. Before we head on into the matches, anything you want to say today, guys?
Man, it's so good to be here in Scape once again, where I started my esports career and journey as well. And of course, you know, a breath of fresh air, right? Finally being able to do a show when, you know, you can just turn back and look at our friends that are cheering for their teams as well. So definitely very happy for day number 1 of playoffs.
You know, I want to stand up and cheer for my teams as well. So yeah, I just did that when they were actually coming on the stage. So don't worry, guys. Don't worry. If you guys want to find out where the actual live matches are, we are at Scape. So do head on down to the ground theater to find your teams playing head to head. And now we have NIP Flash on the screen. Can you take it away for us, Jace?
Of course, NIP Flash, of course, the one and only Singaporean Devil, Diablo, Hades, Kurt, TC, JPI, and Vanix. And usually what Team Flash will always do when it comes to the actual playoffs is that they're not going to hold back anything. They're going to go all out, guns blazing. And, you know, if you're Vanguard right now, this is the moment where you have to be a living terrified of NIP Flash, because these are your powerhouses of MPL Singapore.
Yeah, the script is set, right? NIP Flash, they have been holding this reign, this really tight grasp on that championship title. And it's looking like they're gonna win the entire MPL series. But on the other hand, to challenge them, we will have Team Vanguard. What do you have for us, Deadeye?
Of course, staying here in the EXP Astrid on the jungle. Freyrin here in the mid, Nick Stain on the roam, and Luxian Stain on the gold as well. As Cheryl has mentioned a while ago, this is the best roster that you can have right now here for the side of Vanguard. They're performing very well. They're in the top 4 right now, and this is the playoffs, guys, that we are talking about. And they are up against, as also Jay's mentioned, the powerhouse team here in this league. But I do believe Vanguard Esports has the potential as well to take the series if lucky, one game and then snowball from there.
Yeah, this is the true test, right? Where do you stand against the previous champions? Do you even get a game off them, or do you lose them in a 2-0 fashion? Because it's going to be a very star-studded lineup we have for you today. All the top teams are ready in the brackets trying to fight it out. But Team Flash, of course, we know their strategies, we know what they are up to. Will they pull the same stunts this time?
No, I don't think so. Usually, you know, regular season NIP Flash and playoffs NIP Flash, totally different beasts, right? This is the moment where they really showcase what they want to do. A little bit of a sneak peek into what they'll bring into M6, but you know, I'm jumping the gun right there just a little bit. We're gonna go straight into the player stats as well. Obviously, take a look at all these heroes, their signature heroes, pointing out Hades on that lane, of course, Diablo on the Phobias, Curtizi bringing us something very interesting, even though Eve is slowly creeping into meta, but Curtizi has shown his mastery in terms of his mobility and his movements, in terms of setting up with his real-world manipulation, critical against their enemies.
Yeah, and what's surprising to me is Diablo's playstyle has shifted significantly from Season 7. From what we've seen, the damage EXP, and now he's going for this tank EXP, and he plays it really well.
My ad, by the way, Diablo never liked to conform to meta. And in Season 8, he finally conformed to meta, playing something that we usually see, like the Phobius, like the Hylos and stuff like that. But don't forget, Hylos was nerfed slightly. Phobius is definitely like, what, 100% ban pick right now?
Yeah, and on the other side, we will have Team Vanguard.
Yeah, speaking of meta picks, right? Vanguard Esports has been considering this one. They have adopted very well, especially right now. You have seen Ashford is one of the aggressive junglers in the league right now, and Ding also stepping up in the EXP. And so for Vanguard Esports, I have noticed as well with Nick Stain doing the show on the regular season, he's adapted very well to be very aggressive. And this is what you want, current meta, the mid trio here, the roam, the mid, the assassin, they need to be very aggressive, control the early state of the game, and Vanguard Esports has this.
Yeah, it's always a story of the meta versus the players, and it's always when there's a new patch, new heroes that roll in, right? And speaking of new heroes that roll in, Suyo will be available to play today. So will we see a high chance that he's getting picked up today?
It's going to be interesting, remember. Suyo has a very strong early game, but falls off very bad. It somehow reminds me of like a Julian playstyle. Go all in, or you just risk it all.
Yeah, really similar Julian. I was discussing it with Deadeye yesterday, right? We were saying that Suyo would be a very Julian-esque pick.
Yeah.
But the same reason that made Julian so popular in the first place, it might make Suyo a priority pick of ban because he is a completely new hero in the pool when you add that factor of control as well.
But question is, will people actually start prioritizing pick him, or would they go in and ban him out? But here's the team head-to-head that we have the stats from the regular season as well. Just take a look at what we see last time.
Yeah, the regular season stats pretty much sums up what NIP Flash they have been doing, right? If you look at Team Vanguard, they are really favoring that crowd control time when they have that CC lockdown heroes as well. And if you take a look at the most banned heroes from Team Vanguard, they actually take out the Tigreal as much as possible.
Yeah, speaking of control, man, yeah, the Hylos, the Turisla is there. And we have mentioned, of course, that Vanguard Esports love to stick into the current meta. As you can see here, Ashrips, all of these three heroes right now, Nolan, the Ling, the Hayabusa, these are the top pick heroes, and they are performing very well in this.
I love the point on the average control time, right? 62.59 versus Team Flash. Actually, it's Vanguard that managed to catch everybody in terms of the crowd control, but they're unable to convert it into KDA. NIP Flash still maintains a high KDA, so this could potentially means that, yes, Nick Say is actually doing all these catches, but the members of the team is unable to follow up.
Basically, the finishing blow.
Yes,
they
correct.
need that one. Yeah.
Conversion rate yet to be seen, right? I feel that in terms of team synergy, Lichtenstein, Nick Stain, they've been playing together for a very long time. And after the regular season, it's about them coming together with Astrid and Ding as a full team, as a full combo, with the help of Fryer as their mid laner. So it's going to be really a true test of team synergy right now.
Definitely, right? And I think this is where you really want to try your best. Yes, you are in the upper brackets for now, but like, you know, you're going up against one of the biggest champions. Of course, there's a lot of bias right here, but I think more importantly is whether, you know, Vanguard can deliver at least one game.
That's not me, by the way. So that's not me, by the way. My team, Team Vanguard, winning 2-0. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna say that. but yeah, when the predictions happened, I was sleeping, so somebody did it for me, and now Team Vanguard are gonna win.
Whatever. I wish I fall asleep during that when they're asking us for our predictions, man.
I mean, I can stick to my guns and say that, yeah, I'm tired of Team Flash winning. I don't want to see them represent us. And yeah, Team Vanguard would definitely take the win home today. Sure. It's not going to happen. But let's see what the audience have to say. And it looks like it's 85-15%. So 15% of the audience are with me.
So you're rooting for the 15%, huh?
He's one out of 15%.
He's won Season 8 already.
But don't get me wrong, Vanguard Esports, they have performing constantly. We can say in the regular season they have off picks as well, which they perform.
Yeah.
It can be one of their strengths here in the playoffs right now.
Yeah, you mentioned about the all picks. I like that because Ding was one of the first few that picked the glue out of random and then start slamming everybody. And I think that's something that NIP Flash probably have to take a look out for, right? The only way to deal with glue, I think, definitely the Vexanas works really well when it goes to the split. If you see a Ghost Burster into a split of a glue, that's literally KO. It's funny.
Or ban.
Or ban.
Literally ban.
Yeah, just ban out the glue. Like, Ding is an extremely strong glue player. And of course, first pick would be going towards Team Vanguard. So that would mean that essentially you want to take him out in the first 3 stages of the ban and draft patterns. But now with a new hero, right? New hero in the pool.
True.
Suyo. Like, we are very looking forward to see which team pulls it out. And as LY4 said before, like when he came on for the last cast of the regular season, the Khalid, whoever makes the Khalid work would always function well as a team. But we're forgetting that Diablo is one of the best Khalids in Singapore.
Exactly, and you mentioned the Khalid. Actually, currently in the current state of the meta as well, Khalid is pretty good when you have a very aggressive player who can do that. You mentioned Diablo. And I can say Ding can also be one to be able to use it. And we have mentioned, of course, the mid trio right now is very much important. If it doesn't work, now it goes into the EXP player as well to step up in the game.
Yeah, and it's really not about the team mechanics, right? I feel that on a mechanic-based level, everybody has the bare minimum, bare mechanics to be a pro player on this stage. It's really about the team synergy, the macro decisions that come in through the mid-game and the later stages game. Everybody knows how to farm in MPL. Everybody knows what the objectives are, but whether or not they can secure the objectives, that's going to be key.
Yeah, of course, during the stats a while ago, we have mentioned, of course, the conversion of those crowd controls there. So on how to be able to coordinate very well here for the side of Vanguard, that is going to be the big question here. And I do believe they're pretty much prepared for it. This is the playoffs already we're talking about. And now looking at the bans here, Harith has been banned. Of course, the Fanny as well. And remember, Harith is one of the most picked heroes in the regular season. Not only that, the highest win rate as well. So it is, of course, going to be banned here in this game. Currently, and NIP Flash here, the chip will be taken out still in the match.
Yeah, Chip boasting 100% win rate, so it's gonna be one of the scary supports to watch out for. The ability to teleport into everybody, that's just not fair, right?
Yeah.
And now we do have the Phobias being taken out as well, and that's fine and all. But now we have a new hero in the pool, right? Suyo is still in the pool, and whether or not these teams ban it out, and the glue that we talked about, would NIP Flash take it out of the pool?
Yeah, I think in this first phase of our draft, I'm not sure if this is going to be the priority pick for the side of Vanguard. Since they have the first pick, they can go for Astrid's comfort pick here. In my own opinion here, the lane is pretty much open here. They can take this one. You have mentioned, of course, the Suyo. Suyo, for me personally, is questionable at this moment in time. If they be able to use it, though, and perform very well, then maybe it's going to be snowball from them. They are going to respect the Suyo's capability here in this game.
Yeah, and Vanguard showing very big signs of respect, taking out that Cho. Potentially could be piloted by both Diablo, as he's shown in the regular season. Very strong EXP lane Diablo, and JPL, of course, one of the best Chos of all time. And yeah, we have fun facts for you right now. If you take a look on the screen, they have the highest average kills per game of 16.36.
Yeah, that's high. And it only shows how aggressive this team is. And remember, the player who has the most kills, though, is Ashred. So average kills here is going to be on the team base on the side of NIP Flash, but they have to look out how aggressive Ashred can be in the jungle role as well. But surprisingly, of course, that is going to be Angela here being taken down by the side of NIP Flash. They don't want, again, this Ashred to go online. And the Suyo, it is first pick in our day one playoffs. Exciting and how they be able to use this hero.
I'm actually checking through the stats of every single MPL right now. I believe this is our first debut of Suyo in at least the 4 main MPL region, right?
Yeah. So we see the debut of Suyo, and of course, how do NIP Flash respond, right? Suyo, we talked about it before. He has that very early game power spike where he's able to invade the jungle, take away the resources for your team if he's paired very well with a strong roamer. So NIP Flash, you want to deny away those kind of roamers. You want to deny away something like the Grok, something like the Ruby, or the Matilda potentially, because Suyo has sustainability as well, right?
Correct. And speaking of sustainability, Suyo can also be flexible, can go for the jungle if they can, and also the EXP, because on the build, we have 2 state here for the Suyo. Immortal state here, the normal state. Immortal state, you can be a fighter base there. So you can go for a tankiness build, or the assassin one for that movement speed and attack damage and burst. But however, on the other side, NIP Flash. There you go, the Khalid. We have been expecting this one, and Moscow as well for Vanix. These are comfort heroes now we are seeing here, but Khalid right now on the hands of Diablo. This is gonna be spicy here on the EXP.
And this is what NIP Flash is known for, right? Having these contingencies on contingencies. If something goes wrong, there's always that second layer. That second layer goes wrong, they have the third layer. And it's always in the form of Kha'Zix, Diablo, and Vanix. And sometimes Hades as well. I mean, most of the time, Hades is the first layer, and he does not fail. So he never becomes the contingency at that point. And for Team Vanguard, they're going for this Gato Kacha pick together with the Valentina.
We have mentioned, of course, Vanguard Esports love to have the team fight, crowd control fights. With Gato Kacha is in the pool right now in the draft, plus the Valentina. It only shows your Vanguard Esports has already that kit. But on the other side, NIP Flash goes in for the Zushin. And we haven't seen lately, especially on our regular season on the second half, the Zushin has been declining when it comes to the picks.
Yeah, but the only reason why Zushin was declining is because it was falling into that assassin meta, right? It was falling into that assassin meta, and she could easily get bursted down. So now that they picked up Suyo, and then NIP Flash picks up Zushin, it just looks like it's so favored for the Zushin right now.
Yeah,
because there's nobody to jump the back lines.
Yes. That's a great point there, Mo. And right now, I think the only mobility we can see right now that can go into the backlines if Gato Kacha pulls it through with the Avatar of the Guardian perfectly in the team fights there. Or, of course, the Suyo with mobility on his normal state. But then again, Suyo, the Zushin rather, has the advantage here because this is front to back lineup we are seeing right now for the side of Vanguard.
I think that's why NIP Flash went for the Jushin pick, right? There's also Khalid for the flank for the side of NIP Flash, and it also works kind of well because Suyo has a very strong early game. But the question is, usually Suyo goes into the EXP lane sometimes, but I'm not too sure how he will perform as a jungler.
Jushin jungler?
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
No. Suyo.
Suyo jungler.
I saw one of the MPL players, not say MPL players. I think I saw someone posted Jushin jungle, and it's actually kind of crazy.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Well,
no, it doesn't work.
Mana is not going to be for declining when he
so you can just let go your purple. You're not dependent on your purple buff.
It's going to be spicy if ever they are going to pull it through. But
I don't think so.
Yeah.
NIP Flash opting to take out the Romans of Kufra Integral, right? They are really suspecting that this Gato Kacha will be on the EXP lane and not on that jungle. And speaking of flexibility, Suyo is also pretty flexible, right? In terms of jungling, you can put him on the EXP lane as well. So for Vanguard, looks like they take out the assassins instead.
Because you mentioned, of course, Mo, layers upon layers. They have to enable here. If Hades going to pull it through, it's got to be an assassin. So they are going to prioritize here for the side of Vanguard Esports. They don't want the Hayabusa. They don't want the Nolan here in the hands of Hades. But so far right now, Julian's pretty much open. And we know the Julian win rate is one of the bad win rates so far.
Yeah, it is abysmal, man.
I'm not sure if there's going to be a pick here for the side of NIP Flash,
The link is open, though. NIP Flash can go for that one.
Yeah,
Well,
they can
it's an
potentially
IP
go
Flash.
for that link, but yeah, it's a Julian most likely, right?
Okay.
Because if we know NIP Flash, they like to go for different power spikes at different periods of time, and they want to make sure that their key targets always have that different periods of power spike. So Julian together with the Zushin will be the first layer. Then together with Moskov being that final layer, if anything goes wrong, Vanix can pull them through.
Yeah, correct. We've seen Vanix there with his great map awareness. He can be in the team fight at the right moment with his Spirit of Destruction here. But as I can see right now, NIP Flash drafts, this is also frontline lineup. We don't happen to see anyone who can go back except for that Khalid of the Raging Sandstorm. And except for that one, I think Vanguard Esports can pull it through as well with this kind of drive. And Edith, of course, I was looking forward for the Edith pick here because Edith is the most picked hero in the regular season. And it is also have a decent win rate here. But Edith, great flexibility and a great scaling hero as well.
Yeah, but both teams really hinging on this early game, right? This early game is going to be very important between the battle of the Suyo and the Julian. We talked about them fulfilling this similar kind of role, having that early game power spike and translating it into a snowball. So whoever wins this jungle handshake here would be pretty much secure the rest of the game.
Yeah, both teams are drafting super early, right? NIP Flash going for the Lolita instead. Interesting pick. Don't really see a Lolita doing well against Vanguard, especially the only thing that I can suspect that what Lolita could do is perhaps just a claw. Apart from that, everything else should be kind of free unless you're talking about the Suyo's projectiles.
Speaking of Suyo, I think this is, for me, a surprising pick here for the side of Vanguard. In the sense that I'm also wondering what will be the role of the Suyo here. But Astrid is going to be using it. So most likely, mobility and burst will be the key here. Activizations will be showing later on how he will build the Suyo here as the game progresses against NIP Flash.
Yeah, Vanguard. They are looking steady with this new hero pick. Meanwhile, NIP Flash bringing a blast from the past with the Julian and Khalid on Diablo. Now we head on into game one, ladies and gentlemen, of the playoffs between NIP Flash and Team Vanguard.
Playoffs day one here in MPLSG Season 8. And the first time as well, we're going to see a Suyo here under the hands of Astrid. So I'm looking forward, of course. And now, Portal State here is one of the best state right now when it comes to tankiness here. But here, the middle lane, of course, going to look out for this mid-trail lineup coming from NIP Flash, rather.
Yeah, and it's going to be a very hard time for this Gattacacha and Valentina to play against this Susan because she's the lane bully, right? You don't really want to play face-up against her, and there's a very big mid-handshake going on right now. Valentina falling really low.
JPL taking a lot of damage. Diablo coming for the flank, though. Curtizi showering the damage. Fearon burns the flicker already, but JPL still in the thick of it. First blood, given over side Nick Stain as well. Diablo tries to swing, tries to trade, and Nick Stain right here down really low. Will get taken down by Curtizi. But Astrid coming in for a double re-engage. Not too sure why though, but Diablo will swing, giving Curtizi the double kill.
Yeah, Astrid slightly overestimating his damage right there. Not able to do the finish. Ding. Not able to find the Earth Shatter with the flicker. I mean, Team Vanguard, despite the fact that they did get the first blood, they fall 2 steps behind.
There's so many battle spells being burned off already, like in the first 1 minute and a half, and now you're gonna go into the turtle with like, you know, no flicker Ding, no flicker Fearon. Well, you do have a bit of revitalize for Nick Stain.
Yeah, this is what you expect if you have two teams clashing in the Land of Dawn with aggressive stats here. Speaking of aggressiveness, look at Diablo here. His early rotations just made a double kill here for the side of NIP Flash, and they are pressuring as well Ding here in the EXP.
Yeah, and if you took a look at the emblem that was shown on the screen just now, Diablo, he has the concussive blast. That's why he has a lane priority to push out and take this lane advantage every single time. Now Hades secures the first turtle, but there's a team fight going on right now.
Raging Sandstorm, Astrid getting dragged by Curtizi as well. Going forward with the ultimate, everybody from the sideline. Vanguard getting got sky high. Nick Stain couldn't even play the game at all. He's constantly getting CC'd by NIP Flash.
Yeah, and really, NIP Flash, all the game momentum is in your hands right now. Because Julian, you give him this kind of lead, he's just gonna snowball all over you because he has that 7-second cooldown with that either 1-2-3, 3-2-1 combo. And it's going to be extremely, extremely scary for Team Vanguard to poke out alone.
Fearon getting tagged by Curtizi once again. Curtizi having a game of his life. Just take a look at him doing like 10k damage out of all that. Picks up the first 2 kills as well, the first blood, and everything just works really well for NIP Flash right now.
Oh, man, this is what's great about NIP Flash. Not only they are contented to take a neutral objective, they translate it to even more better objectives in the game. Goes for the kills, goes for the pressure as well. And as you can see here, they're non-stop. This is snowball from here.
Yeah, very good identification coming in from NIP Flash. Knowing that Team Vanguard, right? Their team lineup, they want to fight. They want to force these engages as much as possible because they have that Suyo. They have that flickering Edith who just missed.
That's the second time Ding missed a flicker drag, and now NIP Flash is going to take over in terms of the team fight. Nick Stain once again trying to dive for the Avatar the Guardian, but lands at the right same spot, trying to dodge, and Fearon using the Raging Sandstorm, but now he's going to get knocked up instead. NIP Flash, they're making Vanguard looking like, what, ragdolls in the sky?
Yeah, it's very key power spike for them right now. Hades has that level advantage already with that damage. With Kurtizi behind, you're not going to be able to get a lot of advantages out of the way because that Lantern is going to be extremely hard to deal with.
Yeah, not only just the Lantern, the amount of CCs that, NIP Flash is constantly stacking. If you stay at one point at one time, Kurtizi is just going to use you, hold you at a chokehold, throw you up in the air. As you land, you deal damage to your friends as well.
Yeah, 7-1 scoreline right now. What does Team Vanguard need to do?
So far, they have been reacting, right, to the side of NIP Flash. Maybe this time around, they do have Liechtenstein on the quad, though. I'm not sure if they are going to force this issue anymore against NIP Flash. However, they have been put into pressure here. They became reactive, and this is what the victory conditions of NIP Flash is doing here. But Vanguard Esports with Asterix on the Suyo. He's not on the Assassin anymore. Their mobility somehow is being cut off. I'm not sure if they are going to force again these team fights against NIP Flash. Maybe hold on for Liechtenstein to have his farm here on the Claude and play surrounding Liechtenstein for his scaling.
I mean, it's a very hard look for Team Vanguard. They've been caught time and time again. Liechtenstein.
Yep, he walked into the wrong bush. That's why Vanguard needs to stop. Exploring these bushes is getting really sketchy for Vanguard.
Yeah, it's not a situation where they can go as one person right now. I mean, Liechtenstein, he has that BMI to get away, but still the rest of the team, they're collapsing on him at the moment.
Oh, Liechtenstein. Really hard to get that one out. A lot of action that happened around top now. They're going to put the action down the bottom lane. Vanix will crack open that bottom lane turret. Vanguard, they're struggling to find a solution right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I'm talking about. I think NIP Flash knows about this one. They have taken too much space already for Liechtenstein. Now the next target is that guy. And they did, in that situation here, non-stop here, invading as well.
Yep, non-stop invading, not only just that, Hades' that knockout will land onto Fearon, but Avatar the Guardian doesn't get landed onto anybody else. Nick Stain will be there to absorb Liechtenstein, going blazing to it. JPL will knock out with a stun at the same time, but NIP Flash sneaks away a mid lane turret.
There's not enough damage. The farm is too far gone. 6,000 gold advantage towards NIP Flash right now. What Team Vanguard had to do right there was to try and find the pickoff onto Diablo if possible.
Yeah, I think the reason why we're seeing Vanguard is struggling so much is because they lost so much momentum in the early game, right? NIP Flash with the rotations of Diablo just forced Vanguard to play a losing game right off the get-go, right? 1 minute and 30 seconds, that's basically where NIP Flash won. And not only just that, right? You allow Kurtizi to scale, and your Suyo is now, like, way off priority because you're supposed to be an early game hero.
This is, again, what I've been talking about, man. They're leaving, again, Liechtenstein here in the lane. They know that there's going to be a target here for an NIP Flash. There's no use for me right now, if I, my own opinion, to go for the contestant curve. Instead, go around for Liechtenstein.
Yeah, they have. I think Vanguard needs to start to maneuver around, play around Liechtenstein, make sure that he gets his farm, right? Yeah, basically use bodies to make sure that Liechtenstein scales all the way to the late game, because that's where Liechtenstein truly shines, right? That late game marksman monster of Vanguard.
Yeah, and Team Vanguard, they really need to group up as 5 right now. There's no way that they can be alone. Even Nick Stain, you can potentially get bursted down by Julian right now. And the way that Diablo has been playing, he has been making so much space. Even if he's not getting these solo kills or in these team fights, he's cutting creeps and making sure that he's the consistent center of attention, trying to discombobulate Vanguard as much as possible, trying to disjoint them away. And NIP Flash, they have such a heavy hold on this game.
JPL, there's a dive. Ding will be there, but Nick Stain uses the ultimate just to get out dodge. Hades doesn't land the Olympic Blast does. Vanix goes to the back line though, does take a lot of damage. Vanguard will lose one member for now, but NIP Flash, solid control of the map.
As you can see, Vanix is just very confident already to use the Spear of Destruction. It only signals there that NIP Flash is very confident already. Even the marksman diving into the formation there of Vanguard. As you can see, giving so much space right now for the side of Liechtenstein. However, if they must be able to defend while not being killed in that situation, that's great for Vanguard. However, NIP Flash doesn't go back there without even a single kill there.
It's a 10k gold lead in 8-minute mark.
That's a very rough look for Team Vanguard.
There's
no very
sugarcoating
slight
that one.
chance. Like there is a 1% chance, right, that they can win. And that's if NIP Flash makes the greatest mistake of all time and they dive their base. But they're not going to do that. They're NIP Flash.
I mean, the only way that Vanguard can win right now is, I agree with you, NIP Flash needs to put down the phone for 5 minutes.
Put down the phone for 5 minutes, yes.
Man, we have been talking about layers and layers of insurance here with the side of Vanguard.
Correct.
The mid trio didn't work. Asteroids on the Suyo didn't work as well. But hold up top, this is going to be defense on the bot side. But it's going to be Ding here backing away. And Liechtenstein trying his best there to go for the split push. But then again, it's going to be Diablo there going to respond on the top lane.
I love how NIP Flash is reacting to this one, right? Knowing that Vanguard needs to send Liechtenstein to the side lanes to basically try to farm it out, right? So the way you do it is just make sure that Diablo is always there to kind of respond to that split push. Now with the Lord Intel, this is just a baby Lord for now. We'll see what's the damage. Can NIP Flash, can inflict. 2 members from the side of Vanguard gets knocked up. JPL this time around will be able to just burst down and control the JPL for now. Liechtenstein will receive the damage from Diablo at the same time, but Hades become a monster kill. The Lord right now, mid lane already crack open. The knockups coming up from NIP Flash is just way too much for them to handle.
Yeah, the Lord is dispatched for now, but still, JPL, the only member. I mean, Roamer for Roamer, they'll take that trade any day, but Ding!
Okay, does have Primal Rev though. Diablo Raging Sandstorm right up in the face. Vanix will be credited for the kill on that thing at the same time. Bottom lane already cracked open. Members of NIP Flash looking to try to end this. The Winter Crown activate the Liechtenstein, the blazing the way. The last Ura, but tries to defend, will be able to do so right now. Vanguard fights for another day.
Yeah, they still have Liechtenstein up, and that's the winning condition right now for Team Vanguard. Having that back lane carry available, but still it's a 4v4. They are putting on the pressure on this top lane. They want the inhibitor turret, but Liechtenstein, he's in no man's land.
Liechtenstein, I don't think there's a really good positioning right there though, because you know NIP Flash is going to try to buzz you down, but it turns out he's actually just a bait. Ferrer will be able to find a shutdown onto Cortese though, but Vanix steps up just a little bit, taking down Asher. Liechtenstein on the chase, Ding as well on the Primal Rev. JBL raises up the shield, the Vanguard of NIP Flash.
Spear of Destruction. Okay, did not commit there, but as you can see, just a single baby Lord, and look at the output there, guys. No inhibitor targets left. This is NIP Flash for you. They know how to end the game here and putting pressure against Vanguard Esports. I mean, we have seen Vanguard trying their best here to defend, but NIP Flash, those constant pressure, those map awareness as well as the control here in this game is just insane. Too much already for Vanguard Esports to handle.
Yeah, let me just break down NIP Flash's rotations for you, right? The way that they've been playing right now is the way that they took the objective, the Lord, was when a team fight was about to occur, right? NIP Flash likes to force these somewhat small little skirmishes when Team Vanguard are out of position and potentially take an objective away from them as well. And they like to do it when they are really up, they have the farm available, and if they don't have the farm available, you see NIP Flash, they will always group as 5. But Team Vanguard, they've been getting caught time and time again. And now this objective...
Dark Garden cutting off somebody, but that's one big ultimate from the side. Liechtenstein already wasted. And NIP Flash, that's a clear red carpet for this Lord.
Yeah, it's really hard. There's no way Team Vanguard can fight into this given the lane pressure that they have right now. And inhibitor turrets all down, so Team Vanguard, they have to pull up the defense of a lifetime, right?
They have
Every
to be the Vanguard.
single ultimate has to hit on 5 people.
Oh man. That's a tall order for the side of Vanguard. Don't forget, Liechtenstein has already burned the ultimate. Furin does have the Jushin ultimate available for now. I'm not too sure whether that's the one that could potentially change the game.
We have seen Astrid, though, going into the back lines on his Suyo there, but so far, his job is only to disrupt the formation. It's not enough, though. They need to, again, convert it to kills, but the question is, the damage is really there for the side of Vanguard or not. And now
GPL.
the Lord is now pushing in.
Taking a lot of damage. Avatar, the Guardian will be used. Lucian gets stunned by Vanek as well. Diablo swings around the blade, but that's more than enough to kind of allow NIP Flash to deal the killing blow in game number 1.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have NIP Flash taking the first game of the series in a very slow and calm fashion, you know. Just
Another day in the office.
Yeah,
Even though the office has switched venues, but it's still another day for them. NIP Flash, a dominating showing against Vanguard.
And most likely because of this guy, man. His rotations on the Khalid just
Yeah.
opens up a lot of opportunities here for NIP Flash to control the game itself. Non-stop rotations here, very aggressive. And with that concussive blast of you, I mentioned, of course, Mo, was the key as well to clear the lanes easily here, rotate as early as possible.
Yeah, no wasted movement from
Yeah.
him, right? When he was not cutting creeps, he was in the team fight. When he was not in the team fight, he was taking objectives. And the way that he plays as an individual unit, but it's for the team. It's never a selfish move. That's just mechanics. That's just game sense right there.
Yeah, I think just NIP Flash is out macroing Vanguard in every single way, right? We don't even talk about mechanics. It's just that whatever Vanguard wants to do, there's always just Diablo right there in the face to kind of stop. Luxian wants to split push. Diablo is there. Ding wants to rotate down to the mid. Hey, Diablo is there. And don't forget, Diablo can wave clear even faster as compared to Edith in the early game, and that's what allowed him to rotate to the mid and then commit to the early game mid fight. And don't forget, with Julian, when you hit level 3, that's your power spike. So NIP Flash, in the battle of getting to the first main power spike, they got there first as compared to Vanguard.
Yeah.
What do you guys think is the MVP? I mean, I'm going to ask you now, Deadeye. Before it shows on the screen.
Diablo.
Oh, he says it's Diablo. So
Diablo.
yeah, maybe
Khalid.
let's see whether his streak is correct.
Oh,
You got it. Oh, 100%.
Thank you so much.
100% once again. Diablo with that build. He went for the Lightning Belt first into the Oracle for that enhanced healing, then perhaps going for that tank ability as well. So no damage at all, just a Lightning Belt to slow things down.
Yep, Wilderness Blessing and also the
Yes,
agility. He just wants to go around the map. He's been out-rotating either so many times, and he's always there. Don't forget, he rides the sand as well. DJ Khalid, he just goes around the map, and he's almost everywhere. He's just basically practically defending 2 lanes at the same time.
And I think damage is not the priority item build for the Khalid right
Yep.
now. With the Dasher Tornado, it's really wreaking havoc already. It's like for skill of Charizla, as you can see, it can clear the waves easy.
We were saying that whoever makes Khalid work would really redefine the meta right now. And we forgot that Diablo is one of the best Khalids that we have.
He's one of the first few people that played the Khalid in MPL when he was basically being looked down upon, and he pulls out a Khalid to the point that people literally ban out his Khalid and Badang, remember, in MSC 2023.
Yeah. And Vanguard really went for that early game handshake. We saw Astrid try to go for the early skirmishes, but overestimated his own power. He was 1v3, then he just lost all forms of early game advantage. Yeah, I see that as well. Curtizi, he does have
That's
the
an
Sky
ego
Piercer.
build.
Yeah, but I mean, he bought it when they were at 3 inhibitor turrets up. And yeah, they were already skirmishing down everything. So NIP Flash, I mean, don't follow this build. Don't follow this build. Don't buy a Sky Piercer on your Juicin. If I see this in my ranked game, I swear, Curtizi, I swear, something's going to go wrong here.
Yeah, I mean, because Curtizi picks up the first 2 kills, right? It allows him to build his clock even faster as compared. Once the Juicin picks up his clock, it's a lot easier for you to scale. And then after that, next builds in the glowing one. Holy Crystal is just the icing on the cake. He's outputting a lot of damage. Don't forget, when the damage dealt chart appeared, he's always like the top 2.
And we've seen also the mid trio coming in from Vanguard. Yes, we've seen Ashford, of course, going for the Hunter Strike, the War Axe here, it's damage dealing here, but we haven't felt that one. He's been shut down, most especially because of the pick as well of the Zushin. And the controls, it's really difficult also for Nick Stain to pull it through this Avatar of the Guardian there. If only one time we've seen a major team fight that the Avatar of the Guardian pulls through, and the follow-up coming in from Ashford, that maybe we can see a game-changer team fights there.
Yeah, Nick Stain is using the ultimate just to try to get out of dodge of his
That's the
over-positioning, right? Because he needs to open the map. Because if you take a look at Vanguard, he needs to be the one opening the map because there's nobody else except for Edith.
Yeah, and the way that Vanguard are playing, I'm really happy to see them. Like Nick Stain is now playing together with Asher and Brian, because it used to be where Nick Stain is consistently defending Liechtenstein, right? Liechtenstein
Yeah.
could not be that solo unit. But against NIP Flash, it looked a bit lesser. But Team Vanguard, they are really trying to find their footing right now. And Nick Stain, together with Astrid and Fryer, they have to become a synergized unit if they want to play this kind of early game dominant strat, especially against Julian.
Especially when you want to go for this kind of early game strategy where you want to just try to win in the early game, I think, yeah, you're right. Teamwork is very important. Yeah. Right? Vanguard is strong only when they're working together as a unit or when they go into the later parts of the game, right? But Vanguard is unable to do these two because NIP Flash has been forcing all these errors coming off of Vanguard, right? I win the early, the 1 minute 30 seconds fight. I take over the turtle. Once I take over the turtle, I start hard invading. Suyu's unable to scale because I'm constantly getting hard invaded. There's a lot of downward spirals throughout this whole game.
Yeah, I can notice as well, there are so many team fights that the side of Vanguard Esports is forcing to react against NIP Flash.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to adapt here and move around to Liechtenstein. Look at the target damage here, it's very low. And we have seen that Liechtenstein has been given the space he needed here, but he cannot really pull it through because of the rotations we've seen coming from Diablo, as well as the side here of Vanix. He has the Spear of Destiny, Destruction rather. It's going to be easy for him to react as well.
And not only just that, you've already lost mid, right? So once you lose mid, your jungle is vulnerable. Once your jungle is vulnerable, you can your enemy can appear anywhere at all, and then that's where Liechtenstein, as a gold laner, is like, okay, do I need? I need to really stay in the lane to try to farm. But if nobody is around the side of my jungle, I don't even dare to step up to farm.
Yeah, and that's just how NIP Flash understands each other as a team, right? Speaking of team synergies, of course, NIP Flash, they've been playing together since don't know how long already. They're the only team that actually stuck together in in the roster changes that happened between seasons. And Team Vanguard, of course, Astrid bringing Astrid and Ding and Fryer, of course. Only Nick Stain and Liechtenstein being the mainstays of Team Vanguard. They will have a lot of synergies to fulfill.
Yeah.
But this is what I'm talking about, right? Team synergy, understanding your team. Like whenever Diablo is making space, Hades is fighting, Curtizi is fighting, and Diablo's like, yeah, I'm cutting creeps, man. But they translate it so well because Diablo is able to be there in the important team fights, in the objectives.
Yes, NIP Flash, this is roster form at the start of this year as well, 2024. Technically speaking, it's been 10 months of them playing together as a unit. I could agree with you, right? A lot of these teams, especially in MPLs, is like they don't really trust the system where you have to really try to have 2 or more or 3 more anchor strong, solid anchor in each team and then try to build a team around them. But if you take a look at Vanguard, yes, it's Nick Stain and Liechtenstein, but Astrid, Ding, and also Furin coming in and out. I mean, that's Vanguard's MO as well, switching these players around, which is making it very difficult. But at the very least, they're still here in the playoffs, right? They still have a seat for the next season. But we hope to see more coming off of Vanguard.
Yeah, I'm sticking to my opinion as well. This is the best roster that Vanguard can have right now. And of course, it takes time to build for me because the new imports right now, Ding and Astrid, they're not really bad. They're very consistent as well when it comes to their playstyle here. But then again, against NIP Flash, which is pretty solid. They know each other right now. Yeah. It's one of the advantages right now. Even the game, before the game starts, you can see already that NIP Flash has the advantage.
Well, I mean, in the banning and drafting patterns, the moment the Zusin came out towards the Suyo, I'm like, yeah, it's not gonna really
I'll see
work.
myself out. I'm sorry, I'll see myself out.
Oh man, Jace, these jokes, man.
I thought that you shouldn't be mean. That jokes, man.
Oh my God.
I'm ready to be a dad.
But let's just watch the highlights from the previous game. The NIP Flash, they won 1-0. And if you take a look at, Diablo's handsome face
yes,
right there.
that's the key highlight right there.
That's the highlight of
That's the
everything.
highlight.
Diablo going, what?
Just like the post, you can feel the aura already.
Yeah, I can't. Like, the amount of risk this guy has.
I can't hear you over the sound of my raging sandstorm.
But then again, of course, we've seen right now that Diablo's Khalid has been the game changer there, and NIP Flash knows how to work around this composition as well. Julian with the Wilderness Blessing, agility. Even the Lolita has the same emblems with the Khalid as well. They know how to rotate and early game control there from the trap.
And I really like their banning and drafting stages where they dealt with the Suyo very fast. The moment the Suyo's out, Like, yeah, you know why Zusin hasn't been around a while? Because you haven't been playing that fighter fighter jungle, right? You haven't been playing that fighter jungle, that tank jungle in a long time.
True.
Where Zusin is going to toss you around, put you out of position. And now with Suyo, Zusin does that to you.
Yeah, and if you take a look, right, from the start of the get-go in terms of this draft, you can see how Vanguard wants to fight front to back, right? But then again, that's where Zusin truly shines. It's a counter to all your front to backs. If you want to catch Zusin, you need something more, something like a Hayabusa, something like a Ling to dive her directly.
Yeah, and Astrid, overestimating his damage, wanted to go for the finish on the Diablo. He was weak, but could not find that little finish. And now, with this advantage that they got, right, just one kill alone, they just translated it into more and more map advantages. And IP Flash, they're building the pressure again and again, and they've been consistently invading with the Julian. That's what you want to do with the Julian, right?
Yeah.
Julian has that early game power spike, similar to the Suyo. And this is how Team Vanguard wants to play. But if NIP Flash are doing this to you, you're on the back foot.
Oh man, it's always the four-man aggressive plays time and time again for the side of NIP Flash. And what's great again for NIP Flash, they know how to convert it. After those kills, after this usual objective takedowns, they go in full tank there and takes down tower, takes down kills, and control the map from there on and build that snowball momentum against the side of Vanguard.
Yeah, they really know their strengths to a T. Despite losing Hades right there, they still go for this top inhibitor turret because they know that Curtizi was spawning in and now he gets taken out. But yes, they just go for the trades again and again because they're winning the objective war. Losing the kills is alright.
Yeah, you see Diablo using the Raging Sandstorm to kind of exit. Once he buys space, once he knows this, that the Suyo is actually threatening Vanix, he just Raging Sandstorms all the way out, still catching him at the same time and walks on the way. And that's literally what we call creative Raging Sandstorms.
Yeah, and then
okay, nice.
Raging Sandstorm
To
into
get out,
Winter's Crown?
to get out, and also to peel for your team. That's two birds in one stone.
That's great, man.
Two sand
I'm not
with one
sure
stone.
if there's going to be a ban right now for the Khalid here. But, you know, Diablo, he has a wide pool.
He has a big pool. You can't
He's a
ban
big
Diablo
pool
out,
there.
man. He's the devil himself.
He's the devil himself. But the question is, Suyo, though. We have been highlighting the Suyo pick from the draft. Even before the draft began, the Suyo will be one of the heroes that could be contested. And it was been picked by Vanguard Esports. Now I'm thinking, Astrid, we've seen Astrid play on the Assassin. Now we have seen that Suyo somehow plays like a fighter there. Is this a comfort pick for Astrid, though?
Not too sure, right? It's gonna be one of those new heroes that just appeared, right?
Yep,
So
correct.
it's the first game, the first debut of Suyo that we've seen right now, and it's going to be a very hard fit for all these different teams because he plays well. But NIP Flash, it seems like they have the answer to Suyo already. Do you just ban out Zusin and pick the Suyo?
Yeah, I'm so glad that instead of going for, you know, the Ling or something like that, that scales to late game, they responded to Suyo by going for a Julian. Like, if they hadn't go for a Julian right off the bat, I think Suyo would just snowball even faster.
Yeah, I'm gonna fight you one-on-one, but speaking of fighting one-on-one, I want to fight with this man one-on-one. Abstract off the desk. Let's see what he has for us on the Analyst.
Morning!
Good morning to you too.
Because it's very clear that NIP Flash is reeling the big fish for today and thus giving them a pretty good fight, per se. Well, either way, we've got quite a bit to really digress and just gonna take a look at what's going on today. Because very clearly, NIP Flash did have quite an astounding victory in this game, whereby at this point in time, they are kind of like 11-1. So Vanguard didn't really quite manage to put up a very good fight, despite having a Suyo on their side, which is known to be very strong in the early games. And as the casters did say, they responded with a Julian, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, an early game for an early game, which in this case, Hades definitely came up on top. So let's just dive right in and take a look at the entire composition itself, how they played in the final few team fights, and really understand what goes on over at the Vanguard's side. So, as we take a look at the game at 9 minutes and 44 seconds in, the first thing that we see, of course, number one is based on the composition alone, we do understand that Ding has to be the one that initiates. And unfortunately, during this moment in time, it is very clearly that Ding, oops, wrong one, but regardless, Ding does not have his flicker. So that is definitely going to be a very difficult thing for them to handle, as they will not be able to initiate well enough, and of course allowing Nick Stain to come in with his ultimate in order to go for kind of like a follow-up. So in this case, Diablo definitely went in from the side to kind of make sure that he kind of deals with Ding, just so that the ultimate is not gonna be really that big of a deal. One of the other things that we're gonna have to look out for is when Nick Stain is gonna go for his ultimate, considering the fact that Ding now no longer have his Earth Shatter and Ding can't initiate. In this case, it is very clear that Nick Stain will want to get an initiation onto JPL first. They did manage to get one in, so that is eventually going to be a 1-for-1 trade between the two roamers. So at this point in time, Vanguard just going to have to focus on one thing alone, and that is to clear away the Lord and clear away every single one of these waves. One thing that we really need to be very sure of, and Vanguard needs to know, is the very fact that they are roughly on a 10,000 gold deficit. And at this point in time, NIP Flash understood that they have the 10,000 gold advantage, might as well just kind of push all the way in, considering the fact that JPL, he's also back into the game with an Numenon Blast for himself. Whenever possible, he can actually just go back into the fight and of course initiate something even better. With the creep waves coming in at this very moment, this is the perfect opportunity for them to use a baby Lord to their advantage and be able to clear out every single one of these inhibitor turrets, which all worked out super great for NIP Flash, by the way. And now, Astrid is already back to more than 3/4 HP. The main thing that he wants to see is the backlines, which is Vanix as well as Curtizi, both of which are very low in HP, and anyone would want to go for it. And Astrid, indeed, he did go for it. Unfortunately, not the greatest ways. As you can see, Vanix did manage to kite him out, Diablo comes in, and Astrid goes down. Throughout all of this, it is very clear that Vanguard definitely loses in a lot of itemizations. They do not have much to really work with for themselves, and it's very difficult for them to even kill a Vanix despite being low in HP. We fast forward to the final moments of the fight, and this is still once again all about initiation, because that is something that Vanguard has got a big problem with. Ding has got his Flicker, and he also has an Earth Shatter that he can start off anytime. However, one of the biggest problems is the very fact that he is unfortunately not in the right position. He is still relatively far from everyone else, one over here, here, and here. So the best thing that Vanguard could do at this point in time is really just to clear out every single one with a single ultimate. As such, that is what we have from the side of Vanguard. We'll be moving back into the game to see what Vanguard changes in their lineup.
Yeah, a very good analyst segment coming out from Abstract, breaking down why Ding couldn't go in. He did not have Flicker up at the possible times. But of course, you have to talk about how heavy advantage NIP Flash got, right?
It is.
The way that NIP Flash just played Ding around in that early game, that was just like playing with a baby, man. They're just tossing him around.
Literally, right? I think NIP Flash, with their experience, especially playing overseas as well, just kind of, it's obvious when an Edith is going to Flicker ultimate or Flicker dash into you, right?
Yeah, and it just feels like Ding is a bit too trigger happy with that Flicker. Like he always wants to Flicker it, and NIP Flash, they know that.
I think they know that, and I think on the side of Ding as well, maybe the pressure is on him to initiate the team fight there.
You know, if I could get a bite whenever I hear Ding, I will be a very happy person.
Oh, speaking of having a bite, right? Our food sponsor, of course.
Exactly.
Our official partner is McDonald's. So the road to glory has never been tastier. With McDonald's, you can catch all of MPL Season 8 action in complete experience with the crispier crunch of the new and improved Chicken McCrispy. And if you have not tried out their new Samurai Burger and the new umami drumlets that they have as well. So yeah, when you buy that meal, right, I think on your app, it's like $9.90. You can buy the Samurai Burger together with the umami drumlets as a complete meal, complete set. You can have your seaweed shaker fries as well. But of course, with McDelivery, there's thousands of in-game diamonds as well up for grabs.
The best part is you get to eat good food, watch MPL Singapore Season 8, and get diamonds. I mean, 3 in 1.
Of course, Moment will order, James will eat, I get the diamonds.
Okay.
Actually, I'm okay with that trade.
Yeah.
You can tell I'm a foodie.
Wait, I'm ordering. It's my money.
Anyways, I think we should have the drop ready up for grabs as well. And also, not up for grabs, ready to go. I want that food so badly right now. I want that smack crispy. But ladies and gents, we gotta have to deal with this particular one right now. This is the match number 1 of the day 1 of play of this game 2 that we're going into. NIP Flash going in second pick. First pick. Wow.
Yeah, and NIP Flash, right? I love the fact that when they are on different sides, their banning patterns completely changes. Yeah, and now Team Vanguard, they ban out the Suyo. They don't want NIP Flash to pick it up because they see how Hades played Julian. And now if you put a Suyo on this guy, it's not gonna be a good time.
Yeah, and I feel like this could tell, right, Vanguard's mindset in game number 1. The reason why they're forcing themselves to pick the Suyo, even though when maybe Ashrid's not ready at all, this is not his MO, right? It's because they don't want to give it over to NIP Flash. And that is massive telling that, Vanguard understands that, hey, there's not enough bans going on. They have to deal with one of the devil they know, and the devil they decide to give over is, well, Diablo's Khalid.
Yeah, and I was worried about that, Phobius. I was worried whether Team Vanguard give it over to NIP Flash. But now with the Phobius out of the picture, right? The Khalid is still there. Khalid will still be a problem, and they just pick it up. NIP Flash, they know their strengths, and Khalid, right now, it's unmatched in that EXP lane right now.
I gotta say, NIP Flash, with just showing with the Khalid coming in from Diablo, will they execute the same thing here? Going aggressive here, Wilderness, Blessing, Agility, Emblems again for this 4 rotations against the side of Vanguard Esports. But, of course, with the banning though, to be honest, in my opinion as well, I'm not sure. Suyo, I didn't expect is going to be the most contested hero right now. He's been banned in the game 2. He's been picked in the game 1.
100% so far.
Yes, and now Jay's mentioned maybe, of course, it is going to be NIP Flash going around this hero. So it's not going to be. We are not going to see a Suyo here from this second game, but here Vanguard Esports Edith right now again.
Yeah,
I think
surprising, right? They had the Hayabusa available in the pool. They can pick it up for Ashrid if they wanted to, but they go for the Edith Vexana instead. So they're going for that
crowd
fight.
control.
Yeah, crowd control, right?
Which is their specialty here for the side of Vanguard. And I think this is also maybe Ding. Let's say Edith is a flexible hero. If Ding will be able to use it again, this is going to be his redemption game here. I think Ding must perform very well on the Edith. We've seen him, unfortunately, in the game 1, did not connect on his Earth Shatters there and Flicker combos. But this time around, again, Edith was still being picked. Vexana also. Let's see.
It's okay. I'm just thinking maybe this Edith will go over to Nixtain, right? Because of how flexible it is. And NIP Flash. Ooh!
Oh my lord!
Okay, no. Okay, that's a Cho in a robe. Don't panic. Don't press the panic button just yet. This should be a Hades fanny, okay?
Oh no! Team Vanguard! How do you respond, man? Oh no!
Alright, but fun fact though, Luxian Stain is the only one who got a Savage in MPL Singapore Season 6.
The whole season? That's 2 seasons ago, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
all time?
I think so, yeah.
All time? First Savage? Oh.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. I don't remember having a Savage in Season 7.
That's a title that you can be proud about, man.
I'd rather have a sandwich, yeah? I'd rather have a sandwich than a sandwich.
Getting a Savage in MPL Singapore doesn't earn you a Chicken McCrispy.
Yeah. McSpicy,
It's
man.
how
McSpicy
rare.
sandwich.
It's how rare the title is.
Yeah, it is, and that's why it's like, Vanguard, they do have what it takes, right? Luxian Stain's positioning is actually really strong because of, Vanguard, when they work together as one unit, as long as they protect Luxian Stain, he can deliver, like how they deliver Chicken McCrispy via McDelivery. But you get the point! Vanguard can give us a good game as long as, Luxian Stain gets protected.
Yeah, but it's still like a previous meta where we talked about, gold lanes being that priority because gold lane was extremely important when you did not have that damage in that tank jungle meta. Now you have that secondary damage coming from this jungle assassin, right? This jungle assassin meta has shifted the attention of the roamers towards that jungle invasions, towards that securing the momentum for your jungle as much as possible. So gold lanes will not be that much of a focus. And that's why we see much more sustainable gold laners coming in. Like, potentially, we see the Rubies, we see Lunoxes, the Harris, all coming in on the gold lane.
Which is Harris not being banned here right now. So it's a potential pick here if they want to have a stable lane here in this game, but so far this could be potential ban as well for the side of Vanguard. But you know, you've mentioned of course how the meta shifted because of an assassin hero here, an Ashrit right now on the Hayabusa, and this is what you want. This is his comfort hero right now, and with this lane trio coming in from the side of NIP Flash right now with Cho here, Fanny, and mostly Curtise's aggressive mage, still gonna pack a punch here against the Hayabusa.
Yeah, Team Vanguard, they banned out the Lunox, just thinking that, right? They might go for that Harith pick instead. But if you think about it, right? Cho, he's such a good pickoff hero, but how do you counter this Cho? How do you want to make sure that the Whale Dragon is wasted? You want to put a tanky frontliner in front, something like an Edith, something like a Minotaur. If you kick him in, he's gonna knock you up.
Yeah, something like that. Or best down to Cho. Cho is not really tanky. Is not in a strong tank, right? Yes, he's slippery. Yes, he's very annoying with the pick position. But like what I mentioned, you just best down to Cho. He tries to jump to you, try to do all those kung fu moves at you. Just take out gun, bang, done.
Yeah. And also, to be honest, Cho will be having advantage against shutting down Hayabusa because of the recent changes of the Hayabusa, right? All the levels on his shadow kill, you can't perfectly time it. So yeah, with the weight of the dragon, they can actually take control against this Hayabusa here.
This gives Harith to NIP Flash.
Yeah. Surprising, right?
Sure. Yeah, they banned the
they picked the Ruby for themselves, and now, so giving the Harith over to NIP Flash.
Very strong.
Okay.
Unless Vanguard goes for a Roger gold lane that could potentially match an Harith in the early game and try to burst and snowball first. I think that's the only way that Vanguard wants to draft around that. But NIP Flash, yes, that's a mid lane Martis. Yep. Of course, Curtisi, of course.
Okay, if this is Curtisi's pick here, mid lane Martis, so thank you, Curtisi. I get to see it firsthand right now.
As long as it's not a mid lane Fanny. I'm having PTSD right now. Not gonna lie. My brain is experiencing that flashback where my brain hurts.
Your brain is not braining.
My brain not braining. Yeah.
Wait, mid-lane Fanny is a great idea, right?
No!
There's so many walls to work with, and there's just one straight lane. You can just recall and come back anytime. Wow.
But now,
so meta. But yeah, going for that
Min
Citar pick. Yeah, I was thinking, right? Min Citar pick really good against Harith, really good against Fanny, really good against Khalid, Cho as well. Once you put that King's Calling down, they cannot get out. So Team Vanguard, they can potentially play around as Min Citar. And Ding, whether or not he can pilot it well, that's going to be very important.
Something that you also have to point out as Ding going in Min Citar with the ultimate. You deny Diablo from his Desert Tornado. You also deny Martis from the spins. You also deny what the Cho wants to do. You want to deny what the Harry wants to do, right? So it's all about placing the King's Calling properly for the side of Ding. So this game, if Vanguard really want to cheese this game out, Ding needs to land that perfectly.
Now, again, another pressure for Ding. Just like, of course, the Earthshatter we've been looking forward on the game one. Now, his King's Calling here played a major role.
Yeah, this is exactly what I told you. JPL just, Flicker already. Curtisi and also Diablo, my goodness. He's already bending Flicker right off the bat, putting a lot of pressure against Ashrit in the early game. In fact, Ashrit gets taken down.
Yeah, game 2 of this playoffs already starting with a bang as NIP Flash. They are up 1-0 and Vanguard look to tie things up.
NIP Flash.
Yeah.
Hades, that's not your jungle. Go away.
No, it's their jungle now.
Look at the flickers, man. All
my
of the
goodness.
flickers has been used already to be very aggressive. They're setting the tone here right now, the game 2 as well.
Yeah, NIP Flash is not even playing on their own jungle. Just take a look where JPL is. This is JPL's Cho. Prime JPL Cho coming back.
Oh, look at the invasion here. Nick Stain holding his ground. And still, we're seeing the same team fights and aggressive plays from NIP Flash.
Diablo slashing Ashrit. Ashrit wasn't able to even to farm his own jungle at all. So much map pressure coming off of NIP Flash. Hades joining the fray at the same time. Ashrit, Shadow has to caught shadows all the way out. He's lost his orange buff and purple buff in the first 1 minute and a half.
And NIP Flash, they use that early game timing extremely well, right? Given the fact that they know that Edith cannot match up with Cho in terms of mobility, and having that concussive blast on that Cho, it just gives him this early game powerhouse mentality where he can jump in. You saw him flicker in at level 1, knowing that Diablo got his back. Double concussive blast, right? They use their emblems to their fullest.
And I think they're taking advantage as well that the lineup coming from Vanguard heavily relies on the ultimate there. So now they are still taking it slow for now, because once again the King's Calling, we have to check upon this skill right now coming in from Ding. How this will be a game changer later in the team fight.
Diablo zoning the members of Nick Stain and Nashrid already. Hades picking up the turtle for themselves. The flicker coming off cooldown and they're looking to strike. Diablo facing down 4 members as well. Raging Sandstorms all the way back out. Ding cannot even land the spear onto Diablo. And now NIP Flash ramping up the pressure.
Yeah, the purple buff being contested for JPL is in.
Quad Shadow out. Ashrid is not even level 4 as of yet. There's no power spikes. Diablo down a bit low. King's Calling. But Diablo flickers all the way back out to safety in just a nick of time. JPL landing the kick onto Ding. The damage coming off of Vanguard. Not there, but NIP Flash bursting down Vanguard one after another.
Well, this is a clear-cut case of cyberbullying, man. NIP Flash.
Somebody call the cops.
Yeah, they just took over the enemy jungle and 3K gold advantage already. That's 1K a minute.
Oh, look at this replay, guys. And look, unfortunately, Freyren doesn't have the ultimate. The only thing that can burst down Diablo there was magic damage. All of them are physical attacks here. The Sun Guard just negates all of this incoming damage output. And look at how the side of NIP Flash translates into that double kill, plus this purple buff as well. This is insane here coming in from NIP Flash.
Yeah, the damage Hades takes out Ding while we're in the replay earlier just now. It's like one moment, what you said, this is a case of cyberbullying. Someone needs to call the cops.
Yeah, and really, this is the culmination of having this fighter mid lane that we see prevalent in the other regions as well. Like now, Curtizi, he has the Martis mid lane, right? When you play the Joe and when you play the Cho and Diablo, you have so much mobility, so much damage, and so much tankability. And when it comes to all these disrupt gameplays, NIP Flash, they can do it so well. And Vanguard, they don't have any space because they have a mage. They have a Vexana who's so slow at this early game.
Oh, Nick. That's an onward that miss. JPL catches onto Fear and flickers back into safety for now. The kick will land at an awkward angle and NIP Flash will not continue on.
Man, unfortunately, Nick Stain here is on the roaming, actually here. They need magic damage in order to go for the counter here. I think Vexana, Freyren here is not enough already. All physical damage you can see for the side of Vanguard here, and we have seen how the Sun Guard alone can negate that.
If you guys, this is a highlight reel of JPL. This is the prime JPL we know and miss since Season 3. Where he was just showing off his Cho skills, and that's why he's like one of the best Chos in MPL Singapore. Just take a look. King's Calling will be able to land. It's going to be JPL absorbing all of that damage and CCs. Yes, the members of the side of Vanguard will be able to catch one, but can you continue on to catch out NIP Flash? The rest of the members, JPL just bit everything, and NIP Flash punishes them with almost a team wipe.
You know, JPL is like one of the gangsters at the car park, and he's like, yeah, just running around, just uninhibited. And the moment you try to jump on him, there is backup. Diablo came in with the
he brought friends.
Raging Sandstorm on 4. That was impressive play there. It was devastating as well to see if you are the side of Vanguard Esports. You don't want to be caught in that kind of situation. But man, the King's Calling was there. Unfortunately, there for Vanguard Esports, they did not anticipate that counter attack coming from NIP Flash.
JPL absorbed so much CC, so much attention. Yes, Vanguard thought that, yeah, I got JPL, but then they're not ready for the follow-up coming out from NIP Flash.
Yeah, and going for the Hunter Strike for the Sky and the Sky Piercer on the Martis, right? He's not going for this tank build. And I was worried about this because there is no front line for NIP Flash. But who is the front line? JPL is the front line because he is just running around and just using that showbow like it's a tank machine, man.
And not just that, JPL is basically a spy on the enemy team. JPL sees all 5 members, or 4 members from the side of Vanguard, allowing NIP Flash to know how to navigate around the map, allowing Vanix so much free real estate to farm.
Yeah, JPL is just not giving Astrid a good time at all. Astrid has to use the quad shadows to escape while securing the mid tower at the same time. They were going for multiple objectives, and NIP Flash, you see how they convert these objectives time and time again, right? Go for one and just hoodwink the other.
I'm sorry, guys. NIP Flash is literally saying Vanguard, telling Vanguard that my jungle is my jungle, your jungle is also my jungle.
Yeah, NIP Flash is like the wife that you never wish you had, you know? Your money is my money now.
Land of Dawn is out.
That's why my ex would tell me.
Anyways, but JPL is already in.
Anyways, JPL just opening up the map, just one person. This guy is just zoning out 4 or 5 members of Vanguard. And look at the Vanguard doesn't even dare to catch JPL, in fearing that NIP Flash would just jump onto them at any time right now.
Yeah, even Diablo, man, he's just using the Raging Sandstorm to evade or to avoid those crowd controls coming in from Vanguard. Yeah, you have plenty of crowd controls, yes, for the side of Vanguard Esports, but the question is, can you catch one if you in the side of NIP Flash? Just so much mobility here. JPL just taking so much resources as well when it comes to a team fight against Vanguard Esports. But now, Vanguard, we've talked about the King's Calling. It was the key there. We have seen a team fight that it worked. However, when it comes to a long team fight, NIP Flash knows how to go for the counter. And again, Diablo, time and time again, the Raging Sandstorm just pisses the side of Vanguard Esports.
How do you play against NIP Flash if you're Vanguard right now, right? Your jungle is almost exposed. There's no way for you to farm. Astrid is like how many levels down? 1, 2, 3, 4? 4 levels down against your enemy jungler. You lose out your neutral objectives. You lose out almost everything.
Yeah, they weren't expecting this level of aggression for Team Vanguard. They definitely had a game plan when it came down to giving away the Harif, picking up that Min Sitar to counter him out when the Zaven's Force was up. And they wanted to go for this 5-on-5, you know, honest team fight. But NIP Flash is like, no, it's happening in the first 30 seconds of the game, right? We are going to send JPL. We're going to send Diablo. We're going to send Martis, our Curtizi man, who is our fighter mid lane. And JPL, he's...
Man.
Yeah, was there a Cho in Team Vanguard? Because it looks like, yeah, Team Vanguard has a Cho, like 6-member, right?
Yeah, from the get-go. NIP Flash has been just farming in Vanguard's side of the jungle, limiting the resources for the side Astrid to basically farm up. And that's making it Vanguard super hard to contest for any of these turtles, any of these neutral objectives.
I think they're ready right now. NIP Flash, all lanes been pressure here with the Baby Lord on the bots. I think they can take out outer charge right now for the side of Vanguard. Most likely an inhibitor charge as well. There we go.
There's a kick as well, landing on to Ding. Ding immediately gets deleted right here. Vanix stepping forward at the same time. Zaman Force now without the King's Calling. Vanix could dish and dash around. And while Vanguard is just busy trying to defend, trying to do something, then NIP Flash is scratching down the bottom lane turret already. And now the Holy Defense getting cracked down, ladies and gents. That's a Baby Lord. And NIP Flash cracks open 2 lanes.
Once again, 2 inhibitor turrets from 1 Baby Lord. Astrid doing what he can, trying to take out Curtizi. Finally, we see Stain and Astrid coming together to get this kill. And yeah, if you look at Team Vanguard, right, they want to go for that honest 5-on-5 team fight. They can win it, but it's too far gone. 10k gold advantage for NIP Flash right now.
1k gold per minute.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, on the defense, Ding was been taken down early without using his ultimate as well. That was the key when it comes to a team fight. And they know that JPL is going to be the target here against Ding, rather.
Yeah, and if you think about how they want to layer their skills, King's Calling into I'm Offended, into Eternal Guard, there's a lot of control.
On paper, it makes sense, right? From the side of Vanguard. But remember what we saw in game number 1. It feels like they're playing on different tempo, right? Nick Stain and the rest of the team just doesn't play together. They're really strong together as a unit. Flicker, okay, Nick Stain committed, misses Diablo. That's one massive utility being blown by Vanguard from the get-go.
And that's 2 minutes on the timer. With Stain also not having the flicker as well. Ding will be the only one who can use it offensively. Byron, he won't use that flicker forward.
Vanguard is being placed on house arrest right now. Just take a look. NIP Flash locked them in. There's no way out. They're losing farm.
Yeah, man. This is a rough look for Team Vanguard. The only way they can come back is taking that magical 5-on-5 team fight. But NIP Flash, you see what they're doing, right? They are sending 1 to 2 member at a time. If they take a 5-on-5, they will blow their ultimate away. Meanwhile, they secure the objectives at the back because NIP Flash, they know Team Vanguard's win condition. They know that the only way to lose is we take this 5-on-5. So we go for a single poke at one singular time. Meanwhile, Fanny secures the objectives at the back. We don't send Vanix forward, and we send people with control immunity forward. JPL is always there. He's been there the rest of the entire game, right? He's just playing like a debt collector.
He's
man.
never on his side of the map. He's always in an enemy map. Okay, concede play. The JPL looking for a target. Will get stunned down by Luxenstein. That's a Lord marching in the mid already. Flicker, ding with the Kings calling right into the Eternal Guard as well. Raging Sands on Diablo, lands on 2-4. 3 members for the side of Vanguard. And the Lord marching forward, taking the damage from the side of the core. JPL knocking Asher at the back line as well. Vanix just outputting the damage onto the core. It's NIP Flash. Sends Vanguard to the lower brackets.
Yeah, NIP Flash, very convincing victory over Team Vanguard. And we see, right, in the last vestiges of the team fight, Vanguard getting that King's Calling, there was that semblance of control.
There was.
Even with that Raging Sandstorm going in, there was a lot of control, but it was all too late.
Yeah, the timings as well from the side of NIP Flash. They know once that King's Calling is there, JPL will be the sandbag. And after a short duration, after the King's Calling is done, then there you go. The Raging Sandstorm coming in from Diablo, sweeping everyone there in the team fights.
I think it's just, you know, it's a dominating showing of NIP Flash. This is their playoff mode. This is not their regular season mode where they're putting out, what, mid-fannies? This is literally, you know, Kurt TZ saying that, hey, I can also pull out the mid-Martyrs and then start stomping. They won the game, like, in the first 2 minutes.
Yeah. This looks like the same NIP Flash to me. They've been winning every single game.
Find the difference between these two photos.
Find the difference. It's really a state where NIP Flash are at peak performance right now.
Yes.
And they are running at full throttle. The way that they're playing, they know the win strategy, right? It's like, if we take the 5v5, we lose. And there's so much game sense right there to bring the first fight in 30 seconds.
Yeah, and the fact that they have a mid-Martyrs as well, so which means that you have the early game priority, you can wave clear, you can just ego challenge anybody, and you'll win the fight because of your attack speed.
You know what I'm going to ask, right?
Either JPL or
JPL.
Yeah, okay.
JPL.
I got to say it's JPL. I got to say it's JPL.
He's setting a tone in the early game.
JPL has to be the MVP, but
okay.
Diablo?
See, I have a safe answer
Again?
there. I
Guy with the blue hair.
Answer, either JPL or...
Why? Okay. But Diablo, he did an extremely good job. Because while we said that JPL, of course, he was that gangster on that front lane. If it would have been enhanced with Diablo coming in. Because he's the EXP laner.
True.
He's the least probable expectation that you think that a Khalid is running at you 30 seconds into the game into your purple buff.
basically, JPL sets the tone, enabled Diablo to do these things there. So, yeah. What, Jason?
JPL is the MVP. I refuse. Because JPL, guys, if you guys have been following JPL since the start of the of MPL Singapore, his Cho, man, especially when against these teams that don't know how to deal with his Cho, was the biggest problem, right? You give off so much map vision over to the enemy. You burn away the spells of the enemy with your free, at least you can burn off 1 CCs, and then after that continue on from there. You are a massive threat with your Jeet Kune Do and Way of the Dragon as well. So there's a lot of things that, you know, JPL just enabled NIP Flash right there.
Yeah, and the way that he uses his skills as well. Like, he always saves it for Nick Stain's Earth Shatter, right? In the early game where the Earth Shatter is available, that Shumpo is always used for the control immunity, and that's one control factor of Vanguard wasted on the member, on a single member of NIP Flash. JPL, he's been forcing out this utility cycle again from Team Vanguard, so that the rest of the team, Hades does not need to think about it. He just needs to go in and kill. And if you don't get the kill, never mind. We have Kurtizi.
Exactly. So with the draft as well coming in from Vanguard, I can see that they only rely for Freyren here on the Vexana when it comes to magic damage output here. This is a Rome Edith we're talking about. So all of this physical, we've seen how Diablo dives, Sandguard, no damage has been given here for this player alone. Then Raging Sandstorm out. This is just insane here. But this draft right now coming from Vanguard with that last pick, again, Ding has been given the pressure to set the tone in their side with the King's Calling there. But how NIP Flash works around that one, waiting for the right moment, waiting for JPL to exhaust those resources on the team fights, then there you go, the Raging Sandstorm of Hell.
If you take a look at the build for Cortese, Hades, and Diablo, they all three have the Winter's Crown, right? So it seems to me like they've been playing together. No, they've been playing like an individual unit, and if anything goes wrong, they just click that eject button and hope for the team to come in because they trust the members of NIP Flash enough. And the way that they can cycle away the utilities.
Yeah, I feel like NIP Flash is basically the opposite of Vanguard, right? In terms of how NIP Flash has always been working together as a unit in terms of like, okay, fine, JPL, you can just go in and suicide yourself in a sense, and then burn off all the spells from the side of Vanguard, and then what NIP Flash is Raging Sandstorm, boom, everybody gets done up, and then the damage coming from Hades and Cortese just cleans everything up. Whereas for Vanguard, on the other hand, you see Nick Stain just like flickers forward just a little bit too far from the side of Vanguard for them to follow up, and then after that, you know, Asher is getting a lot of pressure from JPL, a lot of pressure from the Hades as well, and to a certain extent Cortese. Ding has to try to step up as well, but the spear doesn't land. So what he does is he at the ending part, at the very least, he tried to use the flicker ultimate, which kind of worked in a sense, but NIP Flash saw that from a mile away.
In Ding's defense, right, the spear landed, but they were all control immune, so it didn't matter, right? So yeah, you see the Martis, he wanted to pull in the Martis, but it was just nice as he was going into the Alshurazar, right? And meanwhile, there is JBL, who is, it seems like he's permanently control immune. He seems like he's playing a Grok.
It's my first time seeing a 0 turret damage.
Exactly.
The Vanguard can't even touch NIP Flash side of the turrets because their jungle is constantly getting invaded.
They're permanently on damage control, right? And Team Vanguard, it seems like, yeah, they're 995, they're being called at all times, and there's multiple cases of fires happening all over in their jungle, and that's NIP Flash being the arsonists that they are.
Yeah, I think it's JPL mostly setting up the fires in the back end, just providing so much vision, right? It's this, once you lose your jungle priority in such an early game, you lose turtle, you lose side lane priority as well immediately. Even if you have you can sustain like even if you have Lucian Stain that can sustain as a Ruby, yeah, you just everything just goes bad in the first minute.
You know what I want to say? Like JPL's 25% teamfight participation. There's just something wrong with that, you know. Because I think the game stats, it says that you only participate in teamfight when you deal damage. So yes, JPL was not dealing damage, but he was there. And he was just like starting these teamfights and just getting out alive and coming back in again, getting out alive. And multiple times he does that, but the stats don't show for it.
Let's see, maybe he's the sandbag guy here in this game.
No, I don't think so.
Jitkondo in!
He could be. I mean, he's up there with Diablo, right?
Yeah. Let's take a look at the...
okay, Diablo.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the top 4 as well. Yeah, Sandbag. Okay, Diablo taking most of the damage from the side of Vanguard as well, and also best wingman given over side Diablo. But look at the rich guy, of course. He's been farming out of control, right? Vanix GPM because everybody Vanguard is too busy trying to deal with the rest of the members, allowing Vanix to just farm the lane.
Yeah, and this is a first for me, right? With the change in the jungle, I was thinking that, yeah, first 2 minutes, we're not going to see so many invasions because there's a buff in the jungle as well. But NIP Flash shows that this aggressive playstyle still exists, and they brought it out of nowhere. So
they just don't care about the patch notes.
I think maybe this is the homework that the NIP Flash started Vanguard, because Vanguard loves to have a team fight, and with those team fight, they need those level 4s. So in order to have those level 4s, you need time then to take advantage on the early state of game. Yeah, game 1, game 2, they've been very aggressive.
Concussive blasts, bigger than everything. Because, yeah, 2 concussive blasts, clear out the wave, come in, they have the concussive blast out, go for that purple buff.
3 flickers.
And we talk about timing of the concussive blast as well. If you notice, if you want to burn the flicker early, you burn it like around the first minute, right? Because, by the first minute, or maybe the first 10 or 30 seconds, because
your turtle will be up by then, and you just have your flicker right all the time. If you buy a little bit more time, you notice they're ready to gamble it away as long as they burn it early.
Yeah, indeed. And that's all she wrote for the first series of today. But we will have the mic check for these two teams. I mean, for Team NIP Flash. And let's just find out what they were saying in their communications.
Yeah.
Stun.
And up.
I gotta come to Valina. Stun.
And up.
I stun.
Nice.
4 bottom.
No dash, got it.
Coming. Can make the gato ulti.
I'm on the way, guys. Can buy donut.
Em no ulti. Go. Push back.
Eh, knock the cloud.
Ting tower.
Load low, no ulti got out.
Close low.
I
going bottom. Oh, never mind, coming.
got that no ulti first.
Gato.
I can knock up again, you guys want?
Okay. Oh, go wave.
Hey, ulti.
Okay.
We can try the end. I can knock up.
I stun you, man. Slowly, coming. 2 and 5. I come, you all can fight. I got on the Julian. Hey, gato first. Cloud one. Nope. Not tower also. On the
tower lock.
Oh, nice.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Hey, the Ruby low, guys.
I eat the Misita ulti already.
I can't Misita.
Misita down ulti.
For me here.
Misita there. No ulti.
Slowly, guys. 80 pound. Misita ulti.
Hey, watch me.
Yeah, you'll see.
I am mid.
Nice. Wow.
Let's kill them. Nice. I still a bull there.
Misita. Can still fire. Yeah. I'm going. No dash.
Hey, take a tower first. No ulti higher. I take tower.
Okay. I got him out.
Watch me.
Ruby no. Can. I can't. You'll see. I ending. Okay.
Then.
Nice.
You know, I suspect JPL works in McDonald's.
Why?
He delivers the kick of Minsitar. He just say Minsitar, and then after that, in just a moment, boom, Minsitar is delivered like on a hot plate for NIP Flash to kill.
You know, it seems to me like it's just another day in the office for NIP Flash.
Yeah,
right?
like the 4-man outs, usually you hear the players go, whoa, 4-man, watch me. And then it's like, 4-man out? Yeah.
Nice. You heard it, right? When they won the game, it was like, nice. Yeah, another day.
They know each other already. It's just playing basketball, guys. If you're a point guard in the center, I like the alley-oop. Same thing.
Yeah, they know that NIP Flash, they can bring the slam dunks. But how many seasons of MPL are already here? I mean, this is season 8 already,
Season 8,
right?
that's right.
S8. Yeah, but what year is it?
2024.
So you know that it's S24, right? So S24. Speaking of S24, you know what I got for you? What? The Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra. So you can experience next level gaming with the new and latest Galaxy S24 Ultra, Samsung's most hyper-realistic mobile gameplay device yet. And it's equipped with ray tracing and hyper-realistic shadows and reflections. So you can play MLBB on Ultra
and no lag.
No lag with shadows turned on.
Yes.
So
I turn on my shadows.
That's amazing.
It is.
And the thing is, right, it has an extremely powerful processor and it has vapor chamber technology. So this is a first. A vapor chamber in the phone is first. And it has a huge, massive battery capacity as well. So you can play multiple games. It won't get hot and you can play it for such long hours.
So I can play rank and also Magic Chess at the same time?
Yes. Split screen function available.
With the shadows on and the graphics ultra.
and it doesn't heat up like normal phones does.
Man, this features,
and I can play for 8 hours straight.
Yeah, these features I
I need
couldn't
one
see
right
in
now.
the desktop, man, and now it's in the.
Yeah, let me tell you guys, I'm really excited about this vapor
Yes.
chamber, right? Because I use a laptop that has that vapor chamber
Exactly.
technology, and it's so good because it's never running hot.
Yeah.
And now it's on the phone, so it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, it's very comfortable as well, and the best part is it feels like you crammed the specifications of a gaming laptop
Into a
handheld. That's crazy. That is really
I mean,
crazy.
mobile is the new console right now, right?
Yeah, and of course, don't forget, the Galaxy S24 Ultra is every gamer's ultimate weapon for ultra-realistic yet smooth graphics, even through heavy-duty games, right? And plus, it comes with a massive 6.8-inch display encased in a sleek titanium, by the way. Titanium body that's not only just stylish, but also incredibly durable and scratch-resistant. And titanium is actually, okay, I'm an engineer, so I'm going to say titanium has a very, is very light as well, and it's as strong as steel. It's good.
I believe we're all engineers.
Oh yeah, we are. But so get yours right now, and don't forget there's also some gifts that you saw earlier just now. You got the buds at the same time. Also some, I think there's a watch. I'm not too sure, but then again, I've been eyeing at this phone for a long time, and I really want to get it. So I'm gonna get it from Abstract.
But you know who has that Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra right now,
he's gonna
right?
flex it right now.
Yeah, he's gonna flex it on screen right now. It's our man Abstract in the Analyst segment. Show us that phone, please.
Do I really need to say anything at this point in time? Do I really need to say anything at this point in time? Hey! Yep, anything Samsung, just come and ask me. Anyways, call me. Anyways, here we have the game of NIP Flash versus Vanguard game number 2, which ended in an astounding victory for NIP Flash, and it's very clear from the get-go, NIP Flash have got a very good idea what they wanted to do right from the drafting stage. Every single one of these heroes over here, they have mobility. What can they do? Invasion. And what do? They do invade. Right off at the start with the Khalid going over to the orange, and of course with the rest of the crew. Rest of the crew that head over to the purple. Understandably, they wanted to make sure that Astrid is actually going over to the purple, and in the meantime, if Astrid goes to the orange, at least Diablo is there. They're all super mobile, especially when it comes down to Khalid. He's riding on his sand. He can definitely come in fast. One thing that I'm not too sure if everyone did realize is the very fact that right off the start, we actually had got 3 people that have expended their flicker. Hey, all three of them flickered just for Astrid. They just wanted to make his life miserable, okay? In most situations, if you're talking about later stages of the game, if you are spending 3 flickers for a single jungler, I would say it's not worth it. There's no value in it. But remember, we are only at the start of the game, and of course, in order for all of them to reach level 4, by that point in time, their flicker is probably off cooldown already. So might as well use it early. And in this case, they did manage to use it early to really slow down Astrid's farm. And throughout this entire process, they getting themselves their kill onto Astrid slows down Astrid's farm. As such, this is going to be putting Astrid in a slower farm cycle, putting Astrid currently at level 2, and of course Hades at level 3 already. He's got time to go back home and head back upwards. In this case, we already got Diablo as well as, I believe, JPL. They're already right around the enemy's jungle. They are ready to launch an attack on Astrid again. And in this case, we're looking at Fryren. They are level 4, they start to get themselves a little bit more of a power spike, and of course when it comes down to Nick Stain, they will be a little bit more painful, and of course a lot more things that he can work with. At level 2, you do have your Onwards and your Earth Shadow already. It's pretty good when it comes down to crowd control, but Fryren can't possibly do much. Ding can't possibly do much as well. You can just probably pull people to your side. And in this case, Diablo at the early stages, this is kind of where we are looking at the fact that Cho, Martis, as well as the Khalid, they all have got a very strong early game. Whereby all they need to do, just go in, spam skills. You can see that Diablo went in early, Astrid already lost a bunch of his HP. The moment that we've got Hades coming in, he can just very easily just snag away the orange buff, no problems. And there is absolutely nothing that Ding, Fryren, as well as Nick Stain could do. This have already set the pace as to where Vanguard is going with this game. As NIP Flash already understood, we have the mobility, we can dive them, we can make sure that we are right in their face. And the only answer is Minsita. Minsita is the only answer to their composition with the King's Calling, right? And right in the, I believe, the second last push of the game. This is right as JPL called for that kill onto Minsita, which is why Ding is already dead at this point in time. We all saw that in the replay. We saw that in the highlights as well. He sacrificed himself for Ding. Very good sacrifice, because from this point onwards, we can very clearly see that Vanis can go all ham and he can do anything that he wants. With a single combination of a Chrono Dash as well as a Synchro Fission, Nick Stain have suffered this much HP. And at this point in time, every single one of the members from Vanguard, they understood where their ground is and that they can't possibly contest this Zaman force at any point in time. Kha'Zix, Hades, and Diablo, super high mobility, they could come in to help at any point in time. So there is just absolutely no way that they can do anything at all. So as now we move forward to the next point in time, whereby we already have got the Lord dead, and we are looking at a push in the top as well as the bottom lane. Top lane still have the Holy Defense, so that's still fine and dandy. Remember, at this point in time, Luxenstein, Fryrin, as well as Ashrid, they all do not have their ultimates at all, and it's very difficult for them to be able to defend any of this. As such, they're gonna have to let it go and try to fight for the next battle. And in this case, we are approaching to the next point in time whereby NIP Flash is super ready to go for a battle, whereby Luxenstein have got a flicker, Luxenstein has got his ultimate as well. Ding created a very good King's Calling, trapping JPL and Vanix in here. While in the meantime, Vanix did use his Purify, as you can probably see, while Kha'Zix is super close as well. This is actually something that Luxenstein could work on super early, but unfortunately, it did not. And in this point in time, all hell broke loose. So, unfortunately, that Ruby didn't really quite work out too well for them, but maybe we'll be able to listen to a little bit more from what NIP Flash have got to say. Off to you, Cheryl.
Thanks, Abs. Now here I have Zarate here with me. I do have tons of questions for the coach of NIP Flash. So firstly, when it comes to your title right now, it's a two-time back-to-back champion. Do you feel that there's additional, weight on your shoulders coming on as coach for your team to defend their throne?
Personally, I don't think there's any pressure. We have the best players. We have the best resources, we have the best attitude, we have the best mentality. Yeah, we have everything, so there's not really any pressure for me.
So everything is sorted. The team is good with synergy coming into the season with almost the exact same roster.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we come into this season with EWC third, fourth, so
things are looking pretty good. So, okay, coming into which you guys are seated really, really comfortably with that convincing win 2-0 earlier. Who do you think you guys are going to meet next?
Personally, I'm not sure. I think that Eva and Rift, they're quite even. I wouldn't say Eva is better than Rift or Rift is better than Eva. So any opponent for us is fine. Okay.
I mean, after all, they're pretty equal, right? Second and third seed. But if you have to pick one, who do you think you're most likely to face off next?
I really don't know. They really same standard.
Same standard.
Same standard.
Okay. So. All right, so another thing I want to ask, you mentioned, the team has great synergy, has great morale, and you're the main, man when it comes to procuring, team players, right? Yeah. So, just probably as an ad for you guys, if you're recruiting new team members in the future, what's something that you look for in a player to be Team NIP Flash worthy?
I think, firstly, for sure, mechanically has to be good. I mean, if you're very hardworking, but you're a bad player, you can play 24 hours a day, but what's the point? So I think that's very important. And obviously, with good mechanical skills, of course, you have to be smart. I mean, you can't train someone to be smart, right? I mean, someone can study for 24 hours, but no use.
So smart as in game sense?
Yeah, game sense, micro, macro, everything. Yeah, the player has to be smart. And with that, we also have good attitude and good mentality. Yeah.
So all round, in-game, good game sense,
everything.
good mechanics. And then you also, outside of the game, have to have good attitude.
Yeah.
So if you guys have all of these traits, feel free to reach out to Zarate, and hopefully, we have new faces here at NIP Flash. So thank you so much for this kind interview.
Thank you.
And we can't wait to see you again. So guys, that was Zarate right here from Team NIP Flash. Our defending champions definitely have secured a super convincing win of a 2-0 clean sweep against Vanguard Esports. Now next up, happening at 12:30 p.m., we're going to see our second and third seed spots duke it out over at the Land of Dawn, and that is none other than Evil going up against Rift Esports, who will emerge victorious to meet NIP Flash over in the upper brackets, and who will be sent down to the lower brackets for match 2. Stick around and we'll see you at 12:30.
Crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Welcome to the land of God.
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna
What does the audience want to see?
What kind of stage do we want?
What about the colors? M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
Winning the game, getting the checkmate, setting everything up. The curse breakers, the two-time world champions.
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's got to be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's going to be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
Join the fight to the top.
To the top.
Dare to be great.
Dare to be great. Be
Better.
better than great.
And now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius. I'm a genius. You're a genius.
Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams?
How many are we talking?
I don't know, but more. More regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, what we had last year, right?
That's true.
I'm too dumb.
Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We had it, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card.
2 slots?
And then 8 in the
Yeah,
wild card.
2 slots for wild
So
card,
total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want smart stuff?
non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
non-PH
Oh,
versus
non-PH.
finals.
We got that in M5 though. What specific region do you want in the finals? North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit.
I don't know about that one.
Let's take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We got to talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we got to talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will
visual
be.
storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED, just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story, because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming M6. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our life?
I think if we're going to cover story, what about something documentary style? You know, like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think it should still, I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting, very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future
That's
forwards.
kinda cool.
Yeah, and then
The
I want-
BMI, because he can go back and
Yeah,
that would
I want
actually be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter to
What?
sing?
You know what? Every year we seem to always the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm gonna be like, that's a dope song.
So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna use a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single elims, we've done that before.
MSCs,
We've done double elims, you know.
We've done group stages with
done-
no.
We also
eliminations.
done no eliminations at the group
Exactly.
stage.
We've done no eliminations.
Good times. Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like cheese?
What's Swiss format?
What is that? What is that?
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is.
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 beats 1-0. So everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Because is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot draw
We know.
anymore.
So
now it's Gideon's turn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Is we're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
We've had enough.
we've had enough.
Good idea.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have
You
to
will do it.
suffer the wrath.
Is it alright if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are gonna face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on the talents? They should be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mara, what do you think about that?
Players?
I think the players, that's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players because, well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
We've had enough.
They changed their minds right now.
Just with you giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you out.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you're gonna also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because you know what? We can't predict any team. Even in the group stage, you know who you facing on.
Yeah.
You have 3 teams as an enemy. But in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
Yeah. They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for Swiss format, yeah. No, okay, we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format. Okay. We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like Gideon, Steffizy, like, what do you guys think is gonna be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better you, the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're gonna play way more games in this format. Am I correct? Right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one. You're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like, you know?
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record. So I think it'll be even competition. So you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, at least with the format that we had before this, you kind of know who's your next opponent. You can pre-prepare for it, and you honestly have a working strategy. But I think with the Swiss format, it's just every single draw, you're like, I just hope I do well.
But at the same time, like you said, it really shows us who's the best team actually, who actually deserves the upper bracket. Because if we only have like 16 teams, let's just say that 8 teams make it to the upper bracket or the lower bracket. It's always been like the upper bracket teams have a shorter way to the finals. Like you only have to win 3 series actually if you're from the upper bracket. But you can only get rewarded of that if you survive the grueling Swiss format.
Okay, now I can see that maybe we're not as close as friends because the way that I'm thinking is very different.
What is the way you're thinking?
There's 2 games, so that after this you're fighting all the easy teams.
Maybe.
Right. Think about it. The people that lose to I mean,
it's all great until a Filipino team gets beaten twice and have the same strategy.
Now that won't happen though. Like imagine if Malaysia we just lose 2 times, then we can eventually fight NA.
No, Mike.
Oh wait, no.
This is where I draw the line.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
เดียวค่ะ
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna
What does the audience want to see?
What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
Winning the game, getting the checkmates, setting everything up. The course breakers, the two-time world champions.
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's got to be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's going to be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
Join the fight to the top.
To the top.
Dare to be great.
Dare to be great. Be
Better.
better than great.
And now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius. I'm a genius. You're a genius.
Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams?
How many are we talking?
I don't know. But more. More regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, it's what we had last year, right?
That's true. I'm kind of dumb.
Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We had it, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card. 2 slots? And then 8 in the
Yeah,
wild card.
2 slots for wild
So
card,
total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want smart stuff?
non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
non-PH
Oh,
versus
non-PH.
finals.
We got that in M5 though. What specific region do you want in the finals?
North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Let's take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 It was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We've got to talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we got to talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do you want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will
visual
be.
storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story, because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming M6. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs, and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our lifetime?
I think if we're going to cover story, what about something documentary style? You know, like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think it should still, I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting, very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future
That's
forwards.
kinda cool.
Yeah, and then
The
I want-
BMI, because he can go back and
Yeah,
that would
I want
actually be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter to
What?
sing?
You know what? Every year we seem to always the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm gonna be like, that's a dope song. So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna use a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single elims, we've done that before.
MSCs,
We've done double elims, you know.
We've done group stages
We've
with
done-
no...
We
no
also
eliminations.
done no eliminations at the group
Exactly.
stage.
We've done no eliminations.
Good times. Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like cheese?
What's Swiss format?
What is that? What is that?
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is.
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 meets 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Because is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot draw
We know.
anymore.
So
now it's Gideon's turn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Is we're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
We've had enough.
we've had enough.
Good idea.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have
You
to
will do it.
suffer the wrath
Is it alright
Nobody
if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are going to face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on the talents? They should be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mar, what do you think about that?
Players?
I think the players, that's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players because, well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
we've had enough.
They changed their minds right now.
Just with you giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say because he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you're gonna also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because you know what? We can't predict any team. Even in the group stage, you know who you facing on.
Yeah.
You have 3 teams as an enemy. But in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for
How do they think
for Swiss
format's
format,
gonna
yeah.
play out?
No, okay, we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format. Okay. We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like Gideon, Steffizi, like, what do you guys think is going to be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better you, the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're going to play way more games in this format. Am I correct? Right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one. You're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like,
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be even competition. So you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, at least with the format that we had before this, you kind of know who's your next opponent. You can pre-prepare for it and honestly have a working strategy. But I think with the Swiss format, it's just every single draw, you're like, I just hope I do well.
But at the same time, like you said, it really shows us who's the best team actually, who actually deserves the upper bracket. Because if we only
Welcome one and all right here to MPLSG Season 8 playoffs. Earlier on in Match 1 in and itself, we have seen defending champions NIP Flash going up against Vanguard Esports, securing a clean 2-0 sweep. Now coming into Match 2, we will see the likes of two teams, namely Evil going up against Rift Esports. Now which one of these teams will be securing the victory to head on to face NIP Flash in the upper bracket semi-finals? Let's stick around and find out more, starting off with the wonderful faces of Evil. Stands before you here at playoffs with possibly their strongest lineup yet, with hopes to cinch that victory here at MPL SG Season 8. Now, will this be possible? Because they have Rift Esports in their way. Speaking of which, let's take a look at Rift Esports lineup. Despite roster changes right here for the regular season, right now, these are the faces that we will be seeing here at playoffs. Now, this team is not someone to be trifled with lightly, because after all, they have secured games from NIP Flash as well. So these two teams, what is guaranteed, we'll be seeing over at the Land of Dawn is epic clashes as well as high-octane game fights that we'll be expecting at the Land of Dawn. Now, friendly fist bumps have been made and players are headed off to their battle stations ready to log on to the Land of Dawn. So with that being said, let's hand our time over to the casters to slice and dissect this match. Take it away, boys.
Well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are at Series 2 of today, but before anything, I'm your caster, Moman, and joined with me on the table, is Jay's on my right.
On the table. I don't need to be on the table. Right?
Jay's on my right, and I'm on my left. Welcome. Let's get on the table, maybe?
Oh, no. I don't think the camera can capture all of us. On the table.
So behind us right now is the most even power matching for today, right? Evil versus Rift Esports. We were discussing how they might fare versus each other. Who do you favor?
I don't know. Like, I think I voted for Evil, but then just now as I walk up, I was like, I don't know. My heart feels Rift.
Yeah. So far, I have the same sentiment coming from Jace as well. Just because maybe during the transfer window, Canonio has been stepping up more ever since he just joined the side there. This team.
But I mean, Boyette, he has been destroying as well, right?
I know.
And it's shifting meta within the regular season. We moved from tank meta to assassin meta. Now it's going to be Suyo and Khalid being one of those top-heavy picks as well. We saw the decline of Hylos as well. Do you still see Hylos as a threat right now?
I feel like there's better EXP laners right now, but before we go there, I think we do have a little bit of roster to talk about, right?
Yeah, of course. We are going into the roster itself. We have Team Evil. What do you have for us, Deadeye?
Alright, Ken here on the EXP, Boyette on the jungle. It's gonna be Sayla here in the mid, Powerful on the roam, and Marky on the gold lane. Again, ever since the regular season started, this team has been giving us the vibe that they are one of the teams that can contest Team NIP Flash, and they have been very consistent here, but on their last few games they have been falling down there in their performance. But then again, still very solid team. Gonna look out for Marky, gonna look out for Boyette as well, stepping up in this series.
Yeah, and each known for their signature heroes as well. Ken has stepped up on the Phobius, Boyette on the Hayabusa, proving to be a menace. Marky, when you talk about Marky, you have to ban out the Harif, right? His Harif power stats have been looking extremely strong, but we will see it on the stat screen. But of course, on the other side, we will have Team Rift. And Rift Esports, I mean, previously they were one of the strongest contenders as well, known as Team Asterisk. Now, on the other side, we have Chu and Bear.
Yeah, I think Rift Esports, in terms of their transformation, is a little bit interesting, right? Like, initially it feels more Exco. Remember, you got Slowly, you've got Yuta on the team. But after the transfer window, here comes Bear coming back in as well. Apart from that, Chu comes back. And then Melon, you know, was from Team Evo in Season 4. And then after that, Canonio fit in like a perfect fit, replacing Slowly in Rift Esports. So right now, to be honest, Rift Esports kind of feel like more like Asterisk without FMM and Kiwi.
Yeah, without FMM and Kiwi. I mean, FMM and Kiwi are now our team lead.
Yes.
Who we'll be seeing later on in the day as well. I mean, potentially they can be matched up against each other. So
Yo, that would be a match to watch if you were an Asterisk or, well, Rift fan.
yeah, well, meanwhile, like, I want to find out who you guys are fans of. You said you voted for Team Evo, right?
Yep.
You Evo as well?
Yes, my Team Evo.
Okay. Okay, but we talked a little bit about the stats. So the stats will be on the board, and of course they're known for the signature heroes. As we said, Boyet on Hayabusa really proving to be a menace. Ken, you don't want to give him the Phobius. Marky on the Harith, extremely disgusting stats.
Yeah, speaking of stats as well, we have to look out the comfort heroes here. You mentioned a while ago, Marky on the Harith has been performing very well. I think it has
100% win rate.
Yes, that's the thing. 100% win rate on this Harith, and we have done him. Market is the solution. Maybe the market is the solution here coming in from Team Evil, but this is going to be the consideration here if you are on the side of Rift to ban this comfort hero against Marky and force him to do any marksman role here. And Boyet as well, being stepping up on the jungle role. These two players is being stepping up on their roles. Let's see if against Rift Esports they have to the same and constant aggressiveness here in this game.
Yeah, Powerful has really found his role as the roam as well. He's been very invasive in getting this information in terms of vision as well, and initiating team fights as the roamer. But on the other side, we will have Rift Esports take it away.
Yep, of course, from the side of Rift, we'll have to talk about Bear being the trap of every single team out there. You don't want to be trapped in with the Bear. You don't want to basically face him up front, right? And don't forget, Chu very crazy in his positioning and his Rogers, and now he's finding a lot of successes on this carry, right? And Melon on the Aurora, it feels like, you know, looking at Rift, the playstyle, they can be both defensive and also aggressive at the same time. But of course, all eyes on Canonio, the guy that entered in through the transfer window. If I'm not mistaken, my man, Deadeye, you mentioned that Pancake found him in a ranked game?
Exactly, and that was really surprising. Surprising for the side here of Canonio as well. Without the really pro scene experience here, and now stepping up here in MPL,
he's been fitting in really well.
Yeah.
So this is like a Cinderella story, right? It's like a ranked game to now MPLSG playoffs, regular season first, then coming out of nowhere into transfer window. Wow.
Yeah, and barely have you only had 3 games together with the whole team, and it fit perfectly. And that's actually not only just skill, but it's also the amount of teamwork that Rift was able to put in.
Yeah. Rift Esports, they've been finding their synergy really well. But let's just look at the stats compared side to side right now. And if you take a look at the crowd control time, they are neck and neck, right? The way that they like to play, the way that they rely on Pancake and Powerful to be the main initiator, that's going to be very key for both Team Evo and Rift.
Yeah, but actually not only just that, everything is almost head-to-head. The only thing that you can see a little bit better, it's definitely the KDA. Evo is a lot more crazy in terms of these kills. Remember, we talk about the magic of team fight. They still have it, but even though we now know that, hey, we know why they're able to just win all the team fights, but sometimes Evo will always find a way to surprise all of us.
Yeah, they have been surprising all of us. And in terms of banning and drafting, right? Banning and picking, they've been giving Evo the Harith every single time until later on in the stages of regular season where the Harith was being banned out and some of the weaknesses of Marky were exposed together with Boyet as well. Yeah, it feels like Evo manages to get the dream lineup every single time.
I can say as well that because they have these similarities when it comes to picks, when it comes to bans as well, and now we have seen the comparison between these two teams. I think the jungle is the main comparison here.
Yeah.
I think Boyet and as well as Canonio right now playing the same role, playing the same stride, and the picks as well.
Yeah, that's going to be something to look out for. Another thing I'm also looking out for is the contest between Marquis and also Chu, right? Chu came from very humble beginnings, be it like from Stellark, which is now disbanded, and now he's found a lot of successes in Asterisk under the tutelage of FMM, and now he's holding really strong in the side of Rift.
Yeah, and if you're wondering, who is Marky? Where did he come from, right? If you're wondering, who's this guy in MPLSG? And
You must be living under a rock if you don't know Marky.
Exactly. He's famous in the Philippines, and that's for sure. He has been in the Onyx Philippines here team during Season 7, and Season 8, and Season 9 MPLPH. And now here, look at this one. This history alone proves that this guy is an experienced player.
Yeah, he is experienced indeed.
Yep.
And he brings that experience to Team Evil as well, right?
He was dubbed as the solution in MPLID, and now he's bringing that solution over to the side of Evil. But we also are worried about, especially the last few regular season, when we realized that he's just way too good on the Harif. They started banning him out. In fact, the other marksmen that he played that's not Harif is the Moskov, the Hanabi, Nathan, and Kerry. In fact, he played like, what, 1 or 2 games from each heroes, and he doesn't really find a lot of success. So it's something that we also have to take a look out for when we go into the pick and draft phase.
Yeah, it's really been hampering when he does not have the Harif. It's a very big difference that we see. And that's why exactly I voted for Rift Esports 2-0. And no, I did not vote for Rift Esports.
Someone voted for him.
Someone voted for me, but you guys voted for Evil, right? You guys voted for
sure.
Evil. And we'll see that on the screen shortly, right below. 2-1 for Jays, 2-0 Rift Esports for me, maybe?
I think now, as this season, especially after the transfer window, I think Jay's prediction here is the most sensible one, because I think Rip has the key, especially Canonio again, just been stepping up. But Team Evil for sure will take this series for me, because they have been performing very well. Once Marky stepping up, I'm pretty sure this is going to be the Harith ban, Prio ban here if you are on the side of Rift.
Yeah, but there's so many things to ban, right? You have to ban out the Phobius with Can as well. You have to ban out the Hayabusa as well.
What about a Suyu as well? Do you have to ban that out? There's so many things that you have to take a look out for.
And you can't do it all, but that's what we think. But the audience thinks that Evil is going to take this home 76% of the time.
Well, I mean, it's sensible, right? Evil has a very strong showing. They've got experience with Marky being the solution as well. Powerful, even though, yes, he was a tank jungle. I think he fit the roam role pretty well. But also another thing, you have to talk about the reason why Rift is getting a little bit of a slower kind of percentage split is that their regular season performance has been unstable, right? That's the only thing that's why I'm pressing F on doubt. But, you know, RL19 as the coach for the side of Rift, I think he might have realized that, hey, we gotta have to take out the Harith.
Yeah, they should have realized it, and they also have this very momentum-based play style, right? Where if Canonio he does pop off, then there's no doubt that he will take the game. But it's about playing from behind as well. What do you do? Do you have a contingency plan if you do fall behind? And it seems like they lack that.
Yeah, and there's also another thing, right? Don't forget, we've been playing regular season in a smaller studio, but now you're on a stage. The situation, the ecosystem is slightly different. Will Canonio crack under this pressure, or will Evil triumph and become the tyrants of MPL Singapore Season 8?
Yeah. That's a great highlight actually, Jace. Because Canonio's, again, history here, compared to Marky, right? Marky is really known as an MPL player, while Canonio, on the other hand, was just taken from an RG game, now here sitting in MPL SG Season 8. So the venue is different as well. The aura that it can have you in playing this high tier level game.
And if you are curious to where these playoffs are being held, we are at Scape Ground Theater. So if you have nothing else to do, or if you want to watch the games live, you can come down to Scape and just head on to the registration counter. There are seats available for today, but Saturday, Sunday, you might want to get your tickets ahead of time. And of course, Carrot will be the coach for Team Evil, RL19 stepping in mid-season as the coach for Rift Esports. Now, for the batting stages, right? Having the Gato Kacha out of the game, we saw how powerful brought that in. That Gato Kacha on the roam, together with the ability that Boyet has to go in as well. They are forming this extremely invasive strategy that Powerful brings to the table early game.
Yeah, speaking of invasion, we know how successful it is for the teams to control the match in the early stages. And speaking of control, I think the Harriet still is pretty much open here. I'm not sure they will give it away to the side of Team Evil. It has 100% win rate so far.
No, RL19 is in a bit of predicament now.
Okay.
Because of how the bans are going, I think if you replace Gato Kacha with something else, I think Rift could have just, you could have just go ahead and ban away the Harriet and the Phobias together, because I think these are your two main people. Now, unless RL19 has something up against a Harriet. Harriet, technically speaking, yes, he's strong, but there are ways to counter and play around this Harriet. But now, take a look. The trend has shifted. Your first picks are now mostly Khaleeds.
Yeah, but that leaves Suyo, right? That leaves Suyo available.
The Harith?
And Harith available for Rift Esports. And we know that Chu can pilot the Harith as well. Almost as well as Marky, if not better.
And we've seen also that the Lunox can be picked to counter a Harith as well. So maybe they're considering this kind of counters in the draft as well. So far, there you go. The Harith has been picked, and Cho as well has been the first priority picks here for the side of Rift. And we have seen also Pancake being an aggressive roamer, which synergizes well for Canonial's playstyle as well. So this only means here that our Rift Esports are going to be very, very aggressive, controlling the game here with the Cho, high mobility, and Fanny has been picked as well.
Yeah, that Fanny pick really catching Evil off guard, I feel. Like, Zuzin was a very, very good counter towards the Cho, having that Lantern available. Yeah, you do have the control immunity, but the Lantern, it takes time to activate, and by the time you activate that Shumpo, it might be too late. But now with that Fanny, it brings in another jumping factor for Rift Esports. And Zuzin is in a lot of danger.
Zuzin, they love to have a control here. You have the Raging Sandstorm, we have seen how effective it is, plus of course the Lantern for that control. But for now, I can see Team Evil, they must enable more for this Hayabusa pick. I think Zuzin is not enough. They need another damage dealer. Maybe Khalid can go for aggressive rotations once again. We've seen how the emblems, right emblems with that wilderness and agility as well, can be very effective to rotate early in this game and provide the space and the additional damage that Hayabusa needs.
Yeah, and for Rift Esports, do they take out the goal laner or do they take out the Tigreal that Powerful might bring to the table, right? Because now the implosion is a very scary factor for the Fanny to deal with, especially in the mid stages.
And not only just that, the Tigger works perfectly in what Evil wants to do, right? And Flicker Implosion in, Raging Sandstorm follow up, Juicing can just land down all the Lantern and just pick people up, start throwing everybody around. So this is a very scary one, but hold on a second, Rift. Ooh, bending away the Lunox, okay?
Yep.
Just to want to make sure that Chu has a good time.
Yeah, I mean, Chu, even though he does play a mean Harith, it was in the previous season. So this season, he has not pulled it out, so they might not be too confident in Chu pulling off that 1v1 versus Marky, taking out both Marky's options of the Moskov and the Lunox. Meanwhile, Evil going for that mid laners, securing that 2-cent for themselves already. They want to limit away Melon's options. But if you think about it, right, Aurora still on the board, Vexana still on the board as well.
Now, that's concern for the side of Marky this time around, because we have mentioned, of course, except for that Harith has been somehow struggling with other heroes here. Now, without the Lunox, without the Moskov, what is going to be the possible lineup here for the side of Team Evil? Maybe they go for the Cloud here to gain an additional AoE damage. I'm not sure if this is going to be the prior pick for the side of Team Evil, but on the other side, wow. They're going for Valentina here. They want to grab Raging Sandstorm as well to go for the counter.
And this is like a 4D chess move by RL19, right? Going for that Valentina early gives Evil that Tigreal, right? Gives Evil that Tigreal so you can potentially steal away the Implosion. So they are like moving Evil to where they want. They want them to pick the Tigreal. Yes, we're going to pick the Valentina.
This is great, man. They anticipated this draft already against Team Evil here. So with this lineup, we can literally say that Team Evil wants to have great control team fights here. But remember, Rift right now with their current draft, there's so many mobilities as well here in this game. But Nathan has been picked here for the side of Team Evil. They have the later stage advantage here compared to the side of Rift here, but it's going to be Chu here. If he'll be able to stop the progressive and even control the lane here in the gold, I think this is going to be difficult here for Marky.
Yeah, that trio mid is going to have to do a lot in the early game to buy the space for the goal lane.
Yeah, definitely, right? You need to buy the space in order to make sure that Nathan scale all the way to back to the start. And I love this Grog idea. Oh my goodness, this draft is amazing coming on Karen in RO 19. But let's break down Evil's draft first, right? Everybody going to be sticking to one single place, and that's where the Nathan shines. As long as you are able to line everybody up on the side of Rift, Evil will just shred with the Nathan's damage. Whereas Rift, knowing that they have to find a way to combo break the Tigreal, goes in for the Grog, goes into, you know, the big form, and it just wild charges everybody because you know that Team Evil's strength relies on this teamwork. In order to be able to work together, they need to stick together, and when you stick together, boom, wild charge.
Yeah, it's going to be a very big double-edged sword pick by Rift, though. That barrier that may potentially hamper its own Fanny as well. So has to have that perfect barrier placement. And meanwhile, you put Cho on the EXP lane. I believe this is the first time that Bear is going to be playing Cho.
Smash them. This is indeed the playoffs that we are expecting, right? The teams in themselves have a secret draft, and this is now the first time we're going to see Bear on the show. And it means as well, maybe the rotations will be similar for the Khalid after clearing the wave, going for the rotations as well.
And now we have it, ladies and gentlemen, Series 2 of Day 1 of the playoffs. Rift versus Evil, both fighting to head on in the upper brackets.
I'm looking at Rift's lineup. This is more of a pick composition as compared to a clash because Bear and Pancake, they're not really strong in terms of like, you know, being a frontline, right? They're mostly like what? They're not really tanky, right? You see these two names, not really tanky. Whereas Evil, Khalid can tank, can regen. Powerful, you know, he's a Tigreal, is also quite tanky as well. So Rift, right now, they need to make plays around the mid parts of the game or even like level 4. If you allow Evil to scale, Sayla is going to do a lot of damage. Going to start picking up people. Marky is just going to shred everybody.
Yeah, it's really curious to see, right? The emblems of Bear versus Ken on this EXP lane, they both have that concussive blast, so they both have that lane priority. So we won't face that problem where one lane priority is stronger than the other because they picked the concussive blast. Now they both are neck and neck. Canonio, now level 4, trying to find a pickoff, not able to do so.
Up, that's Poyet, right in the middle. And you can see how Rift is applying a lot of pressure up top, right? Sending the Fanny to kind of deal with it. Whereas Ken, I think this is a little bit interesting, right? The Khalid versus a Cho kind of matchup. Khalid should have a little bit more priority in terms of wave clearing faster. But in order for the Cho to wave clear, he needs to face the damage coming out from Ken.
I think it become a stalemate here on the EXP, and I really expecting this to be an early rotation for the Khalid. So far, the Cho has been doing really well.
Pancake taking a lot of damage right here. Here comes the Shadow Kill at the same time. First blood, given over side powerful though. A little bit of misplay in terms of the priorities, but hey, a kill's a kill.
Yeah, having that control immunity from Pancake became his own hubris, right? He thought he was control immune, but Sayla, after it ran out, just pulled him in.
Yep. Powerful, okay.
Oh, Bear.
Getting knocked up just a little bit. There was Bear. Shadow Kill will be activated once again. It's actually, that's a Melon one. The wall will be built. Pancake doesn't have the wall charge. Members from the side of Evil working on Bear. That's a knockup. Ruby Cake landing on the Sailor. The Raging Sandstorm kind of coming in to try to slow it down. But boy, it steals away the turtle. And now Evil will try to fight back. At the same time, Bear down low. Melon getting caught in a bad positioning as well. Sailor will be able to pick it up. And now Melon gets on the way. Bear at the same time. Rip getting away by the teeth of their skin.
Yeah, and Rift Esports not losing multiple members there, despite the fact that Evil, they did have that positioning advantage.
Correction, skin of the teeth.
You are correct.
I'm really bad with idioms.
But you know, the neutral objective team fight, that was initiated first by Rift. But look how Team Evil recognizes the situation there, holding their ground, and powerful sacrifice there translates to that objective takedown. That was a beautiful, and as you have mentioned, of course, Mo, no casualties there for Team Evil. They translate very well on that team fight.
And here comes Powerful. That's a pushback. Melon will be the receiving end of that one. Marky joining the fight right there for some weird reason. Will be able to pick up that kill though. Canonio trying to punish back, but Evil got away with one kill.
And once again, powerful with his signature initiation, right? You generally see a Tigreal going in first with that implosion onto one member. You think it's a wasted utility. It's not so for Evil because it's their MO. Initiate on them before they initiate.
That's a kickback landing onto Sailor. Raging Sandstorm activated at the same time. Bear getting trapped right there. Will be able to slip on the way. Canino trying to output the damage though, but Spoya is coming in at the same time. Bear once again single right dot. And now Rift may find themselves in a little bit of trouble. Evil overtaking their jungle.
Yeah, Evil, they don't get the kill. Does not matter, right? Their objective is deny away that purple buff with Canonio so that Fanny does not have the purple buff. And we know how important it is, especially in this early stages of the game where the turtle's going to spawn in 5 seconds. He does not have that purple buff available. So what does he do now?
And I've seen also the rotations coming in from Team Evil. It was Marky joining the team fights early here. I think they know that it's going to be difficult there for Marky, but hold the thought.
Marky right now getting jumped upon by Canonio. Unable to finish a kill though,
no
doesn't
way.
have the mana to chase out. Oh my goodness, a lot of bad timings coming up on the side of Rift. Not only does that, Evil takes away the turtle. Pancake will be sacrificed, and also Melon as well, and the turtle pit. Rift is slowly losing control.
3 members instantly taken out, going for a turtle skirmish without their jungler. I mean, they were trying to disrupt Evil as much as possible while they were dealing the damage on the turtle, wanting to find a pick or two with having that Way of the Dragon available, but Bear was not able to pop it off.
That is unfortunate here. That was the trade that Rift wanted to have. I mean, at least take down Marky. Unfortunately, they did not able to do that one, and was still Team Evil securing this next neutral objective here. But now, Evil controlling the game. They have now the network gold advantage as well, pushing here in the mid in the series. But Powerful has the flicker available here, but yeah, as well as the ulti. This is the perfect timing here to go for an evasion once again.
Oh man, Evil. Okay, that's a kick as well. Kin will be joining Powerful, landing out so much CCs into that small pit, onto Rift, and the members of Rift, Melon already going down, Evil pushing Rift away. Once again, the damage from Evil, holy moly.
Yeah, the initiation onto Ken, who could not die. And that's just all she wrote right there. Once she couldn't die, Powerful just goes in with that implosion, and that was just icing on the cake.
Oh, look at this replay, guys. You have seen, of course, Bear doing his best here. Raging Sandstorm for the counter. The wall charge. Pancake did everything there to go for the counter, but instead, there's a layer insurance here with the Raging Sandstorm coming in from Ken there. It was very impressive. Another invasion successful for Team Evil.
And not only just that, that was exactly what we set up at the draft, right? Like, how Evil is just stacking those CCs upon one another makes it so hard for Rift to wiggle out.
Yeah, how do you counteract this powerful implosion, right? We talked about the Grok being that wild charge into a few, but Pancake was taking the brunt of the damage. He was unable to be that counter initiation mechanic that they needed.
This is really difficult. As you can see in the map here, that this time we're going to see that Rift already taking the tower on the bot lane. And map control will be the next priority here for the side for the side of Rift. However, right now, the map control, Team Evil is controlling, making the map here smaller and smaller for the side of Rift. They cannot move anywhere here with Sayla and the rest here of Team Evil trying to go for an aggressive push.
Yeah, and we have that mid lane turret being threatened right now. Rift Esports, they want to defend.
Explosion landing onto Bear. Bear getting pushed back. Should pull back to safety, but Pancake will be getting dragged back. Man, coming for the flank with the Raging Sandstorm. Slice and dice. Bearing Pancake goes down. And now going to be Melon taking them to damage. Shu once again running on mana. Cannot do any damage at all against Evil. Evil taking over the map.
Ken, with that backline maneuver, still tanking the brunt of that damage. Rift Esports, they cannot find the burst damage to clear away, but
kill onto 2. Once again, Melon using the Raging Sandstorm to get on the way. The damage from Evil exponentially hard for Rift to deal with. Canonio has to try to do something. Yes, Tex takes down Sayla, but that's just damage control.
Yeah, it seems like you can't give any member of Evil their signature heroes because Boyette has been just dismembering members time and time again on Rift Esports. With that shadow kill, just dealing so much damage, man.
And no, this guy. We mentioned, of course, during the draft that this is not one of his comfort. Of course, the Chu already taking this Harith away from the side of Team Evil. And I'm expecting, of course, that he will pop off. Well, don't get me wrong, Chu has been given the free space here. It was Marky rotating in the early stages of the game during the team fights. And look at his KDA right now. He has 4 kills because of the early assist during the team fights.
Yeah, Rift Esports, they will have to play a slow macro game. Try and rely on Fanny not getting caught doing those split pushes together with Chu. Just try and stay away from the team fight that is Team Evil right now.
Boyet on the BOD already, Canonio struggling at level 11. We talk about how Rift needs to win in the mid-game house fight, but Evil is the one that got to the late game damage first. And that's not going to go for the side of Rift. Evil just taking over the map. Really like what you said, Ed, cutting it close, and they earn the Lord for themselves.
I think this is what you want if you're on the side of Rift right now. At least the lane pressure on the sides is there. They have to translate it one. No force, and don't force any contester when it comes to neutral objectives right now because they're way behind. But now they're forced to defend on the bottom side though.
They have to put the drop.
They're looking for a pickup right there, but I don't think picking up powerful is a good idea. Implosion would not be able to commit for now, but Sailor using the ultimate, yes, that's a good pickup coming up from Rift.
Yeah.
But I think Evil, they have a lot of room to work around with. Just take a look. They also have a Lord that's marching down against Rift.
Yeah, Rift Esports, this is your timing right now, right? They don't have the Whale Dragon available, but Canonio, he is in prime position to engage! What?
Shut down. That's exactly what Rift is looking out for, but there have a Lord being sent down in the mid. Rift needs to try to hold on and protect members of Evil. They're not going to come into that push. They're just going to rampage around the side lanes, the countryside of Rift.
Wow. With that solo kill, Rift right now bought some time. They have to defend, and they did incredibly there. That was impressive solo kill coming in from Canonio.
And this is showing the holes in Evil's lineup right now. Tigreal being the only factor to control a Fanny. Once Fanny gets out of proportion, there's nothing to stop Fanny from coming through.
Yeah, Rift is basically trying to pick off Evil one after another. Yes, Canonio! Oh! Deleted by Marky! The implosion pushing the bear, and now the Raging Sandstorm from Ken goes all the way to the back line. Melon will be using the entropy to get on the way. 2 members on the side of Rift deleted.
Are you kidding me? Less than a second, Canonio's out?
I blinked and he died.
Oh my goodness, is that going to push through?
And holding on your breath right there. Once again, Evil will be able to push down the mid lane. The wall will be built by Pancake, just a little bit slowing them down slightly. Evil cracks down bottom lane already.
Yeah, Rift Esports looking to hold on. Canonio is back up. So is
Oh
Bear
my
with the team
goodness,
fight.
Pancake. That flicker would get you back to safety. Canonio trying to spin for the win, but 2 balls from the side of Marky will be able to put Rift down a little bit low. Melon with that motion. They're trying to make something work, but Evil will be there to respond. 2 goes in. Will get shuttle killed right down to the ground. Marky become a godlike. The members of Rift falling apart as Evil will be triumphed once again in game number 1.
What a victory for Team Evil. When it looks like all the team members are down, when it looks like Canonio is all but set. Marky being that key factor in that backline just dissipated Canonio like he could not
It's
even
just
play.
You know what it looks like? Dropping water in the middle of a Sahara desert. It just disappears. Fizzles out of control.
You know, like Marky just look at the chart and it's like, yeah, control? What control? No, damage. Damage, man.
I was shocked, man. You cannot imagine my reaction on that sequence. Less than a second? And oh my goodness, that was an insane play. And
Evil,
with his early rotations we have seen coming in from Marky, it did wonders for the side of Team Evil.
It allows Marky to scale even faster towards the later parts of the game. And then, you know, it was supposed to be Rift controlling the middle portion of the game, but they lost so much control in the get-go because of Marky deciding to just rotate earlier than usual.
The farmer's already too far gone. when Marky can do that to a Fanny, when you are almost full HP and you just disappear, oh my god, that's just too much damage.
That's a sign of just overpowering marksman right there. You're seeing coming in from the side of Marky. And man, they did not translate with Chu. Living the lane for Chu there. I expect maybe a tower takedown, but it did not happen there.
He did take down the turret. He did take down the turret.
But that was way back.
Yeah.
We haven't seen in the early stages that the tower takedowns was nothing there for the side of Rift.
I just feel like, the members from the side of Rift, so they know what they want to do. They try to pick people up, but then sometimes when they pick the wrong person, you kick powerful back. That's a little bit questionable, no?
Yeah, and now we will see the MVP coming out from... it will be the Khalid. Yeah,
So,
again,
ladies and gents, if you want to be an MVP in MPL Singapore
Just pick
Season 8, just pick Khalid. I feel like we're being biased, right?
So far, guys, 3 games, 3 Khalids, 3 wins, 100% win rate, 100% picks.
I mean, I could... LY4 could not have said it better, right?
Yeah.
He said whoever learns how to make Khalid work in this meta will win the game. And it feels like it's 100% ban on pick rate for him right now.
Yeah, remember Ken back in Vanguard, we kind of dubbed him like, yeah, he plays somewhat like Diablo, right? And now look at Ken growing up right here in Evo. Remember last season when you had that thing that you did to him?
Now I'm saying, Ken, all you have to do is dye your hair blue and just put on some earrings, then you can be Ken Diablo.
Ken Blow. Diaken.
Diaken. I mean, what a performance.
But jokes aside, remember like how he turned into a different beast. Being on the Phobius, and now he's showing who's boss with those raging sandstorms. My man was catching people on the flank. He was just out dishing out the damage and also the CCs towards Rift.
Yeah, and the farm disparity is very apparent between the goal laners, right? 4,000 difference. And that just translates so well. 11,000 gold for Marky. He just bursted down Canonio. No defensive items on Canonio at all. Like not having that rose gold meteor prepared for Marky. That's usually the first item that you see on the Fanny.
Yeah, exactly. But, they want to be aggressive. We've seen during the draft here, the Cho has been picked, the Grok has been picked, you have also the Harith. It only shows that they want lane dominance here in this game. But unfortunately, of course, with this itemizations coming in for Canonio, we haven't seen yet the domination that they are expecting against Team Evil. We have seen also how Team Evil played it very safe. Because, again, Marky here on this Nathan, this is a late game hero. But their decision of having this early rotations with Marky joining the team fights there, especially during the mid lane, now gives him the opportunity to build up his items. Now this is the question I'm wondering here, why Cho did not also take advantage on that lane with taking the turrets as early as possible.
Yeah, I mean, he was prioritizing the team fight, right? Very early, we see him going into the team fights as well. He does go for that Whale of Dragon because he's the only initiator available for the side of Team Rift Esports. You think about it, Grok is not going to be the first one in. Fanny's not going to be the first one in as well. So there, he has that responsibility of initiation. And the Whale of Dragon being only a single pick off to. Evil not giving any crumbs away. Powerful is always in front. Ken is always in front. And if you kick them both in, you're facing an implosion or a raging sandstorm.
Yeah, like I love how Evo is playing this, right? You see certain teams when they drop, there's just one way of engage. From Rift, you can technically say, yes, I gotta have to start to engage with a kick, right? Because what I mentioned is Rift feels like they're playing more of a pick-off strategy, right? Whereas Evo is like, yeah, if I land an implosion or land the raging sandstorm, expect everything else that will come out. The Shadow Kill, of course, the Juicing ultimate, and also Marky's damage. And don't forget, this whole sequence that Evo has prepared against Rift makes you put down the phone for at least 3 seconds. You couldn't play the game at all for 3 seconds.
It's very hard, right? It's very hard to find that sweet spot between whether you want one form of engage, whether you want multiple forms of engage, and then you end up being too greedy in your banning and drafting phases as well. So it's extremely hard, but Evil are doing it, right? Evil are doing it extremely well. Sayla is always in that back line, and I really like the way Sayla is playing right now. It's like a completely evolved mid laner. He's come so far, man.
Yeah, he did. Debut in Season 2 with the Kaguras and the Farsas and whatnot, and now he's playing like the likes of Juicing. We're seeing a lot of Juicings in day number 1 for playoffs today, right? And not only just that, almost 100% pick rate for the Khalid as well. And of course, we talk about how we're expecting True to be able to win the gold lane matchup against Nathan because Nathan has to play safe in the early game. But I think all eyes, of course, on Canonio, right? Like, as we want to go for a Fanny in the early game, you do have a little bit of priority to start. You need to start assassinating. But if you notice a lot of early game, it's always so close for the side of Rift. And whenever we talk about how Chu always ran out of mana in the end of the day, which means that he's poking a lot, so saving out the mana for the critical team fight, critical timings coming out from the side of Red.
And I really like how Team Evil use all of their abilities to make sure Canonio does not get that purple buff. And it's the same kind of play that we saw NIP Flash did. But NIP Flash did it on a much higher degree. First 30 seconds, you don't expect the Kali to come at you. And Rift Esports, I mean, they put the contingencies there. Bear had the concussive blast to force the lane priority to keep Ken there so that he cannot over-rotate like Diablo. But still, Evil, they don't send Diablo. I mean, they don't send Ken. They send Boyette, they send Sayla, they send Powerful instead. We send another unit.
They sent Marky as well. So that's the thing. And that was a great move coming in from Rift, especially in the early game here. Just taking control of Ken on the lead, stopping his early rotations, but they did not expect how adaptable Team Evil is, especially for that market rotation. As you can see here, target damage as well has been the key here for the Team Evil side, because they have been the one controlling the map here. And again, Sho on this Harriet, this is an impressive hero when it comes to lane domination. And I thought Rift will prioritize punishing Marky, but it's the other way around. Marky instead punishing them with this early aggressiveness here.
And the best part is, just take a look at Evil's roster, right? You replace Marky with a in the native with the Harith, it works the same thing. It's an AoE damage. Everybody gets stuck together in the implosion, and it makes it so much easy for the side of Evil just execute, right? So this is really good. It feels like they rehearsed this roster over and over again.
Yeah, they definitely know that people are gonna either picking away the Harith, banning away the Harith given Marky's prowess. So now they found other methods, and this might not be the only one that they might have devised. So I'm really looking forward to see what they have planned.
Then just look at the goal per minute coming up from Marky, man.
I know.
Inhuman, man.
On a Naden. Of course, yeah, late game, sure. But I mean, the way he made this work, especially in the early stages, it's per minute. So we will consider the early gains as well. So this is insane coming in from the side of Marky.
By the way, the average goal per minute for marksman is usually what, 800? 800, we're calling you good.
Yeah, 800 is good.
But you've gone beyond 800. You're already scratching the surface of 1,000, and that is beyond sick.
That's not human. And the way that he just bursted down the Fanny, it just shows how much farm he had, how ahead he was in the game stage as well. But if you were Rift right now, right? If you were Rift Esports, you have faced against his native. Do you ban it out? It's still not gonna work.
I really don't think we should tunnel vision onto Marky anymore.
Yeah.
I feel like Team Evil, that was just the magic of team fights happening, right? And don't forget, apart from that, they're in playoffs mode right now, right? Remember Team Evil back then? They turned into a different beast when it comes to playoffs. And now he's like just overpowering. It's not just one person, it's the power of Team Evil, the friendship, the teamwork, and making this roster work.
Yeah, they are. Friendship is magic right here as Team Evil. They take the first series first game as we look at the highlights right now. I mean, in this fight, but yet you get the turtle, and still they have that net advantage going for them. Powerful always finds the pick onto Melon. Melon, despite having that mobility, not having that purify, proved to be his undoing, right? Melon, I feel that, I mean, as a Valentina, you would go for purify.
Yeah, indeed. But, you know, they are very confident that they can control the game with Canonio on the Fanny, with Bear here on the Choke. This is just have a mayhem here. We have seen how Pancake trying to reverse the game with a wall charge, but again, the second layering of the counter for the side of Team Evil instead, with that Ken's Raging Sandstorm, just put the icing on the cake.
Yeah, and this was the timing where Evil, they had that chance, right? They had that chance to kind of give up the game. And Rift Esports, they were looking like they were going to come back, but that burst coming out from Marky, it just goes to show that Rift Esports, you don't have it on farm, you let go of the game too much. And now there's impossible ways for you to come back.
And that was when, what, Marky was level 13, Canonio was level 12. when your enemy when your jungle is lower level than the marks when the gold laner, something is wrong.
Something's horribly wrong. And really, 10k gold advantage straight away at 11 minutes, 12 minutes. That's more than, what, 1k around there? 1k gold per match?
I'm very bad at math.
My brain is not braining,
My
but
brain is braining. My brain has. I can shake my head. I can hear the sounds in my head.
But it all shows, man. Team Evil not only shows that they can perform, they can adapt as well.
Yes.
That only shows Marky. Again, we having the tunnel vision on Marky, but you have to give credit how powerful sets up the play on that Tigreal as well. And it is one of his comfort picks. It has been given to the side of Team Evil.
Yeah, and it feels like powerful is just like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna set up everything for you. Boyet and also Marky, go kill.
That's
Literally.
it. Simple as that.
Yeah.
Rift Esports, I mean, if you're Rift Esports right now, what do you do?
I think right now you just play to comforts, because if you notice how Team Evil has always draft, it's always, you know what they're gonna pick, and then that's how they kind of slot around. But if you notice how Rift is drafting, it feels like they're making things up on the fly. That's what I feel.
I think Rift, this is still the first game. They can still adapt here in the second game. And I do believe with this current momentum that they have during the regular season after the transfer window, they probably gonna have a great game on the second game.
Yeah, and we believe that Rift Esports has what it takes to bring this possibly to a Game 3. So we will have to see what they do in Game 2. But let's see what Abstract has to say about the first game in the Off the Death Set.
Hi guys! Let's take a look a little bit more about this game between these two powerhouses, Rift as well as Evil. For this topic that we're going to be looking out for is going to be team composition. I thought that this is probably going to be the main theme that we should be looking out for, because we have two very vast different forms of drafting. In one side, from the side of Evil, they play according to their evil magic. As such, they are always going to be looking into playing together as a single team, a single unit. As such, every single one of them would want to contribute with one another, with the exception of a jungler, because jungler is of course very independent at this point in time now, so it really just boils down to them to assassinate that one person that they care about, and the rest of the four, you do your own magic kind of thing. So it's very clear what we are trying to see, or what we're trying to achieve out of Evil's lineup. However, on the other side of the story, when it comes down to Rift, we do have a very different kind of story. Whenever we look at a hero like a Cho, we'll always want to identify as to who will be able to fully take advantage of Cho's isolating mechanic. And in this case, it's very likely gonna be Canonial or Chu. But Chu only comes into play later into the game, where you are able to go for a lot of dashes and deals a lot of damage. Canonial playing as a Fanny. Fanny is always kind of like in the spot whereby you are able to do solo kills, you're able to do a lot of damage in an AoE setup because of how you kind of spin around. So Fanny is always an exception as to how they are drafted. So we take away the jungler in this case as well. So Pancake, that someone with setup, and when it comes down to Melon, it really depended on what kind of ultimates he's able to get. In this case, it's mostly it's just going to be setup skills, such as an implosion, or in this case, it's always going to be a raging sandstorm. So as we see from all of these battles, it's always come to the point whereby which meaning Rift, they're unable to find that one person to isolate. Why? It's because of Powerful. Powerful has constantly been making it his mission to always land an implosion onto Bear. I'm not too sure whether that is coincidence or not, but it has always been that case. As we move on to take a look at this battle, Bear has been caught, he doesn't have Flicker, he will not be able to close gaps very effectively, but main thing is, he does have Way of the Dragon. Pancake does have got his Wild Charge, so at this point in time, he actually do have quite a bit of allowance to be able to charge right in. So the main thing that he would want to go for is just wait for this to eventually go in to really deal with the Cho. In this case, unfortunately, we're looking at, in this case, a marksman, which likely would not move, and in the meantime, we do have a Hayabusa, which is playing as, Hayabusa Assassin. You might very likely want to go over to the backline to them instead. So, not a lot of focus is going to be on the Cho, but regardless, he will still go down very effectively and very fast. Pancake eventually will be caught by Sayla. So no wild charge, unable to do a wild charge for a follow-up. While we also do have Ken that is in a perfect position for a Raging Sandstorm right about here once everyone decides to fall back, which is of course their escape strategy, the only route that they have to go back home and to be safe and sound. So this will only put Ken in a perfect positioning to go for a 3-man Raging Sandstorm, and of course from that point on we know all of that is history by then. Rift is unable to play according to their game plan. They are unable to play according to their team composition because they are very widespread. They can do single target, they can isolate, they can do team fights. It really just dependent on what Melon tries to do here. And in this case, Melon still does not have got his eye for an eye onto anyone just yet. So he does have his ultimate though, so in this case, I believe that he's always wanted to go for follow-up skills, so taking away the Raging Sandstorm would always be nice, or in this case, it seems like he's trying to go for more of an escape mechanism with Inkton's ultimate. So we are already losing a follow-up, or we are losing out in damage. There's a lot of things that Rift is unable to do, especially at about 10 minutes into the game where they don't have any damage to work with. So unfortunately, with the death of Bear, they lost their initiator, they can't really follow up, and even if they want Pancake to start to initiate, he unfortunately does not have any wild charge as well, which kind of leaves the Rift Esports in a very difficult spot going up against the evil Magic. As such, we are just going to go back to the desk and take a look at how Rift is going to be playing on game number 2.
That was very well said. But if you were Rift Esports, do you take out the Hayabusa?
No.
I feel that Boyet's Hayabusa is a bit too strong at the moment.
I feel like you can just put anything there, it works. I think it's just about the trio that I was talking about, where the setup, the Sayla, the Tigreal, and also the Khalid setup. I think these three together as one roster is kind of nutty. And you can see how Rift actually wanted to kind of avoid that, right? They brought in combo breakers. For example, like, you know, your Grog that should be immune to CC, the Bear that can actually dash out and kind of purify himself and CC immune just a little bit to try to break out that combo.
Yeah, so you gotta pull out that combo breaker, right?
Yep. And you need a clear sight on how you want to do this.
Yeah, but my eyes are kind of dry right now. I mean, I'm kind of having dead eye.
So Roto plus dead eye is good eye.
Yeah. So, gamers out there, if you've been looking at your screens, you've been having this eye strain going on, similar to us, right? We look at screens all day, we watch games all day, and of course, it's a very nice accessory to have. It's Roto eye drops. Having that cooling eye drops will be able to help with that eye strain you get when you playing your ML games for long periods of time.
Yeah, because not only just, you know, some of us are working, some of us, you guys are in school as well. You know, having that Roto eye drop just helps you with eye tiredness as well. In fact, recently I'm just putting a crazy hours, 3 a.m., 6 a.m., that kind of thing. That's the amount of sleep I have.
Workaholic.
Yes, I've got no choice. And then after that, you know, you still game and work at the same. Okay, I don't game and work at the same time, but you get the hit. The more important thing is like it helps with fatigue eyes, and you know when fatigue eyes you cannot focus. Yep, Roto eye drops helps a lot.
Yeah, and I believe there is 400 diamonds right now if you buy 2 packets of Roto eye drops. But we're going to have a clear sight of the draft.
This is it. I think this time around, I think Khalid will be banned. But if you're on the side of Ref, of course, you have a chance to grab this hero. Let's see on how this one goes. Still a chip, 100% ever since. It's going to be one of the most banned heroes here. And they are not giving away also this lane so far. And Hayabusa maybe, probably. Because we have mentioned, of course, Canonio and Boyet played the same hero pool.
Yeah, do you prioritize the Hayabusa or the Kali?
Depends on the bans here from the side of Team Evil, though. They have the last ban here at the first phase of our draft. Will it be with the comfort pick coming in from Canonio or the Khalid, so far the most successful hero here in our playoffs of MPLSG?
Only one series sample size.
Okay.
Might not be that good of a hero.
Oh,
you
there
know,
you go.
There you go.
Still, you can feel it. How impressive this hero right now.
Yeah,
100% win rate.
Still, that leaves Phoveus open for
Uh-huh.
Ken. For the side of Bear. So he will be picking that up. Meanwhile, Evil going with the previous strategies that work, right?
Yep.
Before Hylos was nerfed by a bit, but now Hylos and Jusin.
I like this Evil response though. Like, yeah, I mean, Rift can take either the Jusin or technically speaking the Phoveus as well. Of course, Rift needs to take the Phoveus because Ken plays a crazy Phoveus. So you go for what? Jusin and Hylos. All of a sudden, these two, they don't really have dashes.
Yeah, but right now, if I were Rift, I would pick up Hayabusa right now.
Yeah, so I agree with you, Mo. I think Canonio here has played this assassin hero. He did pretty well as well. And Evil this time around with his frontliners and great control and sustained team fight as well. The assassin pick will be, let's just say, having a hard time here. But still, again, Hayabusa.
Yeah, I'll pick up the Hayabusa. Vexana, of course, very nice for the lane priority versus the Jusin.
We have a switch.
Oh,
we have a
Evil.
Okay.
Boyet is literally saying that, hey, let me tutor you in game 2. We give you Hayabusa, I'll take the Fanny, and Evil is gonna show this is how you play the Fanny.
Yeah, I'm really gonna be very on the edge of my seat for this Boyet and Canonio lineup here, right? Now, Evo, they will be taking out Kufra for the side of Pancake.
But hold on, that's a fun fact coming out from our producer. Apparently, Aoki's highest achievement is securing second in the grand finals of M3 World Championships. And don't forget, that is a very big achievement, right?
It is.
Being able to play at the grand finals for M3. Speaking about M3, Sailor was at M3 as well, top 4.
Still, you can see the experience here. Again, Team Evil has the most experience when it comes to individual players as a team as a whole as well. And now Rift, they are not giving up here in this series. They know they can bounce back with Marquee. Hero pool right now will be the priority bans here in the second phase.
Yeah, I mean, gold laners being taken out. Evil,
Uh-oh.
They are going for the Cho now.
Interesting, right?
Is this a powerful Cho?
Most likely.
Most likely that would be a powerful Cho, but Rift! Whoa, Chu brings out a 1-1 and
Yes!
a Franco!
Yes!
Pew, 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 pew.
Oh
Haven't seen
my
a 1-1
lord.
in ages!
Yeah.
And this is also the first game for Juan and Franco in like what? 2
We've seen
MPLs?
Franco
Few
in the
years.
regular season though. It's Dr. J. Remember Dr.
Oh,
J?
yeah,
with the
yeah,
Franco?
yeah, but 1-1
the 1-1 though is the first.
1-1 got nerfed to the ground so badly recently, and Chu is the only one that also plays a Beatrix in MPL Singapore Season 8.
Yeah, but 1-1, I mean, given the fact that they have the counter pick, right? The Phoveus is on their team right now. So, I mean, 1-1 Phoveus seems like a great idea.
I don't know. I really don't know. Okay.
Well, the crossbow tanks can be a tool to go for an avoidance when it comes to crowd controls. But of course, 1-1 is very weak in the early game. Well, up against a Bruno here, can have a match. But with this Franco coming in from the side of Rift, you know you can be very aggressive. Man, I love, look at the camera right now. I love how Team Evil fans are there supporting everywhere. Since regular seasons, man.
Yeah, man,
we get
they've
hype.
been here. They've been here since day one.
Yeah, since day one. Man, to have a fan base like this one, it hypes you even more.
By the way, that's Coconut right there sitting on the seats as well, saying hi, supporting Team
5
Evil.
seconds
And
till
you
the
know,
enemy reaches
this
the
is very
battlefield.
interesting, right? Because I
Smash
play a lot
them.
1-1 back in the good old days. I practically spam that character. And man, I'm really excited for this one.
Yeah, now we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2. Whether Rift Esports tie things up or Evil take this in a clean 2-0.
Yeah, with this lineup coming in from Team Evil right now, they have so many tools to shut down Boyet's. Sorry, for the Rift, they have so many tools to shut down Boyet's Fanny here. You have the hook coming in from Pancake, of course. The ultimate coming in from Franco as well can be a tool for the control. You have Canonio to burst him down with that follow-up. But so far, Team Evil showing their dominance here in the early game. The Pancake, He's here to respond as well.
Yeah, Pancake was being that invasive jungler as well on the other side. Meanwhile, this is going to be very interesting, right? Kylos versus Phoveus. And Bear, we know that he is a very strong Phoveus. And we know that Ken is a very strong
Hylos
as well. But I mean, they are known for playing the opposite roles. So it's like the roles are swapped right now.
Yeah. Rift is playing more of a pick-off comp, right? They need to use the Franco to kind of pick somebody from the side of Team Evil, and then after that send. Oh, speaking about pick, that's powerful. Getting hooked right there, powerful. Flicker already committed. Canonio doesn't get to walk up because Sayla is there to stop him. Powerful gets on the way.
And again, time and time again, I have to highlight the switch of roles of Powerful from the jungle to the roam is pretty good. I mean, his aggressive plays as a roamer suits well with how Team Evil is playing right now.
Yeah. And now, whether or not that space translates well for Chu versus Marky, right? Chu has been struggling against Marky in that 1v1 scenario. Meanwhile, he is now on that 1-1 versus a Bruno. But Melon with the first blood onto Sayla on the mid lane.
Yeah, must be a pancake hook right there, allowing Rift to get that first blood. But Marky and the Bruno going up against the 1-1, something I have to point out, because technically speaking, it's a skill matchup. As long as Chu lands down all the weakness points, then yes, the Bruno will be a little bit of trouble. But it's easier to play a Bruno against a 1-1. Hold on a second, Ken. Okay. Getting go into the Glorious Pathway as well. Boy, stealing away the turtle right on there. That's also a hook by Pancake. Landing onto Ken. Melon taking that kill at the same time. Bear stepping forward, trying to chase. But Sayla is just outputting the CCs required. Boy, coming for the spin. Doesn't find Pancake though.
Yeah, so aggressive on this Fanny, right? You could have multiple scenarios jumping in right there with so low energy, but he knows where Rift Esports are, seeing the Franco already very low HP, saw the potential.
Yeah, seeing this 1-1 right now, I think there's nothing here on the side of Team Evil can stop once that crossbow of tanks will pop up. I mean, how can you stop?
I can stop. Yeah, you can stop it. Hylos will be there to stop, right? Glorious Pathway with the Revitalize that Ken picked up as well.
Oh, okay.
It's just going to absorb all the damage and the weakness finder, right? So Rift has to be careful, especially Chu, to make sure that, and a little bit of RNG to a certain extent, right? To make sure that his crossbow attack lands onto the right people.
Yeah, Chu will be the primary target. We see Fanny already in position. Chu.
That's a little bit sketchy if you're Chu. Does Chu know? Boy, it's there.
Yeah,
stay in the grass.
Very careful. Anytime now.
Oh no!
Chu will get spotted right here. There comes a cutthroat. Unable to go into crossbow tank in nick of time. Boy, it assassinates that 1-1.
Fortunately for the side there of Chu, he was there, not at the right moment, guys. So far he was been spotted, but here you go. It is going to be Team Evil controlling still the game. 1-1 been picked off. You don't want that one if you're on the side of Rift here. You need your gold lane to have the scaling capability in the Marquee. With this gold plates funneling him, it's a great sign here if you are on the side of Team Evil.
And this is a multi-dimensional Team Evil that I'm seeing right now. The way that they have expended the shadow kills from Canonio, he has used 2 shadow kills in this first 4 minutes in the game. And both of them have not found any translation into any sort of kills.
You know, not only just that, right? You talk about, I love to talk about the gold lane matchup because it's 1-1. It's something a little bit close to heart. You see the Chu already picked up Carosa's side, but that's not the main. Ooh, that kick, that hook, the powerful kicks onto the Canonial, trying to slow it down just a little bit more. The Glorious Pathway will be landed. Evil stepping forward, just trying to output the damage. Canonial goes down, unfortunately. Bear coming in, trying to save on the day. Sayla will be picking up like nobody's business. Ragdoll, Pancake will whiff that cook, and Melon and Ken getting zoned out though. But then again, Evil, I mean, they've already picked up 1 kill already, and they will take up another. I mean, they could just take out Turtle and basically it equalizes it for Evil.
Yeah, Ken for the Turtle. And Rift Esports, you can see, right, a bit of cracks in their lineup because the only key damage they have in this mid to early game would be the one coming out from the Hayabusa. Once Hayabusa is down, there's no damage. You can't get the finish onto Powerful.
Powerful, that's a kick landing onto Pancake at the same time. Marky is there, right into the Bloody Hunt at the same time, but no follow-up coming on Melon. He doesn't really have the cooldowns. Pancake assassinated by Marky.
Yeah, there's no damage at all at this early stage of the game, Pancake. You have to play together with Canonio, and it's just Evil not making it easy for it.
Yeah, they're so fast to react as well against Rift here. Twice in a row, we've seen that neutral objective can sacrifices himself in that takedown on the turtle. It goes pretty much okay here for the side of Team Evil. That means they have to control the network goal lead as well, and we have to give credit of how Bear handles the situation. That's previous encounter as well. And Bear providing so much space, they need someone to have that follow up as well. But meanwhile, Canonio has been the target here ever since Team Evil. They are looking out for his shadow kills.
Yeah, when they group S5, it's going to be extremely hard, right? Because you have the glorious pathway, and Ken is going to be able to soak up so much damage. And there's really a big lack in damage right now for Rift Esports. They have went for this very mid-game to late-game power spike where they require the Vexana and the 1-1 to have a significant amount of farm.
I think Chu will be the key here. Oh, hold the thought.
Up. What? Oh, no.
That's it.
That's.
I haven't even got an opportunity to talk.
The shoe is on the other foot, right? We saw the Fanny getting bursted down in the previous game. Now Fanny is doing the bursting.
Yeah, literally, like what I mentioned, like, boy, it's just basically showing Canonio how to play the Fanny, right?
Oh.
Find the assassination onto Chu. It takes him down, and not only just that, there's a kick coming up with Powerful as well. Vixana land down internal guard, damage onto Powerful. Bear tries to chase, but does mentions, but Marky doesn't really care. His Heart's Claw is just healing out of control.
Oh my!
And also Sailor for the flag. Layered sandwich for the side of Riv, and now that's also gonna be the hook. Sailor should get on the way.
Sailor doesn't die.
Man,
Sailor doesn't die. That's
a series of unfortunate events.
Literally. Oh my goodness. Team Evil. The Team Evil magic, ladies and gentlemen. We're just seeing here. The burst.
Boyette still finds one more as well. Second skill, Melon. The tick from the lethal ignition finishes him off. Team Evil, man, that's just way too much damage that Riv cannot handle.
They have a very handed net worth advantage lead right now. They don't want to let it go. You can't go for as much objectives as possible. Lord is still not up and running yet. Team Evil, all hands on deck.
Oh, yeah. Okay, maybe that's the shutdown finally at the very same time. Ken tries to go through the halfway to try kind of just follow up in terms of the pickoff. But Riff, that's a shutdown goal.
Yeah.
Try to minimize that goal difference right now.
Yeah, Rift Esports, they have every chance to go back into the game, right? We talked about the power spike that they have, and it's more favored towards them in that late game stages.
Pancake, he needs to land onto the Bloody Hunt at the same time. Chu will be there, landing down the weakness finder, but Pancake is getting down a little bit low. Sailor upping the damage right there, can't pick up the Pancake kill. Chu doesn't really take to the skies, he finally goes to, but he's trying to buy some time, trying to use it at the last moment, but doesn't land onto the right targets at all. Canonio, what can you do? Shadow kill, not there. SOVia cannot find a kill. Boyette, now Melon getting stuck against the wall. Boyette picks up that kill.
Yeah, crossbow tang being used onto Ken, right? That glorious pathway not being glorious enough. Shadow kill being forced as a defensive measure as Canonio. He has to retreat.
Wow. Rift needs a lot of setup for their damage to go up, right? And that's the problem about picking a 1-1 against a Hylos. Hylos is more than happy to absorb all those weakness finder, and because you're targeting onto the Hylos, means that you're not outputting damage against the rest of Team Evil.
I think we're seeing a team fight here in the mid.
Yeah, team fight in the mid might be going on right now. Phobius is in and down. Bear being taken out.
Deadeye is not the Deadeye in the moment. That's not even a team fight. That was just bullying. That was just
of all the players, Bear's been picked off. You need Bear when it comes to team fights here. So without Bear, it's going to be an easy Lord advantage here. I'm not sure if Canonio will be able to go for the steal here. The space been given coming from Team Evil. But, you know, Rift, thus far, I love how they going to play around Chu this time around. Pancake is trying to defend here, the 1-1, because they know this Chu 1-1 will be the key in the later stage of the game. But then, as Jason mentioned a while ago, this Hylos just absorbing the damage, the auto attacks coming from Chu, just taking so much time. It's not gonna be easy for Chu to actually join the team fight itself.
You need the Demon Hunter sword, right? If your weakness finder actually procs onto Ken, that's exactly what Ken wants to do, right? So it's all about a skill matchup for the side of Chu to make sure he lands the weakness point onto another person. Hopefully, ooh, that was a little bit close for Powerful.
Yeah. Not sure. It falls short for quite a while. I'm not sure if Malefic Gun on the Franco increases his skill.
I don't think that worked that way.
I don't know it works.
It doesn't work that way.
But anyway, there's the Lord, Baby Lord, pushing through in the bot. It's gonna be a push here. A siege can go.
Yeah, I mean, they can just hold on this early game for days. I mean, this high ground defense is very good from the side of Rift Esports. They do have the Vexana, they have a lot of wave clear, but Evo has a lot of dive.
Look at that, the zoning tool coming up from the side of Ken. Now Ken gets terrified just a little bit moment. The defense will be there, but powerful takes Pancake though. Chu looking for a target right here. Just tanks on the power, but unable to do so. And now takes a lot of damage from the side of Sailor. Sailor now gets attacked by Canonio instead. Shadow kill, not good enough for now, but Marky just outputting the damage onto Bear. He has a hostile to play around with. And Bear tries to jump onto Marky, but Marky away. Chu, you need to try to do something, but Evo will be there, staying alive just a little bit, losing 2, but they trade 2.
And Rift Esports, I mean, despite losing 2 right there, despite getting that unfavorable trade, they will take this trade for days. They can scale up way better than Team Evo. And Team Evo, they know that they are on a clock. They have to take this enhanced Lord.
Yeah, that was a good defense coming in from the side of Rift. But no, Chu, unfortunately, he suffered a lot of health there. But Chu,
Wind of Nature popped. I mean, that's what, 60 seconds cooldown? Boy, it can come back again.
Yeah, there's a thing. I think this is where Rift works around Chu. Chu is the main player when it comes to teamfight. But speaking of teamfight, they are going to be forcing it here by Team Evil.
Oh, not only just that, Mela gets busted down just in the nick of time right there. Team Evil just holding on the damage from the side of Marky is just a little bit too much. Those balls, no crits. It's crazy damage.
Those ball crits.
Yeah, and Team Evil, they recognize the fact that Rift wants to bring into the late game, and they're not going to let them.
Deletes off 2, no more Wind of Nature for you. That's a damage dealer from the side of Rift already deleted. Evo right now will be able to crack open mid lane with Bob Intel right here. They're looking to end. Canonio right here using that hook. Okay, no minutes though, no minutes. Evo has to try to back out in just a nick of time, but now they're just waiting for another wave. And Boyette just goes for the kill. Marky ending the core as Evo clean sweeps Rift.
2-0. Team Evil do it in an extremely clean fashion, knowing their win conditions, right? They cannot bring it to the late game because Vexana holding that high ground, having that 1-1 as well. But Evil does not let it get to that.
Yeah, man. Team Evil, Marky, again, without his Harith, it's not a problem anymore. We are now seeing the playoffs. Team Evil here. Their performance, they perform very, very good. They have been very aggressive as well. And on the regular seasons, all eyes on Marky, but then they are a cohesive unit right now. They know how to play, they know how to control, and the dominance here coming from Boyette as well on his assassin, showing what fun he really does here in the game. Shut down.
Yeah,
I think they have to take out Team Flash.
I'm excited for that one.
It's gonna be one of those matches where we're hoping. I mean, we're hoping.
Yeah, we're definitely putting Evil up against Team Flash already. In fact, we're going into what, the upper bracket finals in a sense. Yeah, it's the upper bracket finals in a sense, right? Then after that, they'll get knocked down. That we will get that prelude tomorrow for the grand finals. But Team Evil, though, that was a strong showing. Not only just the fact that, hey, I'm mechanically strong, my understanding of the heroes is good as well. Chu on the 1-1 takes a long time to warm up, and if Ken absorbs all the previous points, which means that what Chu is gonna try to deal with Ken for a long time before he can jump onto the crossbow tank to find the damage. And if you notice, there's not a lot of crossbow tank that Chu was able to do.
Yeah, who do you guys think the MVP is? I'm gonna ask you again.
Either Ken or.
Hey, only one answer.
Oh no!
I will do one better. Either Ken, Powerful, Marky,
Boyette,
and
Sailor.
Pick one.
Just pick one, right? I believe it's Ken. Right? I believe it's Ken. But
Marky.
Okay.
All right.
The solution.
Yeah, of course. This solution right here, using
GPM.
the Master Assassin, of course. GPM 888, 888 bio is just good luck for him right there. It's a lot easier for the Bruno to scale, right? Especially in the early game. Just pick up one Hearth Claws, you're basically there. Whereas for Chu, you need at least a Corrosive Life, and then you build into a Demon Hunter's Sword. And because Chu is falling behind, he needs to buy a Wind of Nature instead of your Wind Talker. So that's why, you know, Marky being so aggressive with the Master Assassin emblem is just making it super hard for Chu to deal with to get the farm.
Yeah, and I feel like the Wind of Nature was a very reactionary item when it came to having that Fanny in that battlefield, right? And Marky, I'm surprised that he did not have to worry about the Hayabusa that much. It feels as if like he had a stellar cruising game where he could be Ronaldoing in the background and just kicking balls left and right.
I think the mid trio coming in from Team Evil did a pretty good job securing Marky's lane there. So the side of Rift Esports responded to those aggressive play. Man, give credit to Powerful. He's been everywhere since game 1, and now here on the show, he did pretty well on being aggressive, out to the point that Rift Esports holds all eyes on him.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Marky did so well as well, it shows how good of spacing he has on this gold laner, right?
Yeah.
A good hallmark for a gold laner is always your spacing. And Marky having that 7-0 score, 4 scoreline on a Bruno. Like, it's on a Bruno. You think about it, you don't have that much defensive capabilities, you don't have that much shielding, all you have is a Haas Claws. You just heal.
Haas Claws, that heal is crazy, by the way. Don't forget, once it procs the crit, you're getting all that HP back. And not only just that, I think it's a lot easier for the Bruno to kind of do its own thing, right? For the 1-1, I want to mention, you need everything to go right in your book before you pop off. But for Bruno, as long as you land down the auto attack, as long as you know you juggle your balls properly, your first skill, you're able to just output the damage, right? And surprisingly, Riv wasn't able to be a threat against Marky, allowing Marky to just scale into the later parts of the game, and everything's just history.
Yeah, that synergy coming out with that glorious pathway and revitalize as well, keeping Marky alive, powerful, being that frontliner that he is, and on the Cho as well. You know, this is one of the heroes that we did not expect to see him on, and now that we've seen it, yeah, he can do it all.
I think this is twice only we see Powerful on the Cho. Once in the regular season, we were surprised then, and now here in the playoffs, we are still surprised by his performance here. And you know, with the picks as well, Pancake on that Franco, it was a great ban on the second phase, banning the Kufra. We've seen how Pancake really loves his Kufra. He performed very well. He can shut down as well, powerful rotation as well as this boy, it's Fanny. But then again, having this Franco, it translates that you need a specific strategy here in order to pull it through.
I personally feel like if you replace Chu's 1-1 with a Beatrix, it could work. Right? Beatrix does have enough damage to kind of deal with Marky 1v1, especially before Marky picks up the Haas Claws. After your Bruno picks up the Haas Claws, okay, you scale back just a little bit more, and it's a lot easier to deal with the with all that damage coming out from Boyet, right? You can just tag him in the Nibiru. If you're falling behind, you can always go back to the sniper, and then when you come back into the defense, you can go back to Bennett's Rage, and then wave clear, and then all of a sudden you got high ground, right? So I think Chu, as long as you're replaying with the Beatrix, I think this Roster coming off of Rift might work.
Yeah, but another head-to-head that I want to talk about is Boyet versus Canonio, right?
Yep.
It seems to
Canonio
be that
got
Boyet just wins Canonio hands down.
It shows this series right now. So yeah, it's Boyd indeed. We've seen, no, don't get me wrong, Canonio has been stepping up regular seasons here, but against this Boyd right now, he just showed him and how to play the assassins here. And with Boyet and Marky, again, one of their victory conditions, these two imports will have a game of their life. It's most likely the Team Evil will win.
I feel like Team Evil, yeah, you're right about the mid trio. The mid trio, Boyet, Sailor, and Powerful. And don't forget, you add Ken into the picture as well with his flanks, with his glorious pathways, with his engages. He's stepping forward, just taking the damage from Chu, knowing that he can take it all. And then after that, pops a Revitalize and the glorious pathway. Now Chu has to fight through all the HP before activating crossbow tank. And by then, it's a little bit too late.
And the lack of early game damage means that Canonio, he has either to be present in the team fights or to go for that macro gameplay. And he went for the early game team fights, but there was no conversion despite all the damage being dealt. They had higher damage.
In fact, yeah, like, I mean, just shy for 2k, but look at the total amount of healing that Evo has done, right? It's just mostly Ken and also that Revitalize. That's just making it hard. Don't forget, Marky also on the House Claws also provides a lot of heal. So that's why Rift is finding a lot of trouble to land down the damage. If Pancake is unable to land down a good hook onto the right person, your hook high loss, that's a bad idea, actually.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we're saying it has a specific gameplay if you are to play the show. Because time and time again, Team Evo forcing team fights. Franco, you can do as much on a single target hook. And then, unlike on the other side, you have Ken here with the Revitalize. We have Course Pathway, so much AoE conversion as well coming from Sailor and his backlines. On the other side, Rift though, we have seen Bear providing the space there, but it's not enough. You have mentioned Mo damage. Where's the damage here? So that's
just
the
a
thing.
little lack of damage, right? Bear, he goes in multiple times with Infernal Pursuit. We find powerful, we find Sailor extremely low, but there's no way to finish them off because Canonio is dealt with by Evil. Like, making sure that Canonio does not have a good game is completely Evil's game plan. And it's an evil game plan indeed, right? It seems very evil. It seems very evil.
Yeah, in fact, the top 4 seems very evil to me as well. Rich Guy, the carry, the sandbag, best wingman, it's all evil. Marky, 888 gold per minute, damage dealt, 117k. This can absorb most of the damage, most assists goes over to the side of Powerful.
Yeah. And you have mentioned, of course, this team right now, what we have seen in this series here, Marky stepping up with his hero pool right now. We have dubbed him as the solution because of his Harith. With the banning of the regular season, he falls in that sequence. But now, with a new hero, Bruno, with a new hero here, he has been flexible. And Team Evil, excited for their next journey, upper bracket finals against NMA Flash tomorrow.
Yeah, and to be honest, I feel like Evil, if you know what they're gonna pick, right? It feels like if you watch a lot of the games, you know what they're gonna pick, and in fact, they always pick heroes that somehow works together hand in hand. At least 2 to 3 heroes that work hand in hand. Remember, I think one of the few teams that pick up a Lolita Hanabi in MPL Singapore season 8. And they always look up for these wombo combos, right? The Raging Sandstorm right into an implosion, that sort of idea. So Team Evil, you gotta admit, they did the homework, but not for other teams. They did homework for themselves. They focus on themselves to be strong against other teams.
Yeah, and really like that self-improvement game, right? They are multi-dimensional in the way that they can engage a team fight and they can take a team fight multiple ways. Very similar to how NIP Flash operates as well.
Yeah, let's see later on for the upper bracket finals if they be able to control the same energy here against NIP Flash for that matter. But now, again, this secured them the upper bracket finals. With Rift going to play later on in the afternoon, though they still have a chance to run in this tournament.
Yeah, the lower bracket will be run later on, but let's find out what the teams were saying in this mic check segment.
Double look and MP blue. Go kick me. Penny. Go. Bali. Nice, relax.
That's true. Go, sir.
No, you will not die. Second gen, nice.
Going. Hurry. No mana. Pre-fight. See, I can try pull him. Hey, nice.
Let's go.
I want to me. I go in the front line.
Hey, I on the back line.
Me too. Hey, guys, back. Look at Bear on the kick.
Okay, 3 seconds. Watch me.
Yeah. Villain. I'll pull you.
Nothing. It's okay. Bali.
Cho. Hero. Nice. And I got creep.
And
guys, and Jason.
Hey, I'm going now.
Let's go. I go.
Hey, guys.
Going.
Nice one.
Franco, guys.
Franco.
First.
I zoning Vexana. Y'all go.
Yeah, Franco.
I zoning Wawa and Vex.
Hey, Franco, consume. Franco.
Nice one, Franco. Wait, play with me.
Come back.
Forward, mark. 1-1, we can kill 1-1.
Yep,
We can kill 1-1.
Yeah, go.
People here, watch me. Go, no, play. Go. Big Sala, play with me. Let's go. Pabius. Nice. We can. Yeah.
No buy. Tower first, guys. Tower.
Hey, we still have minion.
Go. Tower.
Hey, back. Some grip.
Tower.
Go tower.
Nice!
Well, that was interesting, right? That's just so much chaos, so much passion going on.
Controlled chaos.
It's controlled chaos. Yeah,
Controlled
despite
chaos.
the fact that they were shouting, right? They
I'm
were all shouting
surprised
the
they
same.
understand each other.
They were shouting the same thing, like Vexana.
I just heard the name Chu every time. They love to target this player. Chu.
Trade indeed.
Yeah. Well, it works.
Yeah.
It works for Team Evil.
It feels like even though amidst of all the chaos, they know who to target, right? It feels like they really played together a lot. In fact, there's a very different Evil as compared to the past few seasons, right? Where they kind of look a little bit shaky during the regular season, but now they feel like they're a lot better performance compared to in the previous few seasons.
Yeah, I feel that they have a lot more trust in the teammates as well. The synergy is really showing, and it's really amazing to see. Like, we really have another team that could potentially represent us instead of NIP Flash.
Yep, of course, you know, this is all a setup, right? We're looking at, Team Evil going up against NIP Flash tomorrow. That could be a bit of a prelude, a little bit of teaser for the grand finals for the Season 8 thing. And then after that, we kind of know who's going to go over to M6. But of course, we're going to have to talk about M6 as well.
Yeah, M6 will be happening in KL this year. So it will be a completely new format. So if you're not informed, this is not gonna be a standard upper bracket, lower bracket group stages,
boring.
Group A, Group B, boring, right? We are gonna go into a Swiss format. So
Not cheese.
Yeah, Swiss format. So in the M6 World Championship will feature the newly introduced Swiss stage that will be happening from 28th November to 5th December. And the first Swiss round draw will be held on 3rd November after the MPL MY Grand Finals. And the subsequent rounds will be drawn after the previous rounds have ended, and all Swiss rounds will be played in a best of one. So how a Swiss format works is there will be 16 teams, right? If you haven't seen it, 16 teams, and they will be playing against each other. And with the advancing and eliminations rounds being a best of 3. So if you want to get your tickets, you can get it on Ticket to You before they sell out.
Yeah, if you don't know what a Swiss round is, don't forget, if you stay back, watch the break time.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure the friends, the the international casters have explained it very, very well. Thank you very much.
It's very complicated to explain, right?
It is.
Yeah. If you are a
You
good
need
team,
pictures.
essentially you're fighting a good team because it's going against a head-to-head score line kind of thing.
Yeah, correct. So there's a little bit, it's slightly different, especially it's not something that we usually do.
Yep.
But at the very least, it's interesting because you know that you're gonna get matched up against people who are kind of similar in power ranking. So that I think makes it a lot easier to watch compared
Basically,
to
so many games to watch. Yeah, that will be so many games, so much content to watch. We'll see region against region. We'll see which region is the best. And we'll finally find out in M6. So if you guys are free to get your tickets. But now we will have to see what Abstract has to say in the Analyst segment. And we will be throwing it to you, Abstract. See ya.
You're curious what I'm about to say for this segment? Well, I've got absolutely nothing left. No, just kidding. My name's Abstract. I'm going to be covering this part of the analysis segment. We're starting things out between Evil and Rift. At this point in time, we are just kind of getting a very good idea how strong each team are within the 8 minutes and 30 seconds mark into the game, because this is where we are entering into the late stages of the game. We start things off by taking a look at where everyone else is, which is, in this case, both teams are very, very equal in terms of their formations. The gold laners as well as the mid laners are all next to one another and behind of their EXP laners and the roamers. So in this fight, both of the junglers are absent. So the main four are actually in this fight, and we'll be able to tell how team fight eventually works out for us. In this very case, Pancake already doesn't have a lot of HP to work with already. Chu as well as Melon, they do have quite a lot of space to really just work around each other and really deal with Ken, the #1 obstacle that is right in front of Chu as well as Melon. And we know how both 1-1 and Vexana works, right? Vexana is great in team fights, being able to knock people up with the Eternal Guard, as well as with your grasp, you're able to horrify people, a lot of damage in an AoE. While in the meantime, Chu, playing as the 1-1, is more of a single target kind of player, whereby you're gonna have to whittle down the one person and then go into the crossbow of tank when they are low HP enough. In this case, Chu, throughout this entire situation, is just stacking it up and making sure that she breaks every single one of their weakness points. Finally, Ken's weakness points are all exposed. It is time for Chu to fly up into the sky, while Evil has been playing in more of a retreat formation this entire time. Rift seemed like they are on an advantage because they are pushing forward, but in reality, they are actually playing catch-up. While Zayla and Maki, they're slowly moving backwards. They fully used Powerful as well as Ken's durability for their side, just so that they were able to get themselves in a more comfortable spot. At this point in time, when Ken is finally dead because of the crossbow of Tang, Melon as well as Chu realize that they have lost all of their front lines, allowing Maki, Zayla, and Powerful to eventually be able to march right in front of Chu and Melon when they are completely vulnerable. To add matters to make matters worse, Boyette as a Fanny is also coming in. Fanny, we all know how fast a Fanny can be, right? So it becomes a 4v3, but surely became a 4v2, but surely became a 3-4 because Canonio is now in. Unfortunately though, Canonio doesn't have any ultimate, so let's be honest here, Canonio wouldn't be able to do much. The only thing they can hope for is try to get a little bit more of a straggler kills and then retreat and reset. But one thing that they did not expect is Melon going down here, which actually made the trade even more worse, putting themselves at a roughly about 5,000 gold deficit, which definitely does not help them in their cause for the fights in the late of the game. So far, what we have been seeing from Evil side is just purely the Evil magic, and they have been putting themselves in a really good formation. They know exactly how they can play around with the high losses thick health pool, as well as how they can make full use of Powerful with all of these individual segmentation, which is how they have always been able to waste Rift's skills, right? So to start things off, we have the Eternal Guard that has already been popped up by Melon. That is one of the crowd controls that is super important to deal with Evil. And the only one person that is airborne, unfortunately, it does seem as though it is Zayla. Zayla is the only one that has been airborne, and Ken and Powerful, they are both in a very good spot, which is right in front of the main trio, which actually does damage. So what does Ken and Powerful do? Well, just zoning. The only thing that they need to do at this point in time is just fully zone out and try to grab Rift out of their base, which is exactly what they managed to do. Powerful found that opportunity, goes straight in with the Flicker and the Way of the Dragon, and pushes Franco towards the back. This way, they are fighting outside of the base. They are completely in safe hands, and Zayla can even pop himself in this position just so that he can be a menace. Anyone that tries to escape, great, because I don't want you to be part of the battle. But if you want to continue to be part of the battle, then I'm gonna drag you even further into the team fight. And that is just how good a Juicin is, as long as you are in an off angle dealing with the main important troops. So it's kind of like a damned if you do, damned if you don't go in for Rift. They kind of deal with a Zayla over here, then they are just kind of missing out the entire main battles here. So Evil, they will be happy with whatever situation that Rift decides to throw at them, right? We can see there's a lot of things that Bear is trying to do. He's trying to open up space, he's trying to fly around with the Infernal Pursuit time and time again. But unfortunately, it all just don't pan out well because they just don't have that AoE damage, right? Even when it comes down to single target, 1-1 takes way too long for her to eventually set up. And thus, it leads them to the final parts of this part of the game where they have already lost Melon, they lost Bear. There's really not much that they can do to go for this defense against Evil. As such, they have to unfortunately meet an untimely defeat. 1-1. Doesn't seem like she's doing all too well in this meta, and especially in this game, we can very clearly see that 1-1 against a high loss, that's a big no-no. There's way too much downtime coming in from a 1-1, and Vexana has been completely zoned out by that high loss throughout the entire time. There's just really nothing much that they can do in an entire team fight. Evil just knows exactly how they want to play in their fights and how they want to drag Rift, giving them a false sense of affirmation that they are winning the fight. Good job coming over to Evil, as now we're going to go back over to the stage, take a look at what Cheryl has got to say.
Thanks, Abs. Now here I have Carrot, coach of Evil, beside me. And guys, Evil is now in top 3. And the crowd goes wild indeed. Yes, top 3. This was your highest achievement from Evil of all time. Previously, it was also top 3 where you guys finished. But right now, on the first day of playoffs, you guys are guaranteed a top 3 already. How are you feeling?
Feeling good, but that's not the end. We are trying to achieve even higher.
Wow, different man, this Carrot. After becoming coach, you know, that certainty in his voice. They are still looking to achieve more indeed. Now, previously, when it comes to the track record of Evil, you guys always had the tough route. You guys were always grinding from the bottom. And right now, you guys are sitting at the upper brackets. How are you feeling from this, you know, like bullet train of a ride through playoffs?
Definitely better because previous season we just need to play like 3 piece of games to get top 3, but then now it's just first day, after the first match, straight away top 3 already. So it definitely feels better and more easier.
More easier. So how and why is this easier this time round here in Season 8?
Maybe because we have a different roster, definitely, and our mindset has changed. So every game we will actually analyze the game together to spot each other's mistake and learn from the mistake.
So this is actually pretty different, you know, when it comes to the previous Evil, because you guys, previously without a coach, it's very hard to come back after every game. So right now, you know, with this brand new role, right, Carrot, you as coach now, so you're able to analyze for the team. Right. So coming into this game, just want to, coming into playoffs, I'd just like to pick your brain a little bit. Right now, you guys are top 3. Who do you place in the overalls, top 1, 2, 3, respectively?
If it's me placing, of course I will place my team as number 1.
You know, the mindset of a champion, that's right? Yeah. Okay. And then second place?
And second place, most likely, will be Flash, of course.
A bit of not of respect. Okay, third place?
Third place, my opinion, I feel is just Bleed or RSG. But Vanguard also have a chance.
Bleed or RSG?
Depending on whether Vanguard can reset or not.
Then your opponent and Rift, totally no mention.
I think I see their team because especially like Melon, he just purify, then no respect.
That's a little bit of shade there. That was your past teammate. So,
but can show that from the game, yes, no respect. Use purify. Even there's like Igru and Kali, which is like a sure stun for him lah. Then just use purify. He just uses flicker, so he thinks like he's like a Igru. He thinks that he's like on the same level as powerful.
Oh wow. So coming into this match, you see Melon, your ex-teammate over on the opposite team. So, you know, how was the, you know, mindset, the preparation coming into this game? Like, is it just any regular game for you, or do you guys feel that, hey, you know, there's something that you guys need to prove given your ex-teammates on the other side?
I think for us, we just treat it as a normal game now. We just treat it as a normal screen. We don't have any like special feelings or whatever. Just treat it as a normal game so that we won't be nervous or have any mindset so that we don't like keep in melon or whatever lah. Yeah.
Okay, so everybody equal amount of hate. All right. So coming into this interview, is there anything you would love to see to all of the evil fans out there?
Thank you for your support, and then remember to come tomorrow.
Remember to come tomorrow. All right, fantastic. So thank you so much, Carrot, for this interview.
Thank you.
So yes, that was Carrot Guy's coach of Evil, and definitely a super convincing 2-0 win against Rift Esports. Now what's gonna come up next? We will see the lower bracket grind, where we will see Vanguard Esports going up against RSGSG. So stick around and we'll see you then.
got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna
What does the audience want to see?
What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
Winning the game, getting the checkmate, setting everything up. The course breakers, the two-time world champions.
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's got to be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's going to be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
Join the fight to the top.
To the top.
Dare to be great.
Dare to be great. Be
Better.
better than great.
And now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius.
I'm a genius. You're a genius. Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams?
How many are we talking?
I don't know, but more regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, it's what we had last year, right?
That's true, though. I'm too dumb.
Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We had it, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card. 2 slots? And then 8 in the
Yeah,
wild card.
2 slots for wild
So
card,
total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want smart stuff?
Non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
Non-PH,
Oh,
PH
non-PH.
finals.
We got that in M5 though. What specific region do you want in the finals?
North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Let's take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We got to talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we got to talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's a grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will
visual
be.
storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED, just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story, because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming M6. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our life?
I think if we're going to cover story, what about something documentary style? You know, like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting. Very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future
That's kinda
forwards.
cool.
Yeah, and then
The
I want-
BMI, because he can go back and
Yeah,
that would
I want
actually be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter to sing?
What? You know what? Every year we seem to always the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm gonna be like, that's a dope song.
So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna use a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single limbs, we've done that before.
MSCs,
We've done double limbs, you know.
We've done group stages
We've
with
done-
no...
We also done no eliminations at the group stage.
We've done no eliminations, yeah.
Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like cheese?
What's Swiss format?
What is that? What is that?
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is.
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 beats 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Because is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot draw
We know.
anymore.
So
now it's Gideon's turn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Is we're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
We've had enough.
we've had enough.
Good idea.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have
You
to
will do it.
suffer the wrath.
Is it alright if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are going to face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on the talents?
Why
They
the
should
talents?
be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mara, what do you think about that?
Players?
I think the players. That's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players because, well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
We've had enough.
They changed their minds right now.
Just with you giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you out.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you're gonna also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because you know what? We can't predict any team. Even on the group stage, you know who you facing on.
Yeah.
You have 3 teams as an enemy. But in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for Swiss format, yeah. No, okay, we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format. We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like Gideon, Steph, Weezy, like, what do you guys think is gonna be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're gonna play way more games in this format. Am I correct? Right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one. You're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like, you know?
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record. So
Yeah.
I think it'll be even competition. So you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, at least with the format that we had before this, you kind of know who's your next opponent. You can pre-prepare for it, and you honestly have a working strategy. But I think with the Swiss format, it's just every single draw, you're like, I just hope I do well.
But at the same time, like you said, it really shows us who's the best team actually, who actually deserves the upper bracket. Because if we only have like 16 teams, let's just say that 8 teams make it to the upper bracket or the lower bracket. It's always been like the upper bracket teams have a shorter way to the finals. Like you only have to win 3 series actually if you're from the upper bracket, but you can only get rewarded of that if you survive the grueling Swiss format.
Okay, now I can see that maybe we're not as close as friends because the way that I'm thinking is way different.
What is the way you're thinking?
There's 2 games, so that after this you're fighting all the easy teams.
Maybe.
Right. Think about it. The people that lose to I mean,
It's all great until a Filipino team gets beaten twice and have the same strategy.
now that won't happen. Though. Like imagine if Malaysia we just lose 2 times, then we can eventually fight NA.
Don't mind.
Oh wait, no.
This is where I draw the line.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Welcome to the land of God.
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna
What does the audience want to see?
What kind of stage do you want? What about the colors?
M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
Winning the game, getting the checkmates, setting everything up. The course breakers, the two-time world champions.
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's got to be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's going to be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
Join the fight to the top.
To the top.
Dare to be great.
Dare to be great. Be
Better.
better than great.
And now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius. I'm a genius. You're a genius.
Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams?
How many are we talking?
I don't know, but more regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, it's what we had last year, right?
That's true, though.
I'm too dumb.
Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We added, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card.
2 slots?
And then 8 in the
Yeah,
wild card.
2 slots for wild
So
card,
total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will
visual
be.
storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story, because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming M6. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs, and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our life?
I think if we're going to cover story, what about something documentary style? You know, like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think it should still, I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting, very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future
That's
forwards.
kinda cool.
Yeah, and then
The
I want-
BMI, because he can go back and
Yeah,
that would
I want
actually be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter to sing?
What? You know what? Every year we seem to always the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm gonna be like, that's a dope song.
So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna use a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single limbs, we've done that before.
MSCs,
We've done double limbs, you know.
We've done group stages
We've
with
done-
no...
We also done no eliminations at the group stage.
We've done no eliminations,
Good
yeah.
times. Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like the cheese?
What's Swiss format?
What is that? What is
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is.
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 beats 1-0. So everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Because is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot draw
We know.
anymore.
So
now it's Gideon's turn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Is we're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
We've had enough.
we've had enough.
Good idea.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have
You
to
will do it.
suffer the wrath.
Is it alright if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are going to face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on the talents? They should be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mara, what do you think about that?
Players?
I think the players. That's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players because, well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
We've had enough.
They changed their minds right now.
Just with you giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you're gonna also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because you know what? We can't predict any team. Even in the group stage, you know who you facing on. You have 3 teams as an enemy. But in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for
What do they think?
yeah, for Swiss format, yeah.
play out?
No, okay, so we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format. We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like Gideon, Steffizy, like, what do you guys think is gonna be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better you, the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're gonna play way more games in this format. Am I correct? Right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one. You're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like, you know?
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record. So I think it'll be even competition. So you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, at least with the format that we had before this, you kind of know who's your next opponent. You can pre-prepare for it and honestly have a working strategy. But I think with the Swiss format, it's just every single draw, you're like, I just hope I do well.
But at the same time, like you said, it really shows us who's the best team actually, who actually deserves the upper bracket. Because if we only have like 16 teams, let's just say that 8 teams make it to the upper bracket or the lower bracket. It's always been like the upper bracket teams have a shorter way to the finals. Like you only have to win 3 series actually if you're from the upper bracket. But you can only get rewarded of that if you survive the grueling Swiss format.
Okay, now I can see that maybe we're not as close as friends because the way that I'm thinking is way different.
What is the way you're thinking?
There's 2 games, so that after this you're fighting all the easy teams.
Maybe.
Right. Think about it. The people that lose to I mean,
it's all great until a Filipino team gets beaten twice and have the same strategy.
Now that won't happen though. Like imagine if Malaysia we just lose 2 times, then we can eventually fight NA.
Don't mind.
Oh wait, no.
This is where I draw the line.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Welcome one and all right here to MPLSG Season 8 playoffs. Now earlier on today, we have started off the first half of the show seeing the upper brackets, and right now we are here in the lower bracket battles for the next two matches that we're about to see. Now for these two matches that we're about to witness, we're going to be seeing two teams go home at the end of the day, putting an end to their journey here at MPLSG Season 8. So stakes are ever as high, and it is a do or die for the next two matches that we're about to see. So jumping here into match 3 itself, we'll be seeing the likes of Vanguard Esports going up against SG. And at the end of this match itself, we will unfortunately have to say goodbye to one of these two teams where their journey ends here, and another will continue their playoff aspirations. What will unfurl here in match 3? Let's find out by starting off with the wonderful faces of Vanguard Esports. So yes, Vanguard Esports is looking ready to fight tooth and nail to stay afloat right here at MPLSG Season 8. Despite their loss earlier on in match 1, they're looking to claw back every single point possible. But will it be possible, because they're going up against none other than SG. So yes, ladies and gents, SG stands proudly before you despite having a really rocky start in the earlier stages of regular season. After the transfer window, seeing the addition of gear, it has definitely sparked life into SG. Can they continue this wonderful steamroll of a win and perhaps extend their playoff aspirations? Let's find out right here in match 3, as the players are currently giving their friendly fist bumps and heading off to their battle stations, ready to log on to the land of dawn. So are you guys ready, the casters, to tell us more about match 3? Let's take it away, boys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back over to the caster's desk. My name is Abstract. With me here is Deadeye, or Good Eye. With me here as well is Jace. The three of us is going to be a caster for this very game itself between RSG versus Vanguard. Early on today, we have already managed to see Vanguard duking it out for the very first series, and unfortunately, it didn't really quite work out too well for them. But, well, they are going up against RSG though, so at least there is one thing that they can look out for, is the fact that they didn't really do that well in the regular seasons.
Correct, but now this is a hard reset for both teams. So RSG, with the addition of gear, of course, they have been performing very well. I do believe they had a win streak after the transfer window.
That is true.
And now, with the side of Vanguard, they lost, of course, to NIP Flash. Another hard reset for them. They need to win this series in order for them to move forward into this tournament.
I'm super excited how that's gonna be like, but who's gonna be playing from this flagship of Vanguard? Let's take a look at this as Jace. Let's talk a little bit more about this.
So let's talk about Ding, Ashrid, Viren, Nick Stain, and Lucian Stain. Vanguard Esports going into this day for playoffs. Don't forget, loser will get eliminated from the tournament. This is already at the lower brackets. You have to go out, right? But what we saw during the performance against NIP Flash, I feel like the synergy is a little bit off, right? This is not the Vanguard that we usually see during the regular season. Ding wasn't able to perform to a certain expectation that what he did, right? When he was pulling out his glues, his Terizlas.
Not to forget, when it comes down to the previous game, we definitely did manage to see Vanguard Esports. The draft didn't really quite work out too well for them, especially since there was actually quite a lot that relied on Ding to initiate. So hopefully that he will be able to kind of change things around, or perhaps Vanguard Esports will be able to change things around in order to go up against RSGSG. So, good eye, what do we have? Good eye.
Yeah, for the EXP, it's going to be closer here. Yon on the jungle, Roy will be on the mid, here on Roam, and CS will be on the gold lane. Now, RSG with Gear joining this team right now. They have been performing pretty good compared to their first start in the season. Rocky start indeed, but with this transfer window, Gear. Just an addition, this is a question also I've asked you casters, is Gear enough to make RSG more alive? And I guess it does. With this win rate that we have seen so far, win streak rather, it has been better for them, for this team. But against Vanguard this time around, this is the playoffs. Again, as Jace mentioned, one who loses the series will be relegated. Higher the stakes is now, we are going to see.
The stakes are definitely very high.
Yep.
So at this point in time, we gotta have to pick one team and one team only to move up over to the rest of the bracket. But unfortunately, the next one, like we said before, is gonna go back home and, you know, gonna have to watch the games from the stands or perhaps from home. But regardless, let's take a look a little bit more about Vanguard statistics, as statistics is key.
Yep.
You are more of a statistic.
Statistically sadistic statistician. Anyway, player statistics-wise, we gotta take a look for the side of Vanguard, right? Luxian, Stain, Firen, Ding, Ashit, and Nick Stain. What I mentioned, Ding is really strong in these odd meta. He's the one that popularized Glue, at the very least, for MPL Singapore. Ashit as well. Yes, his Hayabusa is kind of like the key, but wasn't able to pop off against NIP Flash. Hopefully this time around, will do some impact. Another thing we also have to talk about is Luxian Stain. Luxian Stain is a very strong marksman when it comes to his positioning, especially towards the later parts of the game. If, you know, some of the teams already started to figure out Vanguard, right? If you manage to crack open, just bypass Nick Stain, bypass Ding, Luxian Stain is just easy pickings, easy targets.
We have definitely seen how strong he is as a marksman, and unfortunately, when we ended the previous game, he was playing as a Ruby. It didn't really quite work out too well. It doesn't seem like he's too comfortable with it, so hopefully we'll be able to see a little bit of change on that. Now, our SGSG stats, let's talk about that.
Yeah, as you can see, she is here being wonderful on Harith. The Harith pick has been one of the staple picks for all the teams here, having the highest win rate. It is probably one of the most consideration here for the side of RSG to pick this hero, because Sias is doing his best here. And here right now, I have to highlight this player has been one of the key when it comes to communication. I think RSG on the early stages, they have been lacking in that aspect. With Gear joining up, with this Matilda pick as well, this needs a lot of communication. Matilda relies on heavy aggression, but with this heavy aggression, they need to be coordinated well. And I think Gear with this lineup, they can enable Yon here on the lane as well.
Right, I truly think that Gear definitely did change the dynamics of RSGSG by a tad.
It's a lot.
It's a lot,
because don't forget, roamers are the backbone of the team. You change the roamer, you change the identity of the team. Remember,
change the entire playstyle.
Correct, right? Yes, it's a little bit astounding the fact that, you know, RSG is able to replace the roamer like that halfway through the transfer window.
And yet it worked great.
Still worked great. It feels like, you know, this is a sinking ship of RSG during week 2. We saw that we're literally foreseeing the fact that RSG may be relegated, may not even see escape at all, right? Yep. But because of Gear entering, kind of saved the ship just a little bit. But now question is, will Gear save RSG? Because don't forget, Gear was an EXP laner for EVOS and also Bleed, and now he's also going up against one of his old teammates, right? Nick Stain, back in Slate or back in EVOS when Nick was understanding JPL as a roamer.
That has been quite some time ago. In fact, Gear has got a plethora of experiences, so it's not too surprising that he would definitely come up to meet one of his old teammates at one certain point in time. Now, we also do have a team head-to-head comparison between Vanguard and as well as RSG here. And of course, it really just managed to tell us quite a bit of story, and perhaps what are the common heroes that we can expect coming in from these two teams. In terms of just a couple of heroes, like such as, for
Obvious.
example, in the middle lane, right, where we're looking at the Aurora as well as Valentina, seems like both of them is going to be highly contested. One of the few things that we probably should look out for in this view is what kind of heroes to ban.
So I think apart from the heroes that you're looking out for probably these two teams, eyes on GPM and eyes on damage dealt per minute, right? GPM, RSG is, well, it's almost a par, like it's 100 gold per minute difference. It's not too big, but in fact, what I want to point at is damage dealt per minute. Seems like RSG is the one that does more damage per minute, which means that they're more efficient and effective when it comes to the farming and also being able to maximize their items.
The average control time is also going to be one of the very interesting stuff, right? It really just tells us a story as to how the teams prefer to draft themselves in their own specific games. And understandably, when it comes down to RSG, they've got the damage. They have got a lot of damage per second. Well, in the meantime, we are also looking at a lot of crowd control, so it's very likely they're playing very much into the team fight kind of statistics. But for now, play history of Ding from Vanguard Esports. It does seem like back in the days, we do have Ding that has managed to come in from many different point of views as well. Where we have in Season 11, he was actually in Next Play EVOS, and in Season 5, he's got himself into Team Falcons.
Yeah, history is there when it comes to experience going in from the side of Ding. And it's no doubt that Ding plays a major role. Pressure is on him. And we've seen how the draft coming in from Vanguard as well. That Ding's, like Mincetar a while ago, it has a role to actually counter the whole team. So this pressure, I think with this experience coming in from Ding as well, I think it can compensate, especially now here in the lower bracket series.
It's do or die, literally.
Yes.
I gonna have to keep my eyes peeled for this one, right? We're like 1 hour and 1 minute and 30 seconds into the
Start the game, Abstract. Start the game.
No, hold it on, because we've got predictions that we're gonna have to talk about as well. So let's take a look at this. Ooh, did I?
Yes, I know.
Did you feel it? Do you feel it? You let Abstract feel that in, or
no?
Okay, explain yourself.
Do we really need to say anymore?
I mean, well, to be honest, RSG with Gear joining, I did not expect the transfer.
There's no Filipinos there.
I know, but I didn't expect Gear joining after the transfer window. But yeah, still, Vanguard can do it. Go Ding.
In the meantime, when it comes down to the audience predictions, we do have got 24% that is rooting for Vanguard and 76% that is rooting for RSG. Now, understandably, RSG definitely did have a lot better showing in previous seasons, and even when it comes down to the regular seasons, they have definitely seemed like they have sprung back up onto their feet. So I believe that there's a lot of people that is just really getting themselves quite a bit of a copium going on.
Yeah, not only just that, right? RSG barely made it into the playoffs, right?
Barely.
Literally just cutting it really close right there. But of course, you know, I've been following Gear for a while since, you know, even before MPL Singapore Season 1, right? When we first met. And of course, we followed the journey of Youngin as well, which is now piloting that ship of RSG. We're also looking out the draft coming out from Good Night as well, which is also a new addition from the side of Vanguard. Hopefully, you know, the members of Vanguard are able to execute whatever Good Night has designed for them. But Youngin, rest assured, he will come up with a weirder strategy as well, go in terms of the drafts.
I suppose so. I mean, at this point in time, even Youngin himself acknowledges that most, if not all, of the coaches in Singapore, but more or less have got a very good idea as to how he drafts already. So coming into this game between RSG and Vanguard, this drafting is going to tell us quite a bit of a story as we start things off with a Fanny and Chip ban coming from both sides.
Yep, Fanny also kind of really top banned in a sense. You don't want to give that over to Yon or Ling as well. But RSG bans away Chip. It's definitely like, you know, top 100. It's 100% pick ban rate right now. I think it's a no-brainer. Vanguard on the other hand takes away Mathilda. This is something that Gear played just a little bit of a respect coming out from the side of Vanguard.
It's definitely a respect, right? When it comes down to watching gear play, we actually haven't really seen a lot of different heroes that get played thus far. As such, I think it makes a very good sense for the side of Good Knight to really just remove the Mathilda out of their existence. Understandably, because they don't really have a lot of time to practice. If they were to practice, they would want to practice one composition or rather one style of gameplay to perfection. And that one may just necessarily be a Mathilda in the mix.
Yeah, so Mathilda is definitely something that Vanguard is looking out for the side of gear. Feels like, you know, if I were Vanguard, if I were a little bit paranoid, I might actually ban with Arlott, because that's something that, you know, that's something that gear can play, and now it doesn't require mana anymore, and it's exactly like what he used to play as an EXP laner, a fighter.
To be fair, even when I was playing as an Arlott, I actually don't really have a lot of mana issues.
Wow. That's what
What a flex.
there.
What a flex.
What a flex.
No, it's not a flex, because I just don't dash enough.
Fair.
Oh dear lord.
Speaking of EXP, Arlo, EXP Khalid is pretty much the shit. I'm not sure, again, it shows, the numbers are there. It's 100% win rate in how effective we can be with those aggressive rotations. But anyway,
First pick material.
Oh, there you go. Khalid.
Yep. You called it.
Yep.
Khalid. Understandably super strong.
You call it.
No, it's Khalid.
Khalid.
I don't know what the second involved into, especially when Abstract came back here. I don't know. It was civil for the first two series. What happened?
Excuse me, what are you trying to insinuate? What, I bring civil war onto the desk? That's right, fight!
No, now it feels like we're just cracking jokes left, right, center. But Moskov and also Gatokacha selected by the side of our SG. And yeah, Gatokacha can be quite flexible, can go the XP or the roam.
They're gonna need someone that can really initiate, right? We had this talk before at backstage, right? Where we talked about the fact that Gatokacha is no name for an initiator.
Yeah, correct.
It is definitely a guy that goes in for follow-ups. As such, Ruby is always a very good choice. Someone that really helps you to start things off. Edith has also always been a very good answer to all of that as well, which is definitely something that we might actually see from the side of RSG. It's kind of like a Ruby or Edith kind of option.
Looking at this one though, I was thinking about Edith from the side of Vanguard, because you're right, you know, RSG needs that first initiation, right? But now Vanguard decides to go for the Cho and the Jushin. Cho in the hands of Nick Stain and Jushin in the hands of Bjorn. This is exactly what Vanguard wants to seems like they want to fight front to back.
Okay, it does make sense. Cho as well as Khalid in the early stages. Sorry, Khalid has got really good early game damage that can really just kind of compensate for Juicing in the early stages of the game. Clearing way from the side of Cho, no problem. When it comes down to actually being very aggressive, I'm pretty sure that Khalid will be able to come in pretty effectively on that as well, right?
Yep.
Now, all I just want to do is just focus on the RSG. What are they exactly trying to go for? Because in the first 3 picks, it always gives us a very good answer as to how are they pivoting themselves when it comes down to the drafting, right? Whenever you see a Moskov, it's relatively safe to say that your team would want to fight in a team fight manner, right? It's kind of pilots us quote-unquote the same way as a Nathan.
Yeah, correct. I mean, the best part about Moskov is that you can split push and after that join the game via SOD. But here's a little bit of a fun fact. Roy has the highest average damage as a mid lane. Since the regular season, he's outputting so much damage. And now he's on the Aurora, is meant to counter these dimes coming up from the side of Vanguard, Cho, and also Killian. These are susceptible to Auroras.
Look, I like facts, right? Especially for that. They said that Roy has the highest, what, damage? In the mid lane?
Average damage.
Average damage in the mid lane. I absolutely love that fact. However, it's not necessarily fun fact, right?
You know what's a
fun fact? We look at roasting. Remember the point in time, you know, a certain team has got 100% win rate, or a hero got a 100% win rate because they played once. Those kind of stuff. That's fun.
My fun fact is the amount of time they recall. Recalls per minute. Emotes per minute.
At this point in time, I can just mash a number on my computer. You would believe it.
Yeah, I actually will.
Yeah. So is that is definitely not a fun fact, but it's a fun.
It is fun.
It is a fun.
Hey,
fun
facts can be fun,
something,
right?
Right. It's a fun something because it's not a fact.
Right.
But you know what's a fact though? a good amount of heroes that has been banned already. Julian, Joy, as well as Alpha has already been joined into the banning pool, and it does seem like Vanguard may want to target a little bit more towards the jungler side. As you can pretty much see, we are getting lower and lower amounts of people that can actually be used. Ling, surprisingly, is still out to be picked.
Yeah, Vanguard right now, they're still the Hayabusa that, you know, Asterisk can secure for themselves. They can go ahead and ban more junglers, but then again, RG will just take whatever that's left, right? So this is why Vanguard is taking a long time to basically select the ban. Seems like they're gonna go leak out at least a Hayabusa, at least a Ling, right? Take away the high loss instead.
Can go for it.
Not a fan of banning the high loss, actually.
They have no choice. I feel like they have no choice.
I wouldn't say that there's a no choice, because that would just put RSG in a very difficult spot, per se, when it comes down to really initiating in team fights. Because you wouldn't want an Aurora to go in with a Frigid Glacier to initiate first, nor would you want the Avatar, the Guardian, to initiate first.
Because high loss is actually good against the Juicin, right? It's something that you could just rush her down, pin her down, and then after that just kill her. So that's why RSG decided to go for the Hayabusa, right? The iframe is definitely going to be very helpful against the Juicin. That's probably why RSG pick that immediately. Now Vanguard, Ashrid, I think the Ling should be one of them. If not, there will be going to be a Nolan, but Nolan got a little bit nerfed. That's why it's like dropped in terms of priority, in terms of jungle picks.
Ling would be pretty good here.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen Ashford playing the Ling much better than Nolan.
I've
so
been
I think
waiting for too
this is
long.
going to be the
But
carry.
That's a Lucian carry. Lucian carry, and then after that, Ashrid. Yeah, Nolan. Coming up from the side of Vanguard. I mean, Ling is also kind of good against these kind of dives, but then, you know, when you go Temples of Blades, you would be met by a Frigid Glacier. Aurora just denies everything.
Another fun fact, not say fun, but here's a fact. Ding was from Team Falcons.
Yeah, you should tell the producer that this is a boring fact instead.
Mena,
it's a boring fact. It's a great fact.
It's a great fact. You know,
as a matter of fact.
As a matter of fact.
It's a great fact.
It's a fact. It's facts.
What has this
developed into? Anyway, you have mentioned, of course, that the Garukacha will not be the initial initiator here.
That's right.
Probably Tigreal. I'm not sure if they're going to take this one. Arlott?
Yep.
There you go. There you go.
You're onto something here, JS.
All right.
I'm always onto something. I'm always on the chair. Come on.
Yeah.
I'm always sitting on the chair.
Whatever you're on,
I'm always
I
on
want
Earth.
some. That's great.
Yeah.
That's great.
I've never been to the moon yet.
That's great.
That's a fun fact.
Fun fact, Jays have not been to the moon.
But for the side of RSG, here you go. You talk about having an initial engage, technically speaking, using an Arlott, the final slash into a Garukacha of Avatar or Guardian is going to be a very crazy, especially with the final slash that sweeps everybody together into one particular spot, allows Moskov to line it up so well for the side of RSG.
You can actually send people back into the area effect of the Avatar of the Guardian
Correct.
as well when they're trying to run away. So technically speaking, the Avatar of the Guardian can be used as an initiating tool because you actually do have a secondary skill that can actually help you to, well, secure the hit, actually. So I do absolutely love what RSG have gotten for themselves. Youngin, that's quite something. How exactly is the players, though, going to be piloting this? As we start things off with RSG just gearing themselves up in their own purple buff.
Ding?
A big fight already.
He's way off, out of position. First blood. Under 1 minute!
They wanted to pull an NIP flash.
Yeah, they wanted to pull an NIP flash, right? Because they were the receiving end of that one. But unfortunately, Ding, I mean, Arlott in no, that's not an EXP, EXP Garukacha. This seems like a roam Garukacha instead. Closer was there. Yeah, Closer was there just a nick of time. By the way, early game, Arlott still also do quite a lot of damage, especially if you get to proc your Vengeance over and over.
It's not too bad, but you would definitely want to be a little bit stronger in the. You definitely want to be in the lane because you're generally just going to be stronger because of Vengeance. You just kind of dash back and forth, and if you don't really have much creeps to work with, you lose out quite in some of these damage potential.
Yeah, I think Yon lost that cam earlier just now. Ashrid was used the retreat to basically take it away. Now that puts Yon in a bit of a precarious position
level
going
3
into the turtle. Yeah, evidently Yon's still struggling at level 3.
It's definitely, they will definitely come to a point whereby they are all at level 4 and of course going to be pretty much neck and neck. Yon did manage to hit himself with a level 4 though, so it's not too big of a deal per se, as we are only 1 minute and 30 seconds into the game. As the turtle is eventually going to be spawning out, the main thing is how long would it take for both of the junglers to eventually hit themselves at to level 5.
That's going to be the drag stun up there against Gear, but Yon forcing this one. Nope, just a poke. Going to disengage for now, but you can see right now that Vanguard Esports wants to be aggressive. Unfortunately, Ding has been picked off there in the early game.
Yeah, Vengeance has been popped as well.
Yeah, not only just that, he revitalized as well, but okay, Astrid.
Revitalized.
He got the turtle, but look at this final slash. Astrid very low, will be picked off, and now there's going to be the rest of Vanguard Esports in the choke point. Killed! 3 kills for RSG.
That's what we want to see, right? Eventually, you'll be able to interchange, just kind of interlink each of these big skills, right?
Yep.
The Frigid Glacier into your Avatar of the Guardian, or maybe into the Final Slash. There's just quite a lot of things that RSG could do. And throughout all this time, they are all being controlled. CS can actually come in with a very nice Spirit of Destruction to join into the battle.
Stain. Man, you can see that Vanguard Esports want to do the same thing what NIP Flash did. Be aggressive in the early game, but they've been countered here time and time again by RSG.
Yeah, RSG, I think those movements were really smart, right? It seems like Vanguard was a little bit the aggressor earlier. They tried to over-aggress, but I think the over-aggression didn't really pay off. Yes, even though they secured a turtle, RSG still manages to catch like at least 2 people, especially with the flicker by Roy. That was wonderful to kind of slow it down. And if you go towards the later parts of the game, yes, RSG on Yon, if he finds Luxian with the Shadow Kill, that's going to be a lot of damage going into the side of RSG.
It's definitely going to be fair to say, oh, hold on a second, middle lane.
Here, taunt on 2, that was perfect there for the God of Kacho. Now Ding joining in with a Desert Tornado, but the damage is not yet enough. It is going to be RSG disengaged now with those kills.
With a Nixon dead from the side of Vanguard, RSG is definitely going to be pretty darn happy with just picking that up. Now, Vanguard definitely do not have got the early game potential like we saw before in NIP Flash, as their middle lane is definitely a position 4. You don't really quite have a lot of damage that can really help you out. Yes, you do have a Nolan that is very mobile. However, you still require 4-man all-in kind of potential to really be able to take the opponent's jungles, or perhaps be a little bit more aggressive within of the river line.
Yeah, if you take a look at the damage dealt from the right-hand side, Roy did the most. In fact, they have the more bursty composition. That's why Nixon immediately got bursted down as RSG sets up for the turtle.
Speaking of which, RSG now has a great formation. Nick Stain has the vision. Closure with a stun. Freyren backs away. But then again, they've been stopped again. Avatar of Guardian there coming in from Gear, and the rest of Vanguard Esports rather backing away. Counter attack. There's the kick. There's the damage. And Gear still managed to hold on.
Whoa.
No way.
Whoa.
Buying so much time. 4-man. And he was been picked. So much resources there has been expended.
That's the power of the Gattacacha, where you are actually really happy to deal with all these tiny, pokey little heroes, right? Whereas Vanguard, they don't take a chunk of your health away, you do it slowly. And Gattacacha will be able to kind of build up his stacks from his passive and will be able to slam it down onto you.
Yeah.
The only good thing about, the only way that you can get around that is to overflow him with damage, whereby he can't make full use of his passive.
Yep, or you burst him down, right? But right now, Vanguard is actually struggling. As a Nolan, you need to try to get the early snowball. It seems like Astrid wasn't able to find it. Vanguard, that priority kind of fell off just a little bit, so now it's all about going towards the later parts of the game, where Luxian needs to just start shredding, Gear down. After that, closer, one by one, single target, one at a time. RSG, on the other hand, this is a very strong AoE kind of roster. You see how Gear used that ultimate to basically zone out Vanguard, allowing RSG to secure that second turtle.
Yeah, there's a lot of prospects when it comes down to the Avatar of the Goddess, since it's such a huge area.
It is.
You can choose to deny an area, you can choose to use it as an initiating tool in this very specific case and instance, or you can just kind of follow up from someone else, such as an Analyst, or perhaps even the Frigid Frost, which is definitely something, Frigid Glacier, which is something that we did see before.
Yeah, this one combo is actually kind of nutty, right? So many AoE CCs. So it's all up to Nick Stain, right? Making sure the Shinpo was used to great success in order to just avoid all of these CCs.
Yeah, You gotta give credit as well to Gear, man. Not only his avatar Guardian providing space, his taunts is also well on point.
Fair, yeah. It really just boils down to RSG as to how they want to play together as a team, and of course, how they would want to scale themselves onwards. Because understandably, from the side of Moskov, he's not necessarily too great at this point in time, at 6 minutes into the game. So the team at RSG may still lack a little bit damage.
Isolated with a kick there. Oh, the final slash again! The counterplay RSG outplaying Vanguard in that situation, takes 3. And Ding here and Freyren cannot do anything about this one.
That's exactly what we're looking for, right? Yeah. Like a Frigid Glacier right into a final slash, right into Avatar Guardian, allowing Gear to kind of survive just a little bit longer, and then after that wastes Vanguard's time. RSG takes the second turtle, and then, third turtle, and cracks open mid.
This is actually pretty darn scary from the side of RSG, considering the fact that they are 7 minutes into the game and they are knocking down onto the tier 2s in the middle lane and the top lane. In fact, they are more than ready to really deal with Vanguard in the event that Vanguard actually decides to take a fight against them.
I think we've seen the damage of Liechtenstein right now. We've seen Astrid not really performing well here in the early game, which we should expect of that Nolan. But Liechtenstein, we have seen the auto attacks. I think this is the time where he must carry this game.
Yes, that's definitely right. A lot of pressure on Luxian, a lot of pressure for Ding to set it up. Astrid, on the other hand, who do you assassinate? You assassinate Roy, goes into passive. You assassinate Yon, hey, I can quad shadow or iframe all the way back out, right? The only person that you can potentially assassinate for the side of RSG is CS, but CS is not making him visible in these team fights, and he can join the team fights as of when using the Spear of Destruction.
Timing is definitely important. As long as RSG hold on.
Purple.
Oh, did Yon take it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Took it away, and Nolan is also reliant on the purple buff to a certain extent, right? And don't forget his dashes right now, the cooldown is increased, so Vanguard needs to really play it smart and maneuver around RSG.
You don't really have a lot of ways that you can reclaim the lands that you have lost.
Yep.
You can very clearly see and tell that RSGSG has pretty much placed their banners in the opponent's jungle, and they are just taking things one at a time.
No way, the taunts again! Gear, are you crazy, this guy?
Man, he just dashed right in, taunted, caught Nick Stain right there, and then after that, he's just collateral. They managed to take down the bottom lane turret, and Vanguard is slowly losing a lot of space.
Value is what we'll want to see from the side of RSG. You go for kills, you go for tower destructions, and by the end of the game or end of the day, you would want to have a lot of money. At this point, we're looking at somewhere about 6,000 gold lead from the side of RSG, and of course, the Lord is currently available too. Vanguard is not necessarily looking to challenge this Lord, considering the fact that Ashrit is only at level 12 and Yon is at level 13. Even if they were to go close to try to go for a steal, he's not probably gonna win it.
Boom.
Okay. No, that's gonna miss. No shortcut all the way down to the bottom. The Yon will go down and also just respond to that one, but Vanguard needs to break the support of the Lord. I'm taking a look at the amount of... Okay, that's a shadow kill.
Yeah, Liechtenstein maintains his life there. Almost been taken down. That was a special delivery there, but McCrispy did not so far.
Did not arrive.
Customer. Yep.
Sorry, went to the wrong building.
Yon burst it down, and Ashrit takes the kill. And this is what you want. You need to scale here for Ashrit on that Nolan, but then again, closer goes in. Final slash. Nick Stain flickers back. Flicker in, coming in from Roy. That's going to be a pick.
You're really gonna have to focus right now. Vanguard, they lost Nick Stain, so one of the main front lines is unfortunately defeated. With the Lord that's gonna be marching in from the bottom lane. The middle lane, we do have a march coming in as well. The Holy Defense is just gonna be popped, so this is gonna be tough for Vanguard.
Yeah, the Lord is pretty much healthy here. Final slash did not connect, but then that is the space being provided. Ding! Raging Sandstorm, no follow-up, however, coming in from the side of Vanguard, but look at the damage! RSG, again, inhibitor target gone, plus a kill.
RSG is just abusing all the time he's coming off of Vanguard. They know that Vanguard is not going, is not kind of working together as a team, right? Ding get a very good final Raging Sandstorm, but there's no fallout coming off of Vanguard, and now RSG just finds all these mistakes and punishing Vanguard severely, cracking down bottom lane.
And again, we see the control there coming from Vanguard. As, of course, Jason mentioned, ooh, what was that? Liechtenstein gone. Now they're pressuring here in the middle lane as well. Inhibitor Tart almost close to dying. Now Avatar Guardian control once again. Gear makes it happen. Yawn goes for the kill.
That's it.
And that's it indeed. Game 1, ladies and gentlemen. RSG takes it.
Yeah, it makes it seem easy, right? RSG just doing a great showing. And this is a different RSG. This is RSG 3.0 in a sense, right?
yeah, man.
Especially during transfer window. And definitely smiles all across the board from the side of RSG. Vanguard right here, they're on their losing end. They need to figure out what's the problem because their performance in playoffs day 1 is just not their usual performance in regular season.
It's definitely a very hard game for Vanguard Esports, and in fact, I think that when it comes down to goal allocation as well as the itemizations, Vanguard Esports definitely doesn't seem like they are having too much of trouble on that per se. It really depended on Carry quite a bit.
Yeah.
Carry did manage to build up the Corrosion Scythe, the Golden Staff, as well as Demon Hunter Sword just about 1 minute before the game ended. But unfortunately, because of the fact that he rushed in for the Golden Trio, instead of going onto a slightly defensive route by getting himself either the Winter Crown, or most importantly, getting himself what was that again?
Golden Staff? Do you want to play charades?
Yeah, charades. Okay, charades. Weapon. Shoes.
Corrosion Scythe, Golden Staff.
Okay, jokes aside.
Yeah. Wind of Nature.
Wind of Nature.
Okay,
yes.
okay, so
so that's the charade.
I
Wind
don't know.
Nature. But yeah, the main thing is he didn't rush in for a Wind of Nature, and such wasn't able to play things a little bit defensively, wasn't able to stay alive in the fights, and it was relatively easy for Yon to just go in and assassinate him.
Yeah, as long as you land the Quiet Shadows onto Lucian Stain just couldn't do anything, right? And it's just practically sitting it up. And that's exactly what has been the theme of Vanguard Esports, right? You need to protect Lucian Stain as much as possible.
Gear. MVP.
Ah, yes. We trusted you on that, so we let you say it. It's like only your voice is required to tell everyone.
Yeah, but
he's
okay.
the MVP.
MVP for the side of Gatakacha, I think it's
fair,
pretty
though.
straightforward. It's
Very fair.
Yeah, because you see how he's been utilizing the Avatar of the Guardian quite strategically, right? Because sometimes we've seen other MPL players, they just suicide themselves, just throw themselves throw themselves at a problem and basically just get deleted right off the bat, right? But apart from that, his zoning using that one, especially around the turtles, finding pickoffs as well, following up accordingly, absorbing all the attention and the taunts are really on point.
I really do like how they have piloted this one though. Although they definitely ended a lot earlier than I expected. Considering the fact that CS only have got a couple of items on himself, and it's not huge items, or it's not like important or big items, but he still managed to make it work. And I thought that RSG, they knew exactly how they wanted to end the game.
Yep, Hayabusa has already secured a BOD, right? Immediately, once you have a Hayabusa on that BOD, that's going to be nutty numbers onto the Shurikens, onto his Shadow Kill. He could just easily burst anybody down. On top of that, you have Warcry, right? So that multiplication just amplifies itself over and over again. However, Vanguard, on the other hand, they need to try to make sure that if they really want to play in the early game, like for example, drafting a Khalid, drafting a Nolan, they really need to play to their strengths, right? Because this is exactly what happened in earlier just now when they faced against MIP Flash. They know that they're under pressure to basically find these early pickoff and then just snowball from there. But you can see how Vanguard's a little bit stagnant in a sense in the early game.
Speaking of pressure, right? It kind of seems as though Ding may be under a lot of pressure at this point in time, right? Because it's not really appearing, right?
Yeah.
There wasn't much presence coming in from him, even when it comes down to this Khalid, which is technically speaking one of the most important heroes in this game. You are required to go in either for an initiation or perhaps even as a follow-up. We didn't quite see Nick Stain going in to isolate anyone, so it kind of left it to Ding to start something up.
and there's not. I don't remember seeing any good Raging Sandstorms.
I don't remember seeing any Raging
Yeah,
Sandstorm.
usually you will see a lot of these Khaleeds, right? Just go in with a massive Raging Sandstorm, finding the flanks as well. But I feel like Vanguard has always been a receiving end of the aggression of RSG, right? Yon has been just hard invading as hard as possible. Gear just zoning everybody out. Closer on this Arlot, I think he also did quite a really good job finding the slash, finding the back line, and just make everybody fall in line, allowing CS to just spill the damage, because especially when you're fighting in one line, right? RSG forced Vanguard into a single line as they queue up and ate RSG's damage.
Oh man, speaking of closer, I think this is one of the games that I can see him really pop off. His final slashes were there, and unfortunately, on the other side, Nick Stain on his Joe. We see him going in with a Jeet Kune Do, but RSG, the way they position themselves is just easy to avoid such pick-off team fights. And time again, it's not just once, not just twice, it's every time we see Nick Stain. And as a matter of fact, the problem is he's got taunted as well by the God of Gotcha.
Yeah, the taunt actually always comes in at the time where you least expect it.
Yeah.
So I think at one point in time, you kind of forget that Kadakacha actually has a taunt.
Yeah, to be honest, I think he's one of the highlights. Now that you mention it, yeah.
No, I remember
He has a
Gatokacha
taunt?
has a taunt. You know why?
Huh?
I'm a goal laner. I'm always the receiving end.
They shouldn't be close to you in the first place.
Yeah, my team is not doing well.
No, your
My positioning
itself.
is greedy.
Both of you are the opposite sides. You're
Yeah.
a gold laner, you're an EXP laner,
Exactly.
so
Yes.
you don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I play safe. You want to go up and fight people.
Yeah.
That's where we're different. All right, our approach is different.
Yeah, that's why I beat you up.
This
is why I always want to be on the opposite team.
Yeah.
I love pissing him off.
Anyways, but aside of Vanguard, I think also another thing you have to point out, Vanguard is playing kind of like a pick composition, especially when you go
That's
for
right.
Nick Stain, right?
Yep.
You expect something like a Valentina perhaps that could burst down whatever Nick Stain catches, right? Yes, actually you're expecting Nolan to really go in for the burst, but I don't think that Vanguard was able to find any pickups at all.
I think that the main direction that Vanguard wanted to go for in the late stages of the game is understanding and getting a battery between Nick Stain and Luxin Stain. Because one thing's for sure, Carry is a burst machine in the late stages. Late stages.
Late.
So it's more of a kind of like a gamble towards the early stages, because I find this really amazing to see that Vanguard decided to draft a Juicin, which is great at the late stages, not that great in the early stage. So the only one that can really hold their ground very well in the early stages is going to be the Nolan as well as the Khalid. And technically leaving these two together with a Cho, in theory, is supposed to work very well because of their sheer amount of mobility. They will be able to catch up onto people, and they will be able to do things very well. Great damage in the early stages of the game, but it's really more on the execution from the side of Vanguard that just didn't quite hit the mark.
But for RSG, right, they've got counter-engage, right, from the Aurora and also, technically speaking, the final slash, right? Yes, Vanguard can jump onto RSG, but then you got these CCs, and you saw how Gear maneuver that one.
Yeah.
Like, when he got caught, he pretend he got caught. And then after that, he starts just doing a lot of damage and stacking off his passive. Then after that, he uses the ultimate to just jump away and buy some time for himself, lands and stun everybody out. Yes, if Vanguard, especially when they're so far behind in the early game, and they couldn't try to hunker down because they're trying to make some plays around the map, they're unable to find anything against RSG.
All right, with that said, let's take a look at the top 4 players in this game, right? Understandably, CS did manage to put himself as the rich guy and the carry position, while Nick Stain being the sandbag and Gear being the best wingman. If anything, bring him to the bar, he'll be your best wingman. But in the meantime, of course, it does definitely seem as though we have got quite a lot of damage that CS managed to get for himself, and of course, good amount of gold for such an early game.
I think Roy stepping up as well, to be honest. Yeah, we've seen the damage coming in from CS, but in early game we see a fan fact, right? Roy has been mid laner rather, with a mage damage, average highest in the regular season. and he did that one as well. So it only shows here that when it comes to damage distribution here, I think the side of RSG did a pretty good job.
Fair enough. Now, of course, coming into the next game, I think that we definitely need Vanguard to work more onto the macro game, especially more of their execution, because I don't see any faults when it comes down to their lineup. Like the composition, hero composition seems okay. They have a game plan, they know what they want to do, and in all stages of the game, early, mid, and late, they do have got ways to play around the composition. Sure, there are definitely loopholes, there are definitely a couple of nooks and crannies that they're gonna have to fill up with putty, but regardless, it's all supposed to work great for them.
Yeah, but of course, you know, I mean, a dagger can only work as well based on the user, right? Like, you got to know how to use the dagger with the dagger.
They
By
can
the way,
kind of poke you by the hilt.
Correct. Of course, instruction unclear. But Roy, you know, that sequence like that was actually really well. Finding these choke points, right? And you can see Yon, the target prioritization, the force Fearon out of position as well, to basically not allowing him to basically step forward. And don't forget, by this time, it's a 5 kill versus 0 kills, right? From the side in the favor of RSG, which means that Astrid wasn't able to snowball into a very crazy, damaging Nolan. And he's probably the only one that everybody from the side of Vanguard needs to rely on in the early game.
You can see from that fight alone, right? A single gear that managed to hold off 4 members for that long, that is just absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
Well, in the meantime, the wombo combo Unga Bunga coming in
exactly.
from RSG. That was the icing on the cake.
Yep.
That was quite literally Vanguard taking a knife and stabbing the toaster.
Yeah. By the way, don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Instructions unclear.
Don't try this at home.
Instructions very unclear.
Yeah, so which means that technically speaking, Vanguard does have the right tools. They just need to know how to use them. That's one thing. Second thing is,
And don't stab it in the toaster.
And I feel like Vanguard, they really need to huddle, just take a knee, just look back at what happened earlier just now. They were just going in one after another. There's no synergy. It feels like, you know, they're playing the same song, but they're playing on the different beats.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with what don't start. But I agree with what he said. The chemistry, the communications for Vanguard, it pulls off. I think they're offbeat there.
Yeah.
Okay, you can now go.
What's wrong? Why do you look so angry?
He's
I'm
thinking
not
something.
angry.
Are you confused?
Yeah.
You can't count, can't you?
Which part of me looks like I do music?
I don't know.
But maybe Moman does music.
Maybe.
Music to our ears. We'll pass it over to him to, you know, tell us a little bit more about this game.
A bit of music, a bit of cooking, a bit of analyzing here and there, of course. Welcome to Off the Desk with Moman, and now we have how Astrid was defeated by RSG. And RSG, of course, they did an extremely good job of denying space away from Astrid. Astrid may have gotten the first turtle, right? He tried to get the first turtle, and he did get it, but look at Closer and Gear's target positioning onto Astrid at all times, making sure that the early game damage provided by the Nolan is never available. And with that final slash, you see that funneling onto Astrid, and that with him out of the equation, if you take a look at the levels right now, Roy and Friar, if you look at the difference, Roy has the ultimate available, but Friar does not. And that shows very, very pivotal in this team fight right here, where he's able to push down the ultimate and manage to get a clean wipe on his team, getting a 3-0 advantage despite losing the turtle. And with that second team fight as well, we see that Friar is the primary target at first, where Gear spots him out and Closer moves into position to take out Friar. But the moment they saw Astrid, right, their priorities shift. Closer goes towards Astrid, and it is a funneling of utility onto this Nolan, making sure his damage is not available. Even committing the final slash, they might not have gotten the kill, but they got the turtle, and you can see that without this early game damage, there will be no way for Team Vanguard to even deal a semblance of damage to them as well. And if you take a look at this, right, they got the way of the dragon onto Gear, the worst possible target, who manages to pop that revitalization. And with that, the Avatar Guardian is popped, and Closer gets a screenshot play with that final slash into Flicker, instantly taking out 3 members from the side of Team Vanguard. And Team RSG, this will be a free turtle for them. And if you take a look at the last few fights available, when they have the Lord advantage, the Lord was uncontested for. And this shows what happens when Ashrid actually tries to initiate, whether it's the Way of the Dragon or whether it's not the Way of the Dragon. The moment he tries to initiate, the lockdown is imminent. The taunt is there, and they just clean him up. And the rest of the story is all she wrote, because yeah, we know how that ended, and it did not end very well for Team Vanguard. That's all for me for the first game. Back to you guys, casters.
Okay, look, Moment can music, can cook, can play game and analyze game. Man, he's husband material.
You seem to know a lot about husband material.
From a single coming from a single guy. Okay.
I wasn't going that direction. I will swear.
Deadeye.
I wasn't
Sorry,
going that
I'm a good
direction.
eye. I'm a good eye. I'm a good eye. Sorry for that one, Jake.
I guess there's only one message that Good Eye has got for you, huh? And that one message
I praise
is
you. I call you Good Eye.
that message is that you, my friend, you gotta up your game with JD. Hey!
I need to get more. Yeah,
because you can
I am
get
going there right here, right now.
You can get 500 free diamonds when you have a minimum
new
spend
shoes.
of $110 on jdsports.com.sg. And of course, we absolutely love the very fact that we do have JD Sports here with us at MPL SG, because we need shoes. He needs bags. Where's the bag?
Huh?
Where's the bag?
I'm not showing you.
You gotta show them
I'm not showing
the bag.
you. No,
you gotta
I'm
show
not
them
gonna
the
show
bag.
you. But look, there's some great deals last few days as well. Up to 50% off for selected items. Hold on, let me just show.
What do we have in here?
I don't know. Ooh. Some shoes, 50%.
Ooh la la.
Yeah.
Great
What's
shoes.
$300 now? 244. Wait, what's this? Oh, okay. This design is bad.
Oh, look,
I like
the
this
screen
one.
is good as well. Cross promo.
The best part is, it's really nice to be able to shop like this. It's actually kind of cool.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. Now, of course, when it comes down to JD Sports, make sure you guys once again head over to jdsports.com.sg and browse their infinite scrolling
Sorry, I'm checking my
amount
bank account
of
whether I have
gallery,
enough.
Right? They really do have quite a lot of stuff in here.
Oh.
But of course, I gotta have to say, we do have got the game that will be coming up for us very soon. And when it comes down between Vanguard versus RSG, it is definitely gonna be another one of this spicy game. RSG, understandably, has changed a lot just from a single gear, right? We were talking right about that.
Exactly. Man, I asked you guys, gear is enough, and it did. It just did wonderful there for the side of RSG, stepping up into this series, and now taking one game from the side of Vanguard. They only need one here in order to proceed.
One
to the
here.
Yeah. You know what? One thing that I just can't get out of my mind is the very fact that RSGSG is in the lower brackets. We don't see that. We don't see that.
No, they used to be lower bracket kings. Remember the Cinderella story?
Yeah, look, they always start at upper brackets, then they will go down to the lower bracket. But they started lower brackets this time.
It's okay. It's all about the end results. I think the problem is definitely going to be in my mind whether they are able to go to the grand finals or not. I think that's probably like the key storyline for me for MPL Singapore Season 8.
Absolutely perfect storyline, because this is where we make it or break it, as we are now in match point between Vanguard and RSG. We start things off with a chip Fanny Band from the side of Vanguard and a Hayabusa and a Harif from the side of RSG.
Looking at this pick band patterns, yeah, the Phobias is still open, I think. And you know, we see a lot of Juicing recently. We're thinking about how maybe Juicing should be banned as well, but
is it really ban-worthy though? I wouldn't say that. Well, on the other case, if we are looking for a pattern, just by looking at all of these heroes, it is very clear to say that they are banning heroes.
Phobias getting opened up, I think.
No one is catching on my joke.
Nope.
No one
that
at
joke
all.
flew across my head. I don't even care.
I support you. Emotional support.
Emotional support, Deadeye, huh? Remember that time when you
Such a
emotional
good
support
eye.
for who was it again? Who are you interviewing with again that time?
Boyet.
Oh, Boyet. Yeah,
Yeah.
your emotional support for Boyet.
Ah, right.
Yeah. Okay, looking at the bands right here, Phobius is still wide open.
Yep. Khalid.
And then Khalid as well. But that's the thing, right? Khalid is so strong. You don't really want to ban him away instead. You just want to make sure that you secure for yourself. Oh, instead, Vanguard opening both.
It's like strong, but not strong enough to really guarantee, or rather to really justify a ban onto the Khalid. But regardless, I think that Khalid is still a very good first pick material for both, whether you are first pick or second pick.
But I prefer the Phobius, right? Because still, if you're a Phobius, you can still work very well against a Khalid because the Khalid still dashes around and stuff like that. So, yeah, I feel Phobius is definitely a good pick, and RSG made the right choice. Even though Vanguard purposely opened up both the Phobius or the Khalid, RSG will snap pick the Phobius up. So Vanguard, okay, that's a trade. They'll take the Khalid for themselves, and perhaps even to a certain extent, maybe an Edith or a Hayabusa for Astrid.
How about the glue though? Glue has been
yeah,
considered as one of the counters for this Phobius, and well, it's right fitting here for Dink, especially. No, it's Khalid though.
Yeah,
okay,
it's gonna be Khalid.
Khalid's too good to pass up right now, and Vanguard taking the Moskov away from CS. CS, technically speaking, can still go back and play like your Nathans to kind of match it up. And this combo, these two picks, Khalid and Moskov, Raging Sandstorm, right into the splash damage from Moskov, I think that's something that for the side of Vanguard can work with.
Yeah, the one thing that we gotta have to look out for is the very fact that if Vanguard were to miss out on the Khalid peak because they wanted to go for the glue at the end stages, RSG can actually pick up the Khalid for themselves again, or rather to kind of work with a Phobius, because Khalid can always go to the roam position.
Phobius mid is a little bit old school.
Mid has been old school, but I'm still looking at Phobius in the AXP.
That's a Suyo jungle for the side of Yawn. This time around, don't forget, I think this is the second time Suyo being picked up by any of these MPLs. Juicin finally secured for the side of Roy. And yeah, Suyo does have the burst damage required for your mid trio, so that's what I think I can accept. Vanguard, on the other hand, picks up the Aurora to kind of counter dive, especially against a Phobius.
I definitely do like the concept of Suyo, considering the fact that all you need to do is just kind of build damage, like your damage as high as possible, while in the meantime, if you are in your immortal form, you also do get damage reduction. So as an assassin in the jungler, you actually kind of get the best out of both worlds by going for damage.
And we've seen, of course, once the CEO has been picked, maybe a Julian can also be a great counter pick here. I'm not sure Vanguard though. Astrid is comfortable with a Julian pick. We've seen him on the Fanny, we've seen him on the Ling, we've seen him on the Hayabusa, but Ling is pretty much open. But the 1-1 has been banned here.
This is pretty interesting, right? This is day number 2.
Have we missed something about 1-1?
Well, 1-1 is actually hidden op. It's like, if you can play her well, she's actually really OP. And it's all very conditional, right? Situational. You saw how 1-1 gets countered very easily by the likes of your Gato Kancha, the likes of Hylos as well. Any person that's really frontlining, thick and right in front of you, you'll constantly get countered, right? So, but in my opinion, it's not really ban worthy as of now.
Yeah, that's coming from a 1-1 main there.
Fair. Wait, he likes 1-1, but it's not necessarily a main.
I have 200 games on 1.
Oh.
Okay, main.
Yeah.
Okay, main.
Okay, there you go. The Julian has been banned, so they don't want this counter here for the Suyo pick, and it happens to be very great for a matchup because Suyo will be enabled level 3, same thing as Julian here.
I still believe that crowd control can definitely be in the midst of Vanguard a little bit more if they would like to. Regardless, the way that they have been drafting thus far is definitely catered towards full-out team composition, where they want to go for team fights. Well, the side of RSG, they want to deny areas. So Harif is still definitely one of the best picks for them, best in slots, but being banned out, that's not going to be the case. We still have Nathan that is still currently available for them to pick out. Suyo is very independent. We don't really have to talk too much about what, how and what the jungler is going to contribute.
Okay, Tigreal being selected by the side of Vanguard. Nick Stain picking that one up. And now this reminds me of, you know, the Team Evil kind of play
Yeah.
style, right?
Uh-huh.
We just, as long as we land the Frigid Glacier, followed up by the Raging Sandstorm, followed by the Implosion, line everybody up by the Moskov to basically kind of just shred everything. Now, RSG, they need to find a way to deal with this one because this Vanguard, this 4 picks, looks very scary. Vanguard could just pick any jungler at all. Any Mia jungle. It still work.
I would say that crowd control immunity might actually be really good at this point in time. You wouldn't really want to go for pickoff because the way that RSG has planned out for themselves, pickoffs might not work that well. It's not probably going to give you enough damage unless you decide to play a carry into it. But Dayton is definitely what I want to see. So great to see that coming. And Akai, that's their answer. Crowd control immunity, exactly what I want, whereby they don't have to be too afraid of Tigro singling out one person or perhaps Kali coming in. Akai can just dissipate the fight, which is absolutely great if Jusin as well as Phoveus just wants to control an area. Akai supplements that.
And not only just that, Akai is a combo breaker for the Tigro Implosion.
Yeah.
Right? You can just boop him just a little bit. You won't be able to use the Implosion at all. And then after that, you kind of just scatter everybody from the side of Vanguard so that they don't really join the fight. And speaking of join, oh, this is actually a very scary roster coming out of Vanguard. Finally, this is a good draft.
It is. And remember, guys, the win rate 100%.
I see this in rank. I will old chat why you try hard. This is a very try hard draft. But of course, Vanguard is fighting for tournament life right here.
Exactly. So, I mean, AoE is there. I do love the Akai pick, for sure, 100%. It will somehow disrupt the layers upon layers upon layers of crowd controls here against the side of Vanguard. But if they execute it perfectly here, it's going to be disaster here for the side of RSG. I think Akai here, Gear, once again, should step up in this match.
Super excited to see what RSG have got for us. Vanguard as well. Who's going to be the one to come up on top in this match point of the series? Is it going to be Vanguard that is just going to be playing all-out team fight? Well, RSG on more of a retreat kind of thing.
Reactive.
Reactive, yes. They want to kind of break up the fights.
You need to see how Ashred plays this Joy though. Like, you really need to try to make sure that you punish the goal lane easy because a CS on the Nathan definitely need a lot more time to basically kind of scale, and also it's very vulnerable in the early parts of the game. Roy on this Jusin, yes, it's kind of decent right now, but it's very susceptible to these kind of dive, like for example the Ashred as well, all the Raging Sandstorm coming out from Ding.
And of course, we gotta have to talk a little bit more about lane priorities as well. Just how fast each players can actually get themselves out of their lanes, etc. Right? The new Phoveus definitely, you can be a lot more aggressive in your lane.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be too afraid of Khalid per se. However,
But Khalid clear faster, right?
Khalid, number one, it clears faster. Number two, you don't have to go back home because you are your own personal fountain.
You have a personal fountain in your pocket.
Yeah.
Well,
unfortunately for Phoveus, you gotta have to go back home the moment that you are kind of poked a little bit too much, which is something that Khalid is gonna be really good at. So understandably, Vanguard, they should be able to get themselves running around the river a lot more often. As such, Vanguard should naturally be able to take control of the river and drive RSG away.
Now, I'm curious though, the Suya pick, can it have the initial damage that needed for the side of RSG? I mean, they picked this one, and we know that this hero enables himself level 3 alone. Now it is going to be level 4. And speaking of which, this is the action we want to take here. Great drag coming in from the side of Roy. Nick Stain, very low, still able to disengage.
Yep. Looking at emblems very quickly right here, it's still mostly standard. Suyo going for the assassin emblem, working on, you know, mostly of the penetration. That's kind of normal for assassin junglers, right? But if you take a look, of course, Luxian Singh going for common emblem, but master assassin, which means that Luxian Singh wants to try to win the earlier parts of the game, whereas RSG, CS is trying to hold on as much as possible. Yon picks up a turn.
And now they're going to translate here to go for an invasion, but Freyrin managed to flicker back away. Gear with a heavy spin. Gonna be Ding backing away, and Gear, look at the space being given here. 4-man, and Spear of Destruction has been activated as well, but not gonna go in. Now Lichstein goes for the drag, closer almost, but Freyrin goes for the rigid glacier. No casualties there for both teams.
Not at all.
The purple buff is the casualty.
Yep.
And CS might have been, but it does seem like Liechtenstein did manage to push him away. So definitely Vanguard, even though they managed to, even though they kind of lost the turtle previously, is not they're not necessarily out of the game just yet. And despite of all of that fact, we still have got a Joy from the side of Vanguard too. Joy is understandably a very strong hero in the jungle and will be able to just kind of pop by the lanes for a tad short bit.
Yep. You can see how the value of gear coming in, right? The heavy spin also kind of certain extent denies the Raging Sandstorm kind of thing, right? Because if you notice, it kind of appeared, but then after that, it gets denied. So that's really a good pick coming up from RSG. But CS, that's a Feather Heavens, that's one of his core items, but, you know, Nathan's needs more than just that.
Speed will be the key. Oh, Nick Stain. But ultimately, that is going to be a Purify coming in from Roy, negating, of course, the initial team fight. But Dang forces it with Raging Sandstorm, and Astrid gets the finishing kill.
Ah, that was famous last words coming in from Roy. But hold on a second, there's more.
Again, we have a spin. Now Yawn gets the kill here, for himself there, and Astrid falls down. That's Jungler out for the side of Vanguard.
Yeah, Vanguard committed 2 ultimates into 1 Purify. Roy's more than happy to take that one out and allowing RSG to just walk on in, clean up, or take 1 person down.
There's perhaps even a little bit more. Nick Stain relinquishes control of his own purple bubble thing.
Dang! Oh no! There's no clean right now. This is a perfect timing here to go for the turtle right now.
The turtle is up. It does seem like Nathan is also going to be right onto the turtle too. Vanguard, they're not really taking the control of the turtle as much as I expected them to be able to.
And remember when we talk about, you know, Vanguard, yes, this is a very scary draft if your teamwork is good, right? Remember how Team Evo executed something like this before? They were basically stacking one after another, but Vanguard seems like, you know, they're still slightly different. They're playing different games right now. Take a look.
And now Heavy Spin is out of position, isolated, but Steel Gear managed to get back away. Spear of Destruction hits, but CS is here in the vicinity. They will not push it through.
It's not taking the chances right there, Liechtenstein. Knowing that CS is around, allowing Gear to escape that one. Starling Sign being secured by Joy, but look at the goal difference between that Yawn and Astrid as well. It's just kind of concerning if you're a Vanguard fan.
It's true. And we've seen Astrid as one of the players that highest kills in the league.
Oh,
as
really?
you can see right, yeah. He has 88 kills in the regular season. He's one of the top players. But so far, he's been shut down here with RSG's aggressive play. And look at Astrid here. Try to back away. Yawn goes for the poke. Goes for the assassinate as well. Takes a solo kill.
Assassin got assassinated, and definitely Suyo does look pretty darn strong. We're only looking at about 2,000 gold deficit. This shouldn't be all that much.
I love this. The pressure on the top side. Almost the outer turret here will be taken down.
Oh yeah, of course. I was just looking at the Akai and also the Phobias, right? Isn't this like what Youngin likes to do? Drop an Akai right into the Phobias. Every time you dash it, every time you push people with a heavy spin, it kind of helps you cut down on the cooldowns. And after that, you know, bada bing, bada boom, I have more even ultimate in the room and stuff like that.
Oh yeah,
that's true. I mean, right now the Phobias no longer plays around dashes all that much anymore. I would say that it's definitely a huge bonus for being able to reduce the amount of cooldowns per se because of your S1 and S2. But regardless, as long as we have the Phobias continuously going up in the air for the Infernal Pursuit, it will all be great.
Oh man, look at the space being given here. Gear as well as the skill 1 coming in from the side of Yawn. And another free turtle here for the side of RSG.
Good push coming up from RSG, cracking open mid, transitions over to Turtle Pit. In the other hand, Vanguard, they're just playing a lot of
Oh, the heavy spin, pinning him against the wall. No escape there, and now they're going to be Astrid defending this red buff here. Will they be able to defend though? RSG going to go for the conceal, goes for the steal, go for the kill as well. Astrid will fall, and Freyrin as well. Going to be a flicker. Nick Stain goes in with implosion, but no follow-up, unfortunately, here for the side of Vanguard. And now they're suffering here. The heavy damage, the heavy pressure. Roy gets the kill in the end.
Who would have thunk that a Chusen will be able to deal that kind of damage over to a T-Girl? It's definitely very much surprising.
Yeah, I mean, we're going closer to the later part of the game, right? And you see the burst damage potential coming out from the Suyo. Seems like, you know, Suyo does have, it's basically like an executioner, right? The lower your HP is, the more damage you can deal, which means that, you know, with the initial burst coming out from CS as the Nathan, you can basically just do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
It is, I think Soul Severing is 20%, it do damage 20% of your lost HP. If I remember that is the right number. But of course, with that team fight happening, we do have an instant replay to give us a really good idea as to how that all eventually turned out to be.
Nick Stain actually caught like a 3-4 man implosion, but Lucian Stain unfortunately just got respawned, right? The Frigid Glacier wasn't close enough to basically connect onto anybody else, and members on the side of Vanguard is just running on different wavelengths. They're just running away as of now. Yes, it was a massive catch by Nick Stain, but nobody's there to receive him.
And I just saw on that replay as well that the Raging Sandstorm was not even activated there after the implosion. It only shows there that Closer did a pretty good job zoning out Ding. And yeah, you mentioned, of course, Jace. I think the communications here coming in from Vanguard is a different Vanguard that I have seen during the regular season. And this is a different RSG right now here in the playoffs as well.
Right. Vanguard definitely does seem like they have a little bit more reservation onto themselves. Like
hesitation.
It feels as though they are afraid of using skills because it might sabotage them for the later parts of the game, so on and so forth.
I mean, Vanguard was the receiving end of using 2 ultimates onto one person and ultimately getting punished for it. Remember JPL?
Right.
And then remember Roy earlier just now, exactly the same. And that's why you can start to see a lot more hesitation. No. And Roy, this is a late game juicing, right? Just get tagged by some of that Lantern. You see Asher is just going to take a lot of damage.
That's a long walk away from home there. And you can see right now, Vanguard is struggling here to control the map. They did a pretty good job going to go for the split push, but then again, the Lord is now here in the middle lane. Inhibitor Tart still standing. Ding trying his best here with a Desert Tornado, clearing the waves. He will be able to do so. Now the Lord has been expanded. Oh,
damage from the CS though.
Oh, look at the heavy spin! But then again, overstating the welcome here. That's going to be a death there for Gear.
That's definitely not looking great at all. 10 minutes into the game, and it does seem like Vanguard is looking at 5-kill deficit. Closer.
Oh man, Ding is here. Now Inhibitor Turret gone. It's open here in the mid. Ding backs away with a Raging Sandstorm. But look at the damage, and Roy flickers in, trying to go for the control as well, providing the space to go for the push on the top side. Now Yon trying to back away. Astrid is here with the beats, but still damage isn't enough to go for the pickoff.
Yeah, but Vanguard seems like they do have the damage, but they're not prioritizing one person at a time, right? Bit of communication breakdown right here, and RSG found that golden opportunity to just basically push down the mid lane and also make top side look a little bit weaker. And you can start to see, RSG, CS, that damage is starting to leak in. And Roy at the same time, Yon is just assassinating any squishies right now against Vanguard. That makes Lucian Stain, and even to a certain extent, Fury and Ashit to have to play a bit safer.
They're not really cooperating together per se in their own battles, right? We definitely did manage to see that they do have quite a little bit of damage. Like, for example, Ashrid already have got a Stadium Scythe, got the Blood Wings as well. So that is definitely something that can really work out for him. And of course, it does have a little bit more survivability if he ever were to want to jump into the midst of RSG. So Vanguard, they just gotta have to be a little bit more bold.
Oh. Look at this one. I think RSG planning to end this game, but still Vanguard holding their ground. 2 inhibitor turrets already gone. And now 30 seconds until the Luminous Lord will spawn in this game.
Man, you saw Yon's damage onto Furin. One stab, that's half HP gone from the side of Furin already.
That's definitely going to be super tough for them to kind of get themselves back to the game. They have already lost the inhibitor turret in the top lane and the inhib in the middle. What's left is the bottom lane inhib, which probably will go down if RSG were to focus on the next objective that's available, which is 5 seconds for now, the Lord.
Okay, you really cannot mess this up right now, right? Vanguard, this is your last chance, right?
Oh,
now you have RSG focusing on the Lord right here. All they have to do is to make sure that they clear the waves, get as much gold as possible. Yes, it's a 10k gold lead, a very high stakes game right here. This is potentially the last fight for the side of Vanguard. Vanguard, knowing that RSG need to congregate to basically take down the base, this is where the implosion, this is where your Frigid Glacier, this is where your Joyce Ultimate and the Raging Sandstorm work really well. Vanguard cannot miss this next sequence.
I agree, man. The stakes are higher. 1 game away here for RSG to take in order for them to proceed. But Vanguard, they must hold 1 game at a time. Will they be able to defend this one with the Luminous Lord pushing through in the mid?
Yon's, who's outputting that damage coming out on top of Yon. You see, Vanguard does have the damage, they just need to use it.
Just a little bit more until the Lord eventually marches in and ready to plunder everything that Vanguard holds
Save
dear.
Flicker ultimate, looking for that one. Conceal play has been activated. Astrid.
Oh no! He's been bursted down! This is big, and now Implosion is there as well. But then again, counter plays. The base is down. RSGSG. GG.
Definitely RSG. They played their game to the T and ended the game right under 14 minutes. They definitely knew what they wanted to do. And of course, their lineup really just allowed them to play according to their very strength. Well, Vanguard, unfortunately, has been very much reserved. And unfortunately, that means that Vanguard gonna have to bow out for the entirety of MPLSG Season 8.
Remember, guys, Vanguard top 4 relegated by RSG that almost make it through here in the playoffs.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it's really tough saying, right? RSG definitely rose from the ashes, right? With the help of Gear joining in the fray to basically save RSG from elimination right off the bat, even before the playoffs. Vanguard, however, day one of playoffs, they just couldn't hold a candle against RSG. And remember what I was saying just now. We're just looking at them stacking on the damage and stacking on the CCs. That's nowhere to be found.
Now that we have the conclusion of Vanguard, I'm just kind of like backtracking and kind of looking at the lineage of Vanguard. They definitely started MPLSG as at a high ground, right? They got themselves like 4th place before, and then slowly but surely they kind of dropped down 4th place, 5th place, and at one point it was like 6th and 7th. But now we can very clearly tell that they have unfortunately fallen far.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, it is. Well, fortunately for RSG, they'll be using Vanguard as a stepping stone up into the brackets as well in MPL Singapore Season 8. Taking down Vanguard, they now will be facing, one of the winning team in the next series.
The competitions is and are getting tougher, and I think that Vanguard definitely understands that very concept. So pretty much looking forward to see how they're gonna be for Season 9 onwards.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, they are seeded going in because they managed to make it to the top 8 after all.
Top
so
6.
that is definitely something that we can top 6. So all right, top 6.
So Abstract cannot count.
Yes, I can't.
1, 2, 3,
no.
5.
No,
What is this?
No, you can't do that because you're giving me fingers. I can't count with fingers. I can't count without fingers. That's why if you amputate me, I can't count anymore.
Guys, it has been an honor to be casting with this two. The OGs, this two has been here since MPL Season 1. Man, it's such an honor.
Such an honor getting brain damage from more.
But speaking of which, an honor is something that we gotta have to look out for, and an honor to the MVP. Who's that gonna be? Too late. Who's it gonna be? Gear! Is it really gonna be Gear for the second time? It's Yon with the Suyo. With a 100% kill participation, 5 kills and 3 assists, gathering up a total of 894 gold per minute. Yon piloting this masked man. I don't know anything about his lore just yet. I'm gonna read it up so that I can talk more about Suyo, but regardless.
But what I know is the damage coming out from him at the later parts of the game is insane. One snap, Fioren was half HP.
Exactly.
Goes for Assassin Emblem, of course. You want to add on as much armor penetration as possible. The Season Hunter to get the farm up. Because you're so early game oriented. Thrill, Lethal Ignition, icing on the cake. Brother was going around assassinating everybody.
Tons of damage. And you know what they say? With all this amount of damage that he managed to put out, his name is definitely going to be immortalized.
Wow, nice.
Immortal form.
Immortal form?
Immortal form.
Okay.
My brain
don't
braining.
Braining, not braining.
Brain not braining. That's what happens when you cast with abstract.
Sounds great. Anyone else wants to get brain dead? Sit next to me. No, of course. Item build is something that we're gonna have to talk about because for those people that is wondering how you want to build your Suyo, how do you want to play your Suyo, this is where you can definitely take reference from. So looking at Yon's itemization, first item with the Hunter Strike, Endless Battle, Blade of Despair, and then we are even heading into the Malefic Roar. And even ended off with an Expert Glove as well.
Could go into Sky Piercer. I think knowing Yon, he'll go for Sky Piercer,
exactly.
right? But if I were playing it, I'm going to go for Winter Crown.
If I'm playing it, I'm gonna go for Blade of the Heptases.
That's not a good call.
Why not?
First.
Oh, sorry, not Blade of the Heptases, sorry. What was that?
Sky Piercer?
No, it's not. Sea Halberd. Yes, that's the word. Sea Halberd. That's the path.
Okay.
Yeah. Expert Gloves, right? Goes to Sea Halberd, right? Yes.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with my senior.
Facts.
Fan facts. That's fan facts.
Okay, so let's take a look at the other things that we're gonna have to focus on as well. One thing's for sure is that Roy actually picked up Sky Piercer, which is something that is really interesting as well. I have absolutely no idea how, I have no idea why, but it worked. One kill for the Sky Piercer.
Well, he has the highest average damage. Well, it only shows that he wants those skills, he wants no damage. So Roy, goes for the Sky Piercer.
I'm sorry, but I think it's not about just the item builds. I think it's just a draft. Vanguard, this is draft, what you mentioned. This is try-hard draft. It's supposed to work, and it will work.
It's supposed to work. I think it really just boils down to the execution. Even for game number 1, their draft was pretty decent. Game number 2, as Jay's pretty much said, this is a very try-hard draft, but they just couldn't execute it to the T.
Yeah, and also you gotta have to admit, RSG, I think this is a very smart pick from the side of from Youngin to pick the Akai. This is what we call the combo breaker kind of method. And CS to a certain extent, second skill also messes up everybody's combos, and that's exactly what RSG was able to deal with Vanguard. They don't really need technically speaking, they're the two main characters from side RSG. The main damage dealers though, CS and also Roy picks up the Purify for themselves. So yeah, I mean, it's how you deal with this kind of trying hard draft.
And looking at this emblem as well, I've seen Ding here with Wilderness Blessing, Agility here, and they want to rotate the lead as early as possible here. But it's not easy for Ding to do this one as well. So I think it pretty much, if he wants to stay in control, maybe just the emblem coming in from the side of Closer. I think Closer did a pretty good job stabilizing him, not going into the lane, to other lanes rather, in the early stages of our match.
I thought that when it comes down to the emblems, looking at Fryren as well as Ding, picking up the Wilderness Blessings, it kind of gives us a very good idea that they want to be very agile, right? They want to take control of the river, which they managed to do so within the first few minutes, but slowly after, they're starting to be like, yeah, we can't exactly take control, we're afraid of this, we're probably afraid of that, and I think that really just boils down to some of these initiation factors from RSG, despite that initiation factor not being all that strong per se. In fact, core control is probably one of the weakness from RSG because to really land the lanterns, the knock-up, it still takes time.
Yep. Vanguard, on the other hand, they're mostly, if you watch the highlights or the mic track later, you realize that Vanguard is the one that constantly engaging to a certain extent, especially early game. That's correct. That's the win condition. But RSG, this is a draft that kind of plays, that kind of kites you backwards. Disengage, right? Using Akai, using CS ultimate, Juicing to a certain extent. The Phobias will be there just to buy some time for the rest of the members to get on out.
Well, with that all said, turret damage is something that I absolutely love to talk about all the time, right? 30,000 damage onto the turret from the side of RSG. Well, for Vanguard, they didn't really manage to get the opportunity to really get close to the turrets at all, which would probably tell us that Stain as the Moskov, he actually didn't really get much of a time to stick around in the lanes and just kind of play around and just push lanes down. It seems as though he has constantly been forced to move away from lane, number 1, or he gotta have to join into the battles, number 2, or number 3, he's just getting killed in his lane all the time and he gotta have to respect the opponents.
Yeah, but also, you're expecting Lucian Stain to win his lane, right? Because you're a Moskov going up against a Nathan.
Technically he did.
Technically
he did.
He did
push CS away and back home. once.
Yeah.
But what happens after that?
It's the scalability. Maybe Vanguard should have played around Liechtenstein even more, because usually that's where Vanguard truly shines, right? Play around Liechtenstein, make sure that he gets a good game. He gets a good game, everybody's happy for Vanguard.
Exactly. You can't, as a marksman, you should definitely know that yourself, right? If your team don't give you a good game, you can't shine as a marksman.
It's one of his challenges.
Challenge accepted.
Wow. I love it. I love the response, man.
I see. All right.
I
Leave it to
love
me
it.
10 years from now then.
If I'm still playing, I'm maybe at 14. But okay, look at that. Just mostly Gear once again, the best wingman. Gotta have to take him out now. And of course, Sandbag going over to Gear and CS the carry and Rich guy over to Yon. Yon literally farming Vanguard of one after another. But you have to admit, this is a very low kill kind of game, right? 8 is to 2. And it's all about macro. It's all about how RSG, when they kill, there's always a conversion. When Vanguard kills, sometimes there's no conversion at all. It's a good pickoff.
Fair, yeah. We definitely seen before is like they are killing for the sake of killing in some sense, right? You're not looking at the value trade, so on and so forth. If I lose someone, I gotta have to get a kill somewhere else, or I gotta have to take some value somewhere else. Am I able to push this lane for a macro for a macro point of view? Am I able to push middle lane and just kind of take a little bit off of the turret, turret damage, which is something that we don't see a lot from Vanguard, considering the fact that they only did like what 3,000 damage from the turrets. They're not finding external ways of getting value. So definitely something that we hopefully be able to see from Vanguard in the next season. But for now, I believe that we do have quite a treat, as I believe that we'll be able to listen to what SG said during their game in this mic check.
Pattern many. Can point. Nice.
Hey, can kill eh. Watching.
Nice lah, bro.
Nice one.
Relax.
Santai
Yeah, ni help again.
Yeah. Can kill. Can help. Out.
Nice.
Take the rate. Can no. Hard.
Oh, I think.
Hey, hard lah.
Hey,
ulti carry. What's
I freeze. Go. Nice.
My bad. Nice one. Try me, guys. Try me.
Watch out, carry die. Watch out, bro!
Hey,
Turn off the guys, yes.
Hey, go.
Nice lah, bro! Hey, brother, what are you doing, brother? Hey, brother! What are you doing, brother? Hey, go! Kali behind, ah. Kali. Hey, Kali cannot.
Yeah, go. Must go spear. Hey, on Tigo.
I got a blue.
Nice. Aura, no passive.
Come back, guys. Nice one.
I got it. Shit. Oh, be far. We got him, nice.
So
we got turtle. Can poke this guy? Can. Nice one!
Shit, bro!
Let's go! Okay, we going top.
Hello, brother John! Hello!
Nice!
Hello!
Yeah.
Nice, like here! Hey, record, boom!
Nice one. Continue, guys. Yeah.
Hello! Where's the damage, bro?
Ready, go!
Hello! What's up, bro? Go behind.
Yeah, can
Can base. Hey, can rush base.
Wait. On base. Nice one.
Hey, what got that, Chaloy?
Hello!
That's definitely the highlight, right? That's definitely the highlight, I gotta have to say. I mean, they did win in a very convincing fashion after all, 2-0. I'll give it to him. You know, it's all fun, fair, end games until someone else does it to him. Hey!
I mean, he can definitely walk the talk this time around, right?
Definitely
so,
can.
502 kill score, and then after that, still wins the MVP. One hit, half HP Fieren. I mean, yeah, you can hello now.
Yeah, he should be afraid.
You should be afraid of Yon, especially when he says hello to you.
Just
in game.
Yes. Maybe when he says hello, you say bye.
Yeah, I bye. I say bye.
You say bye?
I need to say bye. I'm a gold laner. I run.
Fair.
I see him, I run.
Well,
Did I? Can you talk? Are you still laughing? Okay, let's have a more conversation, Abstract.
It's still replaying in my head. I think I'm gonna go back home, lie under my bed, close my eyes, and all I can hear is, hello!
Yawn first.
Yawn first, then hello!
Oh man.
That is absolutely hilarious.
I love the vibes right now coming from RSG. I think they need this one.
They do need it.
They
yeah.
needed this confidence booster
Yes.
because they were so
Yes.
they were in the gutter.
Yes,
They
for
had
like
a
the very
whole
rough
regular
start.
season, and finally during the playoffs they came, they shine, and they say hello to you.
They need the ego boost. They came, they saw, and they conquered
And say
for
hello.
this series. And they said hello. So, well, not only are we gonna say hello to all other people out there, we're gonna say hello to Mo Man the Weatherman as he's gonna be breaking things down about how this game went by.
Hello! Hello. So hello guys, and now we will see what Team Vanguard did wrong and what Team RSG did right? What Team RSG did right is they had gear on Akai, which basically countered out Tigreal at all times. And now let's just play that back for you guys. Alright, so first we see that already Nick Stain has used the flicker with the implosion. And this is just countered by a Purify coming out from Roy, who ulties away and recall spams. And this is tactical, by the way. This is tactical. Just to draw the attention in. Yeah, I'm going to say this is tactical. Roy dies in the end. But this is to draw Astrid in. And with this, right, Gear can come in from the back, lands a very nice heavy spin onto Astrid, and clashes together with Yon to get that trade. That 1-for-1 trade, one jungler for that mid lane. 4 minutes in, the jungler is way more important. He has much more farm. And look at this. This is a no-no zone, right? When Gear is spinning, that's a no-no zone. You don't want to be near him. And this Luxemstain, he just gets locked down and destroyed. And with this, I'm very surprised with what Team Vanguard did. They still lingered around despite losing Luxemstain 7 minutes in. They won't have that added damage. Astrid would be the only source of damage. And who is the initiator coming in from the side of Team Vanguard? It'll be Nick Stain while they're taking so much damage. And once again, while they're doing that, Gear manages to land a CC onto Astrid. And Astrid just gets knocked down. And with that, Friar gets pulled in as well. Nick Stain pulls off an amazing implosion, by the way, but it is not answered for. You see, Ding, he is available. He can go with the Raging Sandstorm in. He has it available, but it seems like they're just not communicating well at that point. And Ding goes the other way, which is very confusing to me. And with that, there's not enough damage. The Frigid Glacier is down from the side of Friar, but gets cleaned up by Yon, and Nick Stain eventually falls as well. And this is slowly where they start to lose control of the game, slowly but surely. And look at Gear. Look at Gear. I mean, he's just livid and happy at this point. This man is very talented, right? Moving from EXP to Roamer, and now he's performing so well on an Akai that I've never seen before. And now with this, Gear goes for the initiation, right? He does the heavy spin, locks down 2 members. It is unanswered for. They are not able to convert. But the thing about RSG is they are not going to let an early death go like this. They know that they still have the damage. Only Gear was down for the count. So they use Closer instead to be the frontliner. That's the very nice contingency that they have. If Gear is down, use Closer as the Phobius to go in the front line. And with that, they managed to get the inhibitor turret as well, with Yon, CS, and Roy available. And Ding nearly takes out his own life by going in right there. Roy wanted to go in for more, and they want to get more inhibitor turrets, unable to get convert. And this is just still a wash of a team fight for now. But for the final team fight itself, right, this is a potential comeback for the side of Team Vanguard. This could have went extremely wrong, right? Nick Stain, he has the flickered implosion. They were just waiting for that perfect timing. But this is what I want to show you guys. The perfect timing came too late. Astrid was already caught in that front line, where someplace where he should not have been. And now that he is caught, there's no more damage. Yeah, they do go in eventually. Yes, they do look like they're winning that team fight. But if you look at the base, it's already too low, and the Lord is already there. And with that, they just lose control of the entire game and their entire standings at the playoffs. Congratulations to RSG. And Cheryl,
let's see what you have for me on the stage.
Thanks, Mel. Now I have Coach Youngin here beside me. So Youngin, I have to be super honest. I cannot lie. Honestly, I was voting against, not say voting against you guys, but statistically speaking, you guys are in 6th seed, going up against a 4th seed. So odds are kind of against you. So what happened during this like 1 week that you guys really bounced back so hard?
Yeah, so I think, first of all, I think because we are 6th seed, I think a lot of teams think that we are not strong anymore. But if you look at the regular season, how we have been continuing the momentum, we knew that we come into these playoffs, we're going to prove everyone wrong.
Right, and it is truly a surprise turn of events, especially for RSGSG. So, what did you guys do to recalibrate in that 1 week break before playoff season that allow you guys to secure this win?
Yeah, so our transition season, we added Gear. So definitely, I think with Gear coming in, a familiar face for me also because I've been in a team with Gear for so long. Him coming in basically made the team confident again, and we basically just rode that momentum, train up as well, right? Because Gear he didn't play the season before, the first half of the season. So it's just about making sure that he came together with the team, and then with that, the rest of my team, they are all finalists before, so they definitely have the experience and the skill needed, to do the same run again.
Wow, so we're definitely very excited given how RSGSG actually, made it all the way in Season 7 itself. Do you think it will be a repeat of what we could possibly see, maybe a Grand Finals for RSGSG?
Yes.
With such confidence, amazing. Okay, so one step at a time, huh? So who do you think you guys are going to face off next? Is it Rift Esports or is it going to be Bleed?
So I already said hi to Tech and FMM just now. So I told them I'll see them tomorrow.
Oh, so you are looking forward to meeting Bleed. Why so? It's a surprising turn of events because Bleed was in 5th seed, whereas Rift is in the 3rd seed. So how and why would you be voting for Bleed Esports?
I think the regular season didn't really give the correct standing overall. I think this season instead, I think the better teams were in the lower bracket. So us and Bleed basically.
Better teams are in the lower bracket.
Yes. So I mean, given our result against Vanguard today, I'm expecting Bleed to do the same thing also because they just lost. Rift just lost their game heavily also against Evil just now. So if they cannot reset, they might ride the same momentum and not able to pick up, especially if a Bleed wins game 1.
Right. I mean, honestly, when it comes to a regular day, I'll be like, nah. But, today, I have Youngin with me. Youngin's a learned man. He does drafting. He knows a lot about, strategy and, of course, data. And today, all data went out the window because we said goodbye to Vanguard Esports, which is a 4th seed, losing to a 6th seed position for the regular standing. So, moving on to the competition, what do you have to say to RSGSG fans out there?
Thank you, RSG fans, for always supporting us. We know we're disappointed in the earlier season, but we will come back stronger and we will reach the finals again.
Wow, with confidence indeed. So definitely, they're going to put up a show for us, a lower bracket run. So it's not a sprint anymore. It's going to be a marathon for you guys. So all the best to RSGSG. Thank you so much, Youngin. Amazing stuff. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, right here in day 1 of playoffs itself, we have unfortunately said goodbye to Vanguard Esports. Now, I don't know about you, but for me, I'm kind of shook to the core to see an upper bracket 4th placer to being out in just a span of 3 matches alone. So this is very real. It is crunch time. It is do or die, quite literally here at playoffs. So what will unfurl in match 4 for the day where we see Rift Esports going up against Bleed? Who will emerge victorious and continue their playoff aspirations? Let's see in match 4 later.
crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
Met a girl in France who looked.
掉卡。
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna
What does the audience want to see?
What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
Winning the game, getting the checkmate, setting everything up. The curse breakers, the two-time world champions.
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's got to be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's going to be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
Join the fight
to
the top.
To the top.
Dare to be great.
Dare to be great. Be better than great.
And now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius. I'm a genius. You're a genius.
Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams?
How many are we talking?
I don't know, but more regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, it's what we had last year, right?
That's true, though. I'm kind of dumb.
Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We had it, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card. 2 slots? And then 8 in the wild card.
2 slots for wild
so
card.
total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want smart stuff?
Non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
Non-PH,
Oh, non-PH.
We got that in M5 though. What specific region do you want in the finals?
North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit.
I don't know about that one.
Let's take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 It was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We got to talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we got to talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do you want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will be.
visual storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED, just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story, because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming M6. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our life?
I think if we're going to cover story, what about something documentary style? You know, like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think it should still, I think instead of doing like something like we've been doing where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting, very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future
That's
forwards.
kinda cool.
Yeah, and then
The BMI, because he can go back and
yeah,
that would
I
actually
want
be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter to sing?
You know what? Every year we seem to always the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm gonna be like, that's a dope song.
So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna be using a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single elims, we've done that before. We've done double elims, you know.
We've done group stages,
we've done
no...
We also done no eliminations at the group stage.
We've done no eliminations,
Good times. Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like the cheese?
What Swiss format?
What is that? What is
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is?
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 beats 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Because is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot draw
We know.
anymore.
So
now it's Gideon's turn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Is we're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
we've had enough.
We've had enough.
Good idea.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have to
do it.
suffer the wrath
Is it alright if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are gonna face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on the talents? They should be the ones to decide their own fate.
Okay, let's decide this. Mar, what do you think about that?
Players?
I think the players, that's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players because, well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
we've had enough.
They changed their minds right now.
Just with you giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you're gonna also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because you know what? We can't predict any team. Even in the group stage, you know who you facing on.
Yeah.
You have 3 teams as an enemy. But in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean like for
they think?
Yeah, for Swiss format, yeah. No, okay, so we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format.
Okay.
We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like Gideon, Steph, Lizzie, like, what do you guys think is gonna be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better you, the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're gonna play way more games in this format. Am I correct? Right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one, you're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like, you know?
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be even competition, so you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, at least with the format that we had before this, you kind of know who's your next opponent, you can pre-prepare for it, and honestly have a working strategy. But I think with the Swiss format, it's just every single draw, you're like, I just hope I do well.
But at the same time, like you said, it really shows us who's the best team actually, who actually deserves the upper bracket. Because if we only have like 16 teams, let's just say that 8 teams make it to the upper bracket or the lower bracket. It's always been like the upper bracket teams have a shorter way to the finals. Like you only have to win 3 series actually if you're from the upper bracket. But you can only get rewarded of that if you survive the grueling Swiss format.
Okay, now I can see that maybe we're not as close as friends because the way that I'm thinking is way different.
What is the way you're thinking?
There's 2 games, so that after this you're fighting all the easy teams.
Oh.
Maybe, right? Think about it. The people that lose to, yeah, I mean,
it's all great until a Filipino team gets beaten twice and have the same strategy.
Now that won't happen. Like imagine, if Malaysia we just lose 2 times, then we can eventually fight NA.
Don't mind.
Oh wait, no.
This is where I draw the line.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
look.
I got some big news, okay? So I got a leak. M6, we're gonna
What does the audience want to see? What kind of stage do we want? What about the colors? M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
greater than ever.
How to make M6 greater than ever.
Winning the game, getting the checkmates, setting everything up. The curse breakers, the two-time world champions.
Before we begin, I just want to say thank you very much, gentlemen, ladies, for coming today. We have something very important to discuss here, right? Because right now, imagine yourselves as Moonton. We're the publishers. M6 is going to be held in Malaysia. So I need ideas to make sure that M6 gets good. This time, it's got to be better. Like, it's in Malaysia, okay? We have to be greater than ever.
Greater than ever.
You know what? That's gonna be the tagline. You like it? You like the tagline?
That's a good tagline.
That's a good tagline?
We went from
Join the fight.
Join the fight.
join the fight
to
to the top,
the top.
dare to be great,
Dare to be great. Be better than great.
and now greater than ever. You know what? You're a genius.
I'm a genius. You're a genius. Let's talk about what does the audience want to see, right? What do you guys think the audience wants to see?
More teams.
More teams?
How many are we talking?
I don't know. But more. More regions, more teams.
How does 16 sound like to you?
I mean, what we had last year, right?
That's true. I'm kind of dumb.
Do we want more teams in the wild card or the main stage?
Because there's a wild card. We had it, yeah.
I'm okay with the 2 slots for the wild card. 2 slots? And then 8 in the wild card.
2 slots for wild
So
card.
total
for sure.
24. Because I'm a believer that the wild card is a legit part of the tournament.
I agree.
Do they actually want more stuff?
non-PH versus PH finals, I guess.
Non-PH, yeah.
non-PH,
Oh, non-PH.
We got that in M5 though. What specific region do you want in the finals?
North America.
Wow.
That one is a bit.
I don't know about that one.
Let's take a flashback, I would say. Throwback to the days of the past. M1 was a great time. M2 was a great time. Every single tournament, it was great. He's got a lot to say about history.
I love history.
We got to talk about logistics here, and I feel like we need to include Mara for this one because we got to talk about the stage. M1, the stage was pretty good. I feel like it really sets the tone, right? Mara, you've seen the stage for M2, M3, M4 up until a few months ago. It was MSC as well, but let's not talk about MSC. We're talking about the World Series. Like, what kind of stage do we want? What about the colors?
I think the color should change depending on what stage we're in. So if it's a group stage, it'll be a different color, wild card different color, and when it's the grand final, so they know exactly, especially when you're looking back, you know exactly what, which part of the tournament
Good
it will
visual
be.
storytelling
Yes.
too.
So you just have the LED just changing the background just a little bit.
From the past, I would go to how to make M6 greater than ever, right? Greater than ever. I would say that build up a story, because everyone loves a story, a good story to be told at the upcoming M6. So let's say, for example, not just about the players, maybe about the region itself, maybe about a team that struggled so much. We have seen a lot of teams and a lot of regions develop in the previous, I would say, M series, even MSCs and every international tournament that we have. So why don't we focus on building a story that isn't matched to any other story that we have ever heard in our lives?
I think if we're going to cover story, what about something documentary style? You know, like something that you're back in M1, you're back in the place where it all began, and you cover some of the talents who have been around since M1, some of the players who have been around since M1, who have been around through several M series.
I want to talk about music video. What do you guys want to see in this music video, right? What's the song gonna sound like? What's the story?
I think it should be player orientated. I think it should still, I think instead of doing like something, like we've been doing, where it's its whole own thing, make it about all the M series, you know? Take moments from all of those series, take player moments, you know, that's what's gonna hype up the fans, seeing those moments.
Upbeat, like for fighting. Very upbeat, a catchy line, so when they hear that line, they know it's M6, and it has to be downloadable for people to use as a ringtone.
I want the music video to be playing with the BMI. I want to see like scene changes with Claude moving through. Yeah, flashbacks, future
That's kinda
forwards. Yeah, and then
the BMI, because he can go back and that would
I want
actually be
Dexter
cool.
to sing.
You want Dexter?
Yeah.
What? You know what? Every year we seem to always the MV, the music, something about it just misses it, right? So not just MLBB players, but the overall grand audience, right? Anybody outside of the MLBB space, I want to be able, same as Mara, like have that on the ringtone. I want to see random people who have no idea what Mobile Legends is playing it on their phones. I'm gonna be like, that's a dope song.
So I got a leak.
What's the leak?
M6, we're gonna be using a new format.
What format?
They're changing it?
Why?
You know, all the way from M1, all the way to M5, I've always thought, especially M1 to M4.
Single elims, we've done that before. We've done double elims, you know.
We've done group stages with
done
no...
We also done no eliminations at the group
Exactly.
stage.
We've done no eliminations,
Good
yeah.
times. Hate that.
This time, it's gonna be a Swiss format.
Like cheese?
What's Swiss format?
What is that? What is that?
There's no going back from here if you start.
You know what the Swiss format is.
Actually, yeah, I do.
What is it?
Okay, so let's keep it very simple, right? So for this M6, I'm thinking we're gonna be bringing 16 teams, and then we'll make the total. If you win 3 times, you'll advance forward. Lose 3 times, you're gonna get knocked out.
Oh no, you play with everybody.
You play with everybody. 1-0 beats 1-0, so everybody starts with 2 groups. Group A, Group B. 8 teams here, 8 teams in B. Then,
every single time they have to fight, we're gonna redraw.
Wait.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
Wait. Who's doing the redraw?
Yeah, who's doing the redraw? I want to know this.
Don't worry.
Is it gonna be us?
Don't worry.
I don't.
I mean, I think it should be Mara. No, I think it should be Mara.
You know what? I think so too, but I've suffered.
I suffer.
We have suffered.
I cannot draw
We know.
anymore.
So
now it's Gideon's turn.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wolf, Gideon, Wheezy.
Whoa, wait a minute.
Is we're gonna have Yasu and KB do it. Because we don't want to do it anymore. Me and LaFell,
We've had enough.
we've had enough.
Good idea.
So we will do the draws ourselves.
You will have to suffer the wrath.
Is it alright if I had all the Filipino teams and the Indonesian teams in one group?
You know what? Nah. That's why, you know what? This is the reveal. If the players are gonna face off against their opponents, they should draw. Why put the responsibility on the league ops? Why to put the responsibility on the talents?
Why
They
the
should
talents?
be the ones to decide their own thing.
Okay, let's decide. Mara, what do you think about that?
Players?
I think the players. That's perfect. Perfect. So, well, they can't say it's biased. They can't say it's planned.
Exactly.
They know.
Not stale.
Yes, exactly. So it should be the players, because well, they're responsible for who they draw.
Wait,
We've had enough.
They changed their minds right now.
Just
cut
with
us
you
out.
giving us that idea, I'm gonna cut you out.
But actually, hold on. We need to hear what KB has to say, because, you know, he's the professor here. So what do you think about the Swiss format? Like, what do you guys feel? Do you guys feel it's fine? Because if you guys say it's okay, we're gonna run with it.
And if we say that it's not okay, you gotta also run with it.
If only one of you says it's not okay, then we won't run with it.
I'm okay. Because you know what? We can't predict any team. Even on the group stage, you know who you facing on.
Yeah.
You have 3 teams as an enemy. But in Swiss round, you can't predict tomorrow what's going on tomorrow. What if we lose?
Every round. So yeah, technically, groups are a thing of the past. Because you know what the discussion is, right? Whenever somebody makes it out of groups, oh, it was an easy group.
Exactly.
They weren't ready for that group. So now, I like it. You get to find out who really is deserving of making it.
It's time to talk about the strategy for the teams.
No, I mean, like, for
they think
yeah, for Swiss
format's
format,
gonna
yeah.
play out?
No, okay, so, we're locked in, right? It's gonna be Swiss format.
Okay.
We've seen teams talk about, oh, best of 2 is a different kind of strategy, right? Best of 1, completely different strategy. So now Swiss format, like, Gideon, Steph, Weezy, like, what do you guys think is gonna be the strategy when we're going for a Swiss format for this time?
Just win. That's simply what the format is asking of you, right? It's saying, hey, the faster you win, the better the more times you win, the easier it is to make it over to the next stage. That's the whole point of the format, to kind of weed them out.
Let's think about this, right? Because you're gonna play way more games in this format. Am I correct? Right?
In the group stage.
Playing more games. Imagine the first one. You're already showing everything you've got. Isn't that like, you know?
I mean, I think it's cool that the teams will be facing teams with the same record.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be even competition. So you'll see the teams scale the later we get in the Swiss format.
I'm more curious about pre-preparation, right? I don't know about you, Wolf, but for me, at least with the format that we had before this, you kind of know who's your next opponent. You can pre-prepare for it, and you honestly have a working strategy. But I think with the Swiss format, it's just every single draw, you're like, I just hope I do well.
But at the same time, like you said, it really shows us who's the best team actually, who actually deserves the upper bracket. Because if we only have like 16 teams, let's just say that 8 teams make it to the upper bracket or the lower bracket. It's always been like the upper bracket teams have a shorter way to the finals. Like you only have to win 3 series actually if you're from the upper bracket. But you can only get rewarded of that if you survive the grueling Swiss format.
Okay, now I can see that maybe we're not as close as friends because the way that I'm thinking is very different.
What is the way you're thinking?
There's 2 games, so that after this you're fighting all the easy teams.
Maybe.
Right. Think about it. The people that lose to I mean
It's all great until a Filipino team gets beaten twice and have the same strategy.
Now that won't happen. Like imagine if Malaysia we just lose 2 times, then we can eventually fight NA.
No, Mike.
Oh wait, no.
This is where I draw the line.
A crispier chicken McCrispy? So much crispier. Bite into an even crispier crunch with the improved Chicken McCrispy. Now, wouldn't that be nice?
So welcome, ladies and gents, right here to MPLSG Season 8 playoffs. And things just got very, very real right here at playoffs as we have just seen and witnessed the departure of Vanguard Esports being sent home earlier in Match 3. Now for Match 4 itself, we will be seeing two teams clash. And they are namely Rift Esports going up against Bleed Esports. Now with that being said, the conclusion of this game, we will be unfortunately seeing one team go home after the conclusion of this match. So with that being said, let's jump into match 4 of the lower bracket, starting off with Rift Esports. So yet, Rift Esports, despite their loss earlier today in Match 2, they found themselves with one more life-saving chance, and this is Match 4 of the day. And it's definitely do or die if they want to keep their playoff aspirations alive. Now, in their way, presenting to you Bleed Esports. So yes, Bleed Esports stands before you with a vengeance of hoping to extend their playoff aspirations and dreams. What will unfurl right here in Match 4? As we have seen earlier in Match 3, all statistics gone out the window, and it is a battle of which team wants this more. So players are currently now giving their friendly fist bumps before heading over to the Land of Dawn. Once more, stakes are ever as high as at the conclusion of Match 4, the final match of the day, we will unfortunately have to bid adieu to one of these two teams. So now, let's hand our time over to the casters to hear what they have to say. Let's take it away, boys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen, welcome back. My name is Abstract. With me here is Good Eye and Good J. No, that doesn't work. Good, sure.
You have to try better.
It's Jay-Z
Oi!
back with us. Whenever in doubt, just go back to Jay-Z.
Oh man.
So I hope that you guys had a great break thus far. We are now going to be watching the final series of the playoff day number 1. And as Jared has said, there will only be one team that will win, and unfortunately, there will only be one team that will be going back home. We have already sent Vanguard back home previously in the previous series, unfortunately. They started off at the upper brackets, they dropped down the lower brackets, and then completely relegated out of the tournament. Now, the question is, whether it's Bleed, or is it going to be Rift?
Yeah, imagine if Rift actually does that, there will be two teams that drop from the upper brackets and exit stage left.
Ooh, yikes.
Literally. And now, unfortunately, because it's day 1.
Stage right?
Because you go up the okay, never mind. We'll talk about this team first.
We've got Rift Esports, okay? So at least we have got Rift to talk about. They started in the upper brackets. Let's have a Good Eye tell us a little bit more.
All right, this is gonna be Bear, of course, on the EXP. Canonio on the jungle. Helen here in the mid. Pancake on Roman Shu will be on gold lane. Now I have to highlight Pancake Canonio combo. There's two Filipinos imports. They did a pretty good job.
How
when it comes to being
convenient.
very aggressive.
How convenient. That
How
is
convenient.
Filipinos, that is the what you gotta highlight.
PH. Sorry, I'm just really biased. Pinoy pride is kicking up here, unfortunately. But of course, you gotta see here that Pancake actually is one of the aggressive teams as well.
Yeah, but of course, you know, like you take a look at Rift Esports, right? This whole team revolves around a lot of Bear, a lot of Chu making sure that he has a good pick and good game. You can start to see that Chu is facing a little problems when it comes to like his hero pool, right? We talk about his Rogers, like got beyond crazy.
Yeah.
His Moskov, yeah, is good, but also relies on whether Rift Esports, whether Pancake can deliver the picks, right? Because he's been a really strong pick roamer. And then Canonio, on the other hand, you can start to see that the regular season drive and the playoffs nerve starting to kick in for this young player, and it's starting to hurt Rift Esports just a little bit.
Now, of course, let's talk about Bleed Esports as well, right? They, I would say that they had a relatively rough end of regular seasons, especially which is right after the exchange window. So I guess that definitely did set them back quite a bit. As such, they have found themselves in the lower brackets. Now, of course, once again, since we have Dominic in here, why not good eye tell us a little bit more?
Okay, I will not. Okay, Dominic, Filipino PXP
Oh,
player.
wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
Of course, and they're gonna be deck here. This time around, will be on the jungle, and Kiwi in the mid. Jay will be on the roam, and FMM on the gold lane. And I'm going to say that Folkmar is gonna be sitting down here when it comes to jungle role and deck. As you have mentioned, of course, Abstract. This has been a risky move, we can say, for the side of Bleed here. I'm not saying, of course, that Folkmar is a better jungler here.
Is Folkmar Filipino?
Yeah.
You see where his priorities
lie.
Yeah, it's okay.
The way I express it, just the bias being Filipino as well.
I mean,
I'm sorry, guys.
I'm just waiting for
I'm really
Malaysian
sorry.
import.
I'm setting
sorry.
something. I'm setting him up. But hey, let's be honest here. So far, when it comes down to the Filipino players, they definitely came in pretty darn nicely. And of course, they have definitely showed off exactly what they are made of, especially since they have always been putting themselves in some very important roles.
Yeah, and before we go into statistics, may I remind you how I set up for Rift in the previous series when they were playing against Evil, right? Is that this is an Asterisk team right now that's similar, right? Chu and also Bear are from Asterisk. Melon, technically speaking, from Team Evo, and now this time around they're going up against FMM and also Kiwi, which were from Asterisk. In fact, it's FMM that taught Chu everything that he needs to know. He's a 6-2, he's a very strong, aggressive marksman today, all thanks to FMM. So looking at the stats, of course, you're looking at Canonio on his Ling. We haven't seen his Ling thus far. He kind of fell flat on the Fanny earlier just now. We haven't seen Bear on the Terizlas, unfortunately, because he's kind of fell off a meta. People prefer your Khalid first picks right now.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes up to fighting against the top dogs, it's definitely a lot harder to shine. But going up against Bleed, though, how is that gonna be?
Well, Bleed, they have to rely for the gold laner. FMM, to be honest, on the last games they have, FMM, this guy is stepping up. And he was considered as one of the top gold laners as well. And now Kiwi here in the mid, showing his presence with his comfort pick on this hero as well. With 82% participation is really big, especially when you are a mage, aggressive mage. You need this one. And we have highlighted how the mid trio is playing an important role in this current meta. And you need this one for the side team.
Exactly. So, regardless of which, we have looked at the evolution of the meta for quite a bit now, and we are, starting to stabilize a little bit now. Even though Suyo, as well as some of the other minor changes, definitely did rock the meta a little bit, but we generally have a very good idea how we want to incorporate our assassins into this meta, how we play, how we put assassins into our lineup. As such, this is what we have got so far. In fact, a very spicy season thus far, I dare say.
Yeah.
We are finally looking at assassins in jungle where they actually belong, instead of tanks just body slamming all these creeps in the jungle. But thank God that is over. But of course, the head-to-head between Rift as well as Bleed, we can definitely see that when it comes down to the goal lane, there is going to be a common occurrence of carry, which technically can't go wrong. While Bleed, it does seem like deck Nolan twice. We have a double of a Nolan. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I like the fact it's like opposite, right? So it's Nolan versus Nolan. He's fighting himself, but unfortunately he's only played
he only played Nolan and
Hayabusa.
Hayabusa.
Right?
Okay.
So that's why.
Understandable.
He's one of the heroes. One of the players that came in during transfer window.
So basically, it's Hayabusa, Nolan, and it's a flip Nolan, so it's a Lano.
You're going to go there.
Give me a high five.
Stats-wise, if you noticed, KDA is slightly higher for Bleed. The rest of the stats are pretty almost the same, negligible. However, you gotta have to take a look. Average heal to allies is a little bit higher for Rift because it seems like they prefer, like the Minotaurs, like your Hylos when it goes into the Revitalize, right? So that's basically why you get to see a little bit of the different playstyle from the side of Rift.
So, understandably, when it comes down to Rift versus Bleed. After looking at all of these information, team head-to-head, we have a very tough question to ask. I think it's kind of simple for you, but it's very tough for him. Why?
What do you mean? This is a tough decision.
No, you answer abstract, you know already.
Whichever is the most Filipino from their side is definitely the one that he's gonna be looking out for. Is it Dominic though?
Yeah.
Is he the more of the Filipino one than the opposite side? We gotta look at his predictions later. But for now, let's just kind of break it down a tad little bit coming in from Dominic, right? Because it does seem like throughout quite some time, especially from MDL. From MDL, he started himself in Blacklist Academy, and then afterwards, he actually managed to make it into MPLPH, being in the Blacklist roster. If I'm not wrong, he is in the sub role, so he's definitely got himself quite some medal, and then now he found himself in Bleed for MPLSG.
And to believe when it comes to his sister as well, his role is really on the EXP lane. So now here in the Bleed is going to fill in that role and probably going to step up here, especially during the playoffs, especially the losing team will be relegated here in this match. And personally, for the side of Dominic, I haven't seen him really pop off when it comes to exit compared to other XP laners. But this is the time wherein he needs to shine.
Maybe he's not that Filipino to him after all.
He's assimilated his Singapore.
So, what's your prediction coming into this series?
I remember I had a lot of trouble for this one. It's either Bleed or either Rift. I can't remember. I think I put 2-1 in the end.
Oh, so Dominic is the more Filipino one.
Sorry, I put 2-0. Yeah.
2-0? What kind of disrespect?
It's not disrespect. I think Rift can actually go even further, right? I feel like they do have a lot of potential, especially Bear to a certain extent. You get to see a little bit of Canonio as well.
Yes.
And Pancake, in terms of his picks off, it's actually kind of nutty at the same time. Melon, also a very strong mid laner as well. And I feel like Bleed have a lot of things to work on, especially not only just like mechanics as well. I think it's about the draft and the game execution, especially during regular season, has been really wonky all throughout.
Look at the audience prediction though. Between Rift versus Bleed, it does seem like Rift Esports, they actually have only the 35% of the votes from everyone. So it does seem like throughout these entire regular seasons, the viewers aren't exactly very convinced of their victories and very convinced of the fact that they deserve themselves in the upper bracket.
Well, to be fair, I love to agree with what Jason said, especially after the transfer window. The addition of Bear, addition of Canonio, it boosts up Rift here. But on the side of Bleed, I have to compare with their regular season matchup. Rift just won barely on that series because of the backdoor play coming in from Canonio.
Right. That actually went over my head. I completely forgot that it's possible to reference back to their games because they have already played with each other before. So how did that work out? That was a 2-1 in favor for Rift, right?
Yes.
It was a 2-1. So this good question is...
sorry, it's Bleed winning that series.
Oh, Bleed won the series. So this very likely and highly likely will be a full 3-game series. And now we are going into the drafting stage with RL19 on the side of Rift as the coach and of course Imba DJ from the side of Bleed.
And don't forget, ladies and gents, this is just day number 1 of our playoffs, right? Day number 2, that's where all the best of 5s will come in. Best of 3 is still kind of similar to what we face in regular season. Hopefully, you know, both these two teams can put their best foot forward. With that, Ling ban, Chimp ban, Fulvius is up for grabs as well. Fanny immediately getting banned by RL19, nodding respect over to Deck.
I believe that with all of these heroes out, definitely yes. Fulvius as well as Khalid are still were open, and now with Rift picking up the Fulvius for themselves, Bleed kind of had to respond to that in kind. The Khalid is definitely still available. The question is, even if Bleed doesn't pick that up, will Rift even try to go for a Khalid in the roam and Fulvius in the EXP or anything of that sort?
Yeah, we need to take into consideration the Khalid's prowess right now, especially here in the day 1 of our playoffs. And the Suyo is pretty much open as well. And I'm not sure if Bleed is going to pick this one, but the Khalid instead. It's got a bit hard to pick.
I mean, Jusin and Khalid has been seeing like almost 100% pick rates for this whole day as well. Starting to see a little bit of a pattern in terms of our drafts. at the same time. Juicing has been really strong, especially when you couple that with your Raging Sandstorm. What's next? Bleed can basically look out for an implosion. And I was thinking about maybe Hayabusa coming off inside Bleed because of such a high priority, but turns out Juicing and Khalid takes that cake first. That Hayabusa in front of the side of Canonia and also Harith being picked up by side of Rift. Basically, these are 3 very strong power picks, and Bleed also secured 2 very strong power picks as well. Make that 3. Ooh. I love this exchange right now. Both of these 2 teams, they pick most of the S tier picks right now.
Nice. So with Harith as well as Hayabusa being picked up from Rift, just from the fact that Harith and Phoveus was picked from the side of Rift, it's very likely and understandable that they will want to play the team fight, and they definitely want to deny an area just so that Harith will be able to zoom all around the Zaman Force. In the meantime, for the side of Bleed, they picked up the Suyu, Juicin, as well as Khalid. All 3 of them are actually still pretty darn strong individually, and that doesn't necessarily mean that they gotta conform to any form of lineup or a set kind of team win condition.
I mean, there's already a preset already, right? Khalid and Juicin. What's next, usually in the recipe that we saw earlier just now, used by Team Evil and Vanguard as well, is the Tigreal. Riv, knowing that the Tigreal may appear for the side of Bleed, maybe they can go for a Valentina as well, right? Like using the implosion against Bleed, using their own weapon against themselves, or they could just waste one of these slots right here and take it away. But there's also the Minotaur that Bleed can also use as well, which combos really well together with the Juicin and the Khalid.
You know, ironically, Rift can actually pick those for themselves too.
Yep.
In fact, Minotaur might actually be a better pick for Rift themselves. Yes. So at this point in time, it's kind of come to the point whereby what do they want? What kind of it's kind of like pick your poison kind of situation. So in terms of priority, I would say that Rift definitely would want to have a Valentina on their side. Bleed would very potentially want to ban the Valentina out. Unfortunately, they didn't. So there is a very high probability that Rift picks up a Valentina regardless of what Bleed decides to pick when it comes down to their Aroma, as long as the Aroma plays for team fight.
Interesting fact, right? Yeah, Kiwi has the highest kill participant rate of 82% in MPL Singapore Season 8. This is the best rookie of the last season as well. It's very strong positioning, and which is kind of weird because right now, usually he plays like what, pos 3 or pos 2 mid laners, but now he's relegated himself to pos 4 and more of a utility Juicin instead of, his Vexanas, his Valentinas, right?
I think it synergizes well with his current gameplay right now. Now they are going to go for the Lunox.
Yep,
Lunox
of course,
counter
pick.
Yes, as always, we've seen that one.
So, with the fact that we have Juicin as well as Lunox in here, I don't think that this is much of a... I don't think that changes anything, to be fairly honest. It just means that Rift gotta be careful when it comes down to the Lunox darkening, just so that she can definitely melt people down fast enough. Right?
And apart from that, Bleed, going for the Lunox, I think it's a little bit of a gamble in my opinion, because now you don't really have a traditional marksman to kind of push down these turrets. You need marksmen with range so that you can reach the turrets faster. So Bleed, they need to really win this team fights in order to be able to push down turrets. Rift, on the other hand, needs to find a way to deal with the Lunox. Currently, I think Lunox is so flexible, but okay. We're going back to old reliable right here. Zarsk being secured by Melon, and then Minotaur being picked up by Pancake.
Oh, it's been a while we've seen the Zask again being picked here, but this is a team fight heavy coming in from the Rift. But we have mentioned, of course, the Lunox, right? Great counter to a Harith, can also be a great counter for Hayabusa and Phoveus here. With an Orb Brilliance, can negate such damage coming in from the side of Rift.
There's a need for the Roma to be a setup or initiator from the side of Bleed. They can't just leave it all just to Khalid. To be fair, Khalid can initiate, can follow up as well, but it would definitely always be better if they have something to rely on instead of only looking at
Jawhead.
Jawhead.
Okay, Bleed suddenly switches their Their roster halfway through. Now that's going to be a Jawhead roam as well. Now this becomes a pick composition and then use Khalid to follow up. Rift, on the other hand, this is more of a clash competition. It's a team fight comp. Everyone use their ultimates, everybody die, hopefully, right? But Zaz does have a bit of an advantage against the Lunox, right? Because when you go into the Nightmare Spawn, Dominated Descent, you do have that secondary life to basically protect yourself from any form of darkening as well.
At least, I gotta have to say, the Lunox plays very well into the Jawhead. If you're able to isolate people as a Jawhead and throw it back at Lunox or anything that really just allows you to go for that single-handed pick. But regardless of all of that, I still feel that when it comes down to all reliability, Rift is definitely a lot simpler to pull off, while Bleed is definitely harder.
Yeah, like you're gonna have to use your ejector, use your unstoppable force, flicker as well, blah blah blah. But then again, interesting pick. It's really interesting pick coming out from Jay onto the just Jawhead. Not my favorite. I feel like they're better. They're even bringing the Atlas back would be actually more interesting.
Atlas.
Right? Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. You know what? Fair. Fair. Right. Is definitely still technically a better pickoff as well.
Yeah.
Albeit a little bit longer.
It's like Wish.com Tigreal.
Is it really though?
Yeah, Implosion. Fatal Links.
Fatal Links kind of seems a lot. Okay, fair. The new Implosion is actually way better. But at least that you can cover a lot more ground as an Atlas. You know, you do have very strong mobility throughout all of that. But 1 minute into the game, this is the kind of game that we have got like so far. When it comes down to lane priorities, we have seen the fight between Furvius as well as Khalid a couple of times before. We don't necessarily need to get there, but of course, we hit it in the middle lane.
That's a beautiful ejector there on 2. And now, Shadow Kill, early game, still, it's not enough there, but Kiwi absorbing so much in that early initiation.
Yeah, it's that level 4 gank, unable to convert into anything. I mean, Hayabusa in the early game doesn't really do as much damage. Usually you need to wait around level 5 to or level 6 to get additional items. So it's pretty much very early on, especially if you don't land your shurikens onto a single target as well. But looking at the emblems, it's still exactly what we expect, right? Like Warcry for the Hayabusa. Pretty interesting though, coming out from Melon, going for Weapon Master to make sure that his Holy Crystal gets even more damage out of it.
To start things off, of course, onto the turtle. Is when it comes down to Bleed, they will still have priority. Jusin clears the lane, and the middle lane is completely crashing right down, while Khalid can always make his way to the turtle as well. But something a little bit different is that Bear is literally walking right from behind.
Oh, the ejector, perfect display there, coming in from the side of Jay, and now Dex secures the neutral objective. Still, the fight goes on, goes in, the stun, and the Desert Tornado, and the combo with the Minuan's Fury. It's just insane here, coming in from the side of Rift.
Yeah, Bleed was the one that secured the turtle, but Rift is going to lose. Is the one that picks up even more, right? 3 kills, and then after that takes away the purple buff from Bleed. I think that's actually quite big.
That is big. Now, Deck, even though he did get the turtle, like you said, now level 5 onto the side of Deck, Canonio should be able to get himself the orange as well as the purple buff, more than enough to bring him to level 6, and of course on top of Deck. So all in all, Bleed is kind of like a valuable trade per se. At least the entire team's EXP will be doing well, except for Deck himself.
Yeah, and we talk about Barris having a good time down bot, was able to push Dominic all the way out. We thought the Khalid has better early game priority in the lane, but no, Phobius turns out he can hold his lane really well against the Phobius. Against the Khalid.
Yeah, I think this is twice in a row that we've seen this matchup, that the Phobius can really handle the aggressiveness coming in from the side of the Khalid, and Dominic actually suffering heavy here against Bear's aggressiveness.
Yeah, but let's not forget about the fact that he is his own personal fountain after all.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be too afraid. Yeah. He can get all the pokes, whatever. He can still get himself back in the fight. He will always be around the map. He doesn't necessarily have to go back home at all.
Pretty interesting right now. Bleed is rotating S5, looking to basically death ball, but looking at Bleed's roster, they're not supposed to death ball, right? They're supposed to use the Jawhead to pick, allows find deck, and maybe play with FMM, which kind of had your battery, that kind of thing, right? In order to pick your side lanes away. But it seems like Rift, on the other hand, just allowing Bleed to basically farm up. Same could be said for them. Phobius and also Zask, or to a certain extent the Harif, can scale better in towards the late game.
The weird thing is, I actually don't really think that Bleed has got much of a proper early game kind of win condition, right? All they got to do, I feel, is that if they are going to be playing on the pickoff based on J as well as FMM, they gotta have to just hold it in. Just hold it until they actually get themselves a proper team fight to go into a 5v4, which will be the best case scenario.
But they're just walking circles around the turtle. They're not too sure where they're slightly hesitating, and I'm actually quite surprised, right? Like, Bleed, especially as deck, is a very aggressive player, but now Turtle half HP. See whether Bleed wants to handshake this team fight.
Look at the Kiwi providing the space there with the lanterns and no Dominic as well. Oh, there's gonna be Jay instead, and just like that, bursted down him, and plus the Turtle, 2 kills in a row there for the side of Bleed. Sorry, Bear will be taken down, and the Turtle only here.
Yeah, so 1 death on the side of Rift, while Bleed also gets the turtle for themselves. That is pure value without them losing anything at all.
Yeah, Bleed biting back just a little bit, picking up that kill, and of course the turtle, right? But I'm looking for places where Rift can basically get items elsewhere. Looking at the items, first item for the side FMM being built, the glowing one already. Perfect to counter against the Harif. Harif though, Stardom side secure, and surprisingly, if you notice, it is true that actually cracked up top side first.
Yeah. Exactly. It opens up right now. Great map control here for the side of Rift, and now it is going to be the side of Jack translates. React to that one.
Which is interesting, right? You're expecting a Lunox to basically win the lane, but no, it True somehow managed to crack open top side. So I'm not too sure what really went wrong up there.
Perhaps we'll be able to find out a little bit more coming into this upcoming fight as Pancake finds himself tossed right behind, but no bueno for Bleed. That's not going to be enough of an introductory to a big old team fight.
Unless you're telling me earlier just now when they're second S5, looking for team fights around the mid parts of the map, Rift, well, True took the opportunity to shove topside. I think that's the only explanation I could think of. But isn't that a little bit awkward coming up from Bleed? Now you have an open lane up top. Yes, Rift will be able to send Harif down bottom lane, but then again, that turret is so low, I don't think you should be able to send that Bleed looking for someone.
Oh no, True. Spider senses indeed. And I think they need to translate. There you go. The tower takedown right now here on the bot side. No response here for the side of Rift. But here in the mid, we have a skirmish happening here. That's going to be Pancake with a stun. A double stun indeed. And Malin secures a kill against Jay. Now Dominic backs away here. Dominator's Descent has been activated as well. And Bleed. The choose for now, stun of 3. There is no follow-up here. The Orb of Brilliance has been used here coming in from FMM.
4-3, current scoreline, 7 minutes into the game, and the turtle is currently available. Bleed definitely played within the confines of the tier 1 turret. As such, made things a lot more difficult for Bear to actually go completely ham when it comes down to the Infernal Pursuit. So getting themselves that 1 kill is definitely very beneficial for Bleed in order to keep their heads afloat.
Yeah, it's a lot easier for Rift to execute this roster. Take a look. If Jawhead actually tossed Pancake all the way to the back, Pancake has an easy access, just Mino and Fury, everybody, allowing Melon to just go into Dominator's Descent to engage, right? Rift is just, this is an easier kind of roster to execute against Bleed.
Now that I'm seeing this game right now, I think Bleed relies so much for Jay for such initiations here. And of course, as you mentioned, of course, Jay's, it's a bad target that you are going to
You don't throw a net cow to your own team.
It's like a free flicker, if you know what I mean, when it comes to a team fighting. Free flicker for Pancake and Minon's Fury. Bam.
We haven't really quite seen an all-out team fight from the side of Rift just yet, so it will eventually get to the icing on the cake, right? Bleed, they are still also just kind of like spreading themselves out, playing a little bit of a macro game just to ensure that they are able to just juggle the lanes in the top, middle, and bottom lanes as much as possible. The great thing is they definitely still manage to keep their middle lane turret pretty well intact with not a single hit.
Kiwi. Very low. Oh, the perfect stun. Canonio managed to back away. Sliver help, but Melon almost been picked off as well. He used the flicker as well.
Flicker committed by Melon earlier just now. Canonio unable to assassinate onto Kiwi. Not bad. That shield from the side of Kiwi ultimate coming in really clutch right there. But like what I mentioned, Rift right now, yes, this is like a push and pull. Both these two teams are hesitating. Don't forget, both these two teams are fighting for tournament life right here. Items check currently. It is also, you know, Chu and FMM picking up 2 items right in a row. Chu, instead of looking for a pickoff, looking for these damage onto members, looking to basically push down turrets instead.
What?
Oof.
A very random U-turn coming in from Dominic. Doesn't seem like they are too interested in picking up Easy's kills.
Oh, but here in the mid, though, they are interested to force this team fight. Jay isolated, he's been picked, and now the rest of Bleed retreats.
Yeah, Dominator's Descent just shredding through the HP bars of Jay, right? Yes, it was Jay, Flicker, Ejector, and also Unstoppable Force, but Bleed doesn't really have the burst damage, especially with Kiwi. Jay needs to work with FMM instead. Allow Kiwi to slowly scale because Kiwi is more DPS.
5 versus 4 situation here. Great advantage for the side of Rift. Will they force this Lord? No, they will not disengage for now.
The hesitation coming in both teams is actually making this game super long.
I agree. I couldn't agree with you more, Jace. We have seen the hesitations there on the bot side coming in from Dominic, and now the Lord Dance. They had an advantage over the side of Rip, but they want some better value here. Maybe they want to pick up first before that Lord takedown.
Well, both these two teams setting it up. The amount of hesitation, Bleed and Rift, I think it's a lot more. Okay, maybe this
there
one.
There you go. Pancake again is the target, but this time around, they bursted him down. Now, this is the opening you need for the side of Bleed.
Yeah, FMM is right there, so that's the reason why Bleed was able to accomplish just that. In terms of the lanes, they're all equalized right now. Rift, we're looking for an entry point, but don't forget they lost one person. The bottom lane coming from the side of Rift is definitely a little bit harder for it to push, though. Bleed is very likely to have got a little bit more priority in the bottom lane. In the meantime,
the objective, unfortunately for Canonio, could not steal it. Bear, however, forcing the team fight. No, they disengage for now, and it was a great advantage for Bleed at the first.
Yeah, definitely. One Lord is definitely going to be helpful, especially with the super minions being pushed down against Rift's lanes. And don't forget, Bleed, they don't really have a, well, traditional marksman. Technically speaking, a Harv can push down turrets quite quickly. FMM on the Lunox doesn't do it as well.
Guys, remember, the Lord, the Baby Lord is pushing through here on the bots. I think Bleed right now trying to manage the lane waves here. But here on the top side, they are converging here, trying to put pressure and another turret down. This is great for Bleed right now.
Yeah, definitely. Even in the middle lane, right, the T1 is actually still standing up tall for the side of Rift, which is actually kind of a surprising thing. For sure, though, Rift will want to defend this as much as possible, but with this great amount of creeps going out there, he managed to clear it. Okay, okay. The shadow kill coming in clutch right there from Canonio. Anything works, right? Right now, as long as you maintain that mid lane as wide open as possible, but look at that, Bleed rampaging on the side lanes all across the map of Rift.
Well, managed to hold, buying some time here for the side of Rift. Mid lane has still standing though, but Bleed so far could not see the aggressiveness that we have seen in the early stage of the game. But there you go, Jay, however, being stopped here. And the stun, the ejector as well, Pancake with the Minuan's Fury. But then again, the rest of Rift here, where's the follow-up? Seems like the synergy between these players is not on point there with Bleed trying to just slate them. On this G5 goes in as well. Melon trying to survive, but a shadow kill. Canonio very low, still managed to get a kill, a double, and escape.
Yeah, but now Dominic's on the chase. Don't forget the enhanced movement speed. This is a wide chase right here. Canonio nowhere to run. That's a shutdown. But you can start to see Lunox's value in that particular sequence right here. We'll be going into a small little replay. Just try to break it down. You mentioned about the wombo combo coming out. Kiwi is the one that's actually making it super hard for Rift to basically continue on. Yes, to land down the Zaman Force, and then what? FMM just continue on with the ultimate. It's very hard for the Herald to step up and then take down the members one by one. And by the time when the ultimate is coming out, I mean, Canonio is just a little bit too late. The Brilliance is definitely a very strong tool when it comes down to escape mechanism and dealing damage at the same time too. Something that Lunox is definitely, Lunox mains are definitely really happy about. It's hands down just a panic button at this point in time.
Kiwi is the one that really breaks the combo coming up from Rift, right? Especially with Pancake and Melon as well, especially when they're static, especially when you go into the Dominator's Descent, it allows Kiwi to just slowly whittle down the HP bars. Don't forget, this is already going to a later part of the game where you get to start to see the items being built in for the side of Bleed. Kiwi should be able to have enough damage to deal with any squishies coming up from Rift.
Well, Bleed now huddling up together to deal with this Lord. While Rift, they are nowhere to be seen. Remember, we are looking at about 3,000 gold lead in favor of Bleed with a quick little cha-cha dance with the Lord while they are trying to scout out information as to where Rift is. One of the main things that they're gonna have to look out for is where exactly Pancake is. You wouldn't want to allow Pancake to unleash the Minoan's Fury while the Zaman Force is already planted onto the floor. This way, Bleed probably wouldn't be able to find much ways to get out of the Zaman Force.
The longer this dance go, the more advantages for Bleed. Hold on a second, it could be a team fight.
Okay, Dex cures this one, and now both teams disengage. It was a very long Lord dance that we have seen there. Both teams, again, trying to play it safe. Maybe this series, guys, makes the teams more playing its safety route here.
It's too safe.
Too safe.
There's no risk being taken. There's no coin flips. Yeah, Canonio could have actually coin flipped with a Quad Shadow into a retreat steal, but allow it to happen because, you know, they're already falling behind quite a bit. Looking at the items through, yes, there's going to be a Winter FMN going ahead to build that Winter Crown very, very soon, but his core items are there. Holy Crystal into a Divine Glaive and also even Lightning Chunkian for good measure. Jay goes to Conceal though.
This is now the defense coming in from the side of Rift. Luminous Lord pushing through. Here comes the 5-mana as well for the side of Bleed here with Deck going in on the bottom lane. Where is the initiations? Not yet. Playing it safe for now.
Jay.
And there you go. The flicker. Over Brilliance as well. Concentrate here for the damage. Oh, look at the burst. The defense coming in for the side of Rift. And that all hell is loose there. And Bleed. Man, underestimating the defense coming in from Rift.
With all three of the inhibitor turrets down from the side of Rift, even though Bleed didn't manage to end the game, they at least managed to bring Rift's base completely into a barren wasteland. There is still about 90 seconds in until Rift will have the opportunity to try to challenge for the Lord in order to kind of turn things around, especially since middle lane we can observe 2 turrets, never mind, make that 1 turret in the middle, 1 at the top and 1 at the bottom.
Rift is cycling Bleed right now, taking advantage of 2 members from the side of Bleed going down. In fact, they're able to convert. There's so much standing goal for the side of Rift. And that's how they try to cut their losses in terms of the goal lead. Look at that. It was, what, 3K earlier just now? They earned back 1K, making 1.9K right now.
Oof, man. That was the sacrifice coming in from the side of Bleed. They need to give away this mid-tarts here, waiting for the rest of the teams. And, man, I haven't seen any, at least, aggressive defense there. But they just decided here, let it go.
Yeah, Rift is just hunkering down. That was exactly where, you know, Rift want Bleed to be, right? Like, everybody is congregated in one spot. Pancake could just use the ultimate. Zaman falls down, but being low damage from the side of Rift, especially in this stage. You've got Melon, you've got Chu. So much damage. Even the Blood Wings being secured already for Chu. So, yeah, you expect them to just increase in terms of their aggression, hopefully.
Bleed in the bottom lane though, they do have a very nice slow push working towards them, while Rift, they gonna have to deal with that lane eventually. No one is anywhere in the bottom lane. The main thing that we are looking out for is the fact that Trusin as well as Jawhead is right around the Turtle's pit, so at least if anyone were to deal with the Lord, then at least you will be able to have a very good idea what's going on.
Bear will be the target this time around. Trying to hold Winter's Crown activated. Still, oh, look at the damage in back lines though. Almost picked off FMM. Now this time around, Rift will do the Lord Dance. No, take it back.
Yep. The longer this dance goes, it's not very beneficial for Rift. That's why Bleed is more than happy to just let it naturally push, right? And kind of allow Rift to go back and defend. And once they spot somebody from the side of Rift, it's on the other side of the map or back at base, Bleed will try, hopefully, use J to engage.
Oh,
That's going to be the shadow kill is being used there coming in from Nonyo. Now, this is a perfect window for Bleed right now to actually be very aggressive at this moment. But now, that's going to be Pancake without the ultimate as well. Going for Dex stun there, and look at Jay. Backline stun with a Minion Spirit as well, but then Chu with the Zaman Force. Canonio and Melon, however, takes the Lord as well for the side here of Rift.
Ooh.
And now Dominic goes in as well. Now Bear dancing around, he will be picked. Chu gets one, and look at the minions here going push through. He needs to go back away. He needs to defend. But
Lord.
they have the Lord, the savior here in this game.
Man, I cannot believe this. The Lord, actually the paid actor for the side of Rift, coming in to defend the base in the nick of time. But Bleed, they're taking a lot of casualties. Just take a look at the goalie. It's swung back in the favor of Rift. Just a little bit more until Rift is able to kind of turn the script around, right? I mean, we are looking at Melon being the only one that's alive from the side of Rift, but Kiwi is also the only one that's alive. Understandably, if we were to put Zask as well as Jusin against one another, it's pretty fair to say that that Zask will have more damage to kind of deal with everything. But Bleed, they are back on track, and very likely they will be able to deal with the Lord together as one.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Rift, yes, they did have the Lord here, but will they be able to convert though? Kanyonyo knows about this one. Oh, again! The perfect ejector from Jay!
Yeah, he was trying to find a target onto Kiwi and immediately look at Rift, look at Melon and Pancake, just turned around. They know they, okay, oh, sorry, we're just kidding. We're just kidding, sorry, it's just a joke.
Oh man. This is a big blow here for the side of Rip. Without Canonio right now, look at the positionings here of Blid. He want to force every pressure here across all lanes.
Yeah, Jay basically protected Kiwi right there. Had the Quad Shadow land onto Kiwi, that'll be imminent death, right? And now Bleed will be actually pushing back the aggression from Rift with the help of the Super Minions. Right now, can they end this with this push?
Yeah, 15 seconds until Canonio respawn. We need to push here. Bear doing his best. Again, another ejector coming from Dr. J, and Dominic here providing the space, and Bear will fall down. Now, no more Bear here. Canonio will respawn 5 seconds. He will be able to finish though. But I guess Bleed wants to reset here.
Yeah, but then again, it's just going to be Canonio jumping out right here, trying to defend as well. But the minions from the side of Bleed is marching in like a non-stop, like a water tap. The Winter Shrunken already activated by Pancake though.
Yeah, he's afraid. Jay here at the right moments, he wants that ejector against Pancake. But they need to hold here. No aggressive forward yet for the side of Bleed.
They're buying time. Riv managed to buy a lot of time in that base defense, allowing Bear to come back up online as well. But like I said,
Jay, Flicker, ejector, dead. And now here with a Zaman Force, Pancake holding his ground with Minions Fury. And now there's going to be a Shadow Kill, but Kiwi with the damage as well. Going in for the base this time around. Will he be able to finish it? But now the minions still holding them. And now 5 versus 1. This is could be it. Bleed right now. Concentrate here in the base, and they will take the game 1.
That was cutting it really close for Bleed. That after one after another, the waves that Bleed sent against Rift. Chu was outputting damage, but not enough person to peel. Bleed, out of sheer attrition, bled Rift to death. Definitely a lot more draggy of a game, I gotta have to say, between Rift as well as Bleed. Both teams are still trying to really identify exactly how and how exactly do they even find their win condition. How do they exactly even end the game? Understandably, dealing with a Minotaur plus a Harif combination on the opposite side is a very tall order for this kind of competition to run in, but I gotta have to say, the tough part about Bleed's lineup is to pilot the Jawhead properly. That way, you will be able to get yourself a really nice pickoff. And we know how that triangle works, right? Your team fight is just generally good. Team fight is generally good against pickoff, actually. Oh yeah, right? Team fight is good against pickoff. No, pickoff is good against split push. Split push is good against. I forgot.
Team fight.
I think you got it the other way around.
The other way around?
Yes, the other way around. Pick is good against team fight. Team fight is actually an Epic combo win against team fight. You got it the other way around.
Confusion.
Yeah.
Either way, they can all be the two-way rounds.
But it's just because how MLBB is very flexible in terms of all this, right?
Yeah.
You can technically change the team fight comp into a pick comp because of how flexible MLBB heroes are.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of MLBB. Right here we have. All right.
But guys,
now, of course,
Dr. J MVP.
Dr. J MVP.
Yeah, I think he deserved that one.
Okay, let's roll the clip, and
There
yes,
you go.
it is. J, 2:6:11. Of course, he did manage to find the very important players to
Yeah.
toss right back, and they are able to just immediately collapse onto him.
Unfortunately, that's the case, right? The fact that Jay was able to just slowly, basically waited for the whole ejector thing to come back online, right?
Yes.
Sorry, the unstoppable force to come back online, and then after that find a re-engage again. It just the amount of attrition, right? It's basically what bleed is just slow-mo vice grip. You know it's gonna crush your head, but you don't know when. You start to feel the pressure, but you don't know when it will finally pop.
Now, of course, Bleed, they went through all of that motion and managed to pull a really good play against Rift. Honestly, when it comes down to the early stages of the game, it really felt as though, Bleed, they had a really good start, right? But at one point in time, Rift definitely found their ground for that a little bit, held their ground a little bit more, got themselves the Lord. It seems as though they could turn the script around.
Yeah, and looking at this is just very, very hard to watch, especially, well, I'm supporting Rift this time now, but
Fair.
But Bleed, to be honest, they definitely deserve that one. They had kind of dominant showing, especially to the middle part of the game. It was a very slow drive because I feel like there's a little bit of hesitation coming up from both of these two teams.
Yeah.
I think a lot more pressure for Rift as well because don't forget, they dropped from the upper brackets to the lower. And imagine you exit stage left using, while you're here, we sent 2 upper brackets teams down to the lower brackets just to get eliminated, which is kind of a storyline.
Yeah. I don't think that we ever had that kind of situation in MPL SG just yet. I'm not too sure if whether that is going to be the case for Season 8. But regardless, let us just jump right in and take a look at the itemizations and throw everything for Rift as well as Bleed. Now, Jace, anything that kind of like pops out to you?
Well, I would say you can start to see Kiwi going in for quite a few defense items, or anti-cuirass, and also the brute force breastplate, right? Yes, once you use the glowing one, once you get the Clock of Destiny, you are basically good already in terms of damage. Kiwi's main job is not to do damage, but to basically become that utility mage, like what we were just talking about, right? And since FMM is already outputting damage most of the time, and basically able to zone away Chu, that's good enough because Rift, don't forget, the main damage is coming from Chu and Melon, and Chu, especially if Chu lands a good, Pancake lands a good Minoan Fury and the Zaman Force together, you can start to see Bleed is starting to struggle.
Yeah.
I'm also questioning though, during the early stage of the game, why Jade targeting Pancake there in the early game? Because it's a free flicker for the Minoan Fury setup. But then again, in the later part of the game, I see it now. Because once Pancake is out, with the burst damage, with the itemizations right now we have seen for the mage heroes coming in from the side of Bleed, it's very effective. You don't have the setup play anymore coming in from the side of Pancake. That's why the Winter's Crown here has been prioritized by these players.
Yeah, and the fact is, Jay is starting to roam around with FMM, right? And that's basically your main battery. You just toss Pancake right into FMM. FMM would just go in with the Darkening and just spam those Darkening shots, Chaos shots. It's just so much damage, just immediately sheds away Pancake.
As much as possible, as long as Pancake is out, there's just so much of these crowd control potential that is just going to be thrown right out of the window, right? Chu can definitely do damage. Bear can definitely be able to just kind of force everyone out of an area because he's just constantly in the sky, slams, sky, slam, sky, slam. But Pancake's the only one that can truly knock everyone else up in the air and really just control Bleed's aggression, either from retreating or to continuing an assault.
Yeah, and you start to see the Weapon Master from the side of Melon really go to show right there, right? The later part of the game, I wasn't expecting that much damage coming out from Zask, especially after the nerfs. But don't forget, Rift, with only Pancake, it feels like the whole roster from the side of Rift is kind of single-dimensional, no? Like, the only way you engage is with a Flicker Ultimate from Pancake. Technically speaking, you can engage with Bear, but Bear's main job is basically hold everybody there and make sure that you output the damage, allowing, members of Chu and Pancake and Melon to catch up. Canon Neo, on the other hand, unfortunately, the Hayabusa wasn't able to find assassination of Kiwi because Kiwi went on and built tank.
Maybe that's it.
Semi-tank,
we have seen so many drag
Lord dances, drag turtle dances there, because on the Rift, they want Pancake to initiate. On the other side of Bleed, they want Jay to initiate. But in the end, it was Jay who has the most,
Success.
success and the game changer pickoff.
Yeah, he is definitely the one that has managed to find the success. And understandably, if your target is Pancake, being the roamer gonna have to be somewhere closer as compared to everyone else. So it kind of makes sense how Pancake will be the closest target, right? It will be the closest target, easiest target per se. So melting him down by the hands of FMM, yeah, that's definitely the way to go. Well, in terms of turret damage, it's something that we're gonna have to look out for as well, right? Rift Esports, they did manage to get themselves a total of 16,000 turret damage, so it's relatively fair to say that they have been doing a pretty good job all the way through as well, giving Bleed a tough run for game number 1. 15-17 is the final scoreline for this as well. In fact, both of these teams, when it comes down to this chart, is oddly close.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, Rift has the window to actually make a comeback here in this game. Unfortunately, again, Bleed has the better pickoffs, especially coming in from Dr. J. And look at the damage coming in from Melon, man. This is insane.
Ironically, Bleed is the one that won, but our top 4 players of this game is littered with the Rift players, right? Chu being the rich guy, Melon being the carry, and Bear being the sandbag. Although I gotta have to say, Melon onto the Zask being the carry, highest damage dealt. Yeah. Wow, 137,000 damage.
Maybe that's why, because Jay mentioned, of course, the weapons master here, and he has the additional, of course, the itemization advantage here. And this only shows here how the Zask, with the proper optimization, can deal a lot.
And I'm looking back at this particular game, and I felt like this game was a little bit too long. Like both these two teams, what we talk about, is a little bit hesitating, not too sure whether they want to stay, they want to go. I think we can see it a little bit clearer during the highlights, right, Abstract?
Yeah. So, as I believe that the highlight is about to show us, show over to us, we will be able to look at the phases in the early, mid, and the late stages of the game to really just kind of look at what Bleed has managed to done for them to kind of get themselves this very nice victory. Yep. Although I gotta say, it's super close.
Early part of the game, if you notice, right, Kiwi doesn't really have a lot of damage. That's why Bleed was struggling just a little bit. But once FMN starts to join the fight, like so, you can see that it's actually a 5-man at a turtle pit. That's why Chu was able to crack up top, like what I mentioned earlier just now. And because of that, FMM was able to help the team to basically scale a lot better, right? Yes, Chu has the better macro, but because Bleed are strong as a 5-man, 5-man engage comp, so it was able to find all this pickoff, find all this damage against Rift.
Eventually, of course, with FMM getting himself a triple, and of course, Jay, he actually just went straight in, hoping that he could just kill Melon as well, only to be stunned right down by Melon. I thought that was a pretty nice move, right? This push, actually, it really could have gone a lot better for Bleed, and they could have actually pushed down a lot further. But, I mean, technically they did push down pretty far, but it could have made things a lot worse if Canonio actually didn't come in for a single assassination attempt and perhaps didn't even run away, right? Because that actually bought a lot of time for the team.
Yeah, and if you notice towards the later parts of the game, Bleed was just buying time, right? Bleed, we talk about the theme of buying time. Bleed is more than happy to just handshake all these team fights or basically just wait it out, right? Because they're super minions marching against Rift. And remember, we talk about how that Lord was a paid actor all of a sudden. Yeah, that's exactly where. But True did a really good job right here with the Hell the Pancake. This is where you start to see True's damage really starting to shine, really pushing it very hard. But once Pancake or somebody tanking from the side of Rift gets taken down, there's nobody to peel for True anymore to take the advantage. Yes, Bear coming out just like a little bit, maybe. Had Bear come out like 3 or 4 seconds earlier, that would be a different outcome.
Honestly, the outcome of the very fact that Suyo did manage to put himself on the map pretty nicely, even in the later stages of the game, is actually the main surprise for me, right? Suyo is very strong in the early stages of the game, but starts to fall off tremendously once we reach over to the later stages of the game. But he still managed to make his mark and kind of showed people that, hey, look, even in the later stages of the game, there must be something that Suyo is able to do.
Yeah, I believe in the previous series as well, they have managed to pull Suyo in the later stages here. But here in this match is a different thing here. And I can see also that without the turret standing for the side here of Rift, it's also one of the major advantage for the side of Lead to finish this game.
Now, of course, as much as the game has went by and not being nice and dandy, I do want to pass it over to Moman to tell us a little bit more about the composition, the game plan, exactly what exactly Rift didn't do. Off to you.
Hey guys, welcome to my section with Moman, and we are wondering, why is this guy over here? Why is Pancake over here? And the answer is, I feel that Bleed has the answer to everything in this Jawhead. In Jay alone, he just stopped the Infernal Pursuit, he stopped the Minoan Fury, he stopped the Hayabusa, and there are 3 separate instances. In this first instance, right, how we saw the end of the game. We know how we got, we saw the result, but how did we get there? Now, let's just figure this out. Why is Minotaur there and why did he get picked off? Because Jay was in a position to just throw him in that bush and manage to jump the entire team of Bleed over. And with this, right, they get this Lord for free. And how do they do this? They have the 2 Sin. The way that Kiwi is playing, he is not scared of anything at all because Jay is on the opposite side. He is giving the information. And look at that. Kiwi is ushering 3 players away with the help of a singular lantern. And that, my friends, is how they secured the first Lord of the game. And Deck just gets it. The Shadow Kill 50-50 did not manage to win it for the side of Bleed, and Bear answers with an Infernal Pursuit. But that might not be a very good idea because we see later on that this Infernal Pursuit halfway onto Jay, and Jay has the reflexes of a jungle cat because he throws him in and stuns him up, and Bear just goes down. This wastes the entire Minoan Fury coming out from the side of Pancake, who is using it as a tool, the Infernal Pursuit as a tool to use that Minoan Fury to help the team fight. But Bear is dead, so there's no extension of team fight going on. Sure, they do lose some semblance of team fights, but now this is where the mechanics of FMM comes in, right? He smells blood in the water. The rest of Bleed are disengaging, but it's a trap because FMM, he has the power of Order of Brilliance, and he goes in for the kill, gets a kill on Pancake. Melon is extremely low, but Chu dies in the process, netting him a triple kill. Canonio comes in, yes, but it's all too late at this point, and we all know how this plays out. Dominic chases him down and gets a free frag for himself. But let's take a look at the next team fight coming in, right? Yeah, so we go into this second Lord fight here that, yeah, we will be going in really soon, yeah. And if you take a look at where Jay is positioned, right? He's positioned in this bush to specifically pick off anybody that comes in front. And whoever comes in front first will be the target, be it the Minotaur, be it Bear, be it anybody. And Bear, unfortunately, is the target of this isolation. And now that we see Bear being targeted like this, he has to pop the Infernal Pursuit, uses it, and the Minoan Fury would be used as well. FMM very close to going down, but look at the lane pressure coming in from the side of Team Bleed. They have already secured this advantage for themselves. And this is the part where you guys said the Lord is a paid actor, right? So they essentially got the Lord, yes, but the lane pressure was already too far gone. And in the last separate instance where Jay did such an amazing job of picking players off, it's all the way over here after the Lord spawns. Yes, it's a 1v1 between Kiwi and Melon, and then we fast forward into the future where the rest of the team members are close to spawning because 2 mages are never gonna be able to end the game, right? Unless you are potentially a Harif or a Lunox. But yeah, this is the point where Canonio, he wants to make an individual play. It was an extremely kind of a on-the-spot decision from the side of Canonia. And he finds that, yeah, the team members are still falling in. If you take a look at where FMM is, if you take a look at where Dominic is, they're so far away from the rest of the team. It is all but spoiled by Jay, who ejects him in, and Canonio gets shut down instantly. And this pushes the entire Lord pressure that Team Rift got for themselves. And this is all on the hands of one person, on the hands of Jay alone. And this man just carried the entire game. Oh my God. And going back to you, Pastors, I mean, that was an amazing game.
I did mention something though, which
yeah, man. After the pickoff, man, we have seen the screen in the lower right there, lower left rather. Canonia's reaction. Oh my God.
He definitely realized the mistake that he made, right? Or rather, I believe that it's more of a gamble of who's got the fastest finger, right? And in this case, seems like Jay is the one that managed to have the fastest finger, and he managed to knew exactly what he wanted to do.
Yeah, I mean, like, you have a Hayabusa running down that lane. You know that Kiwi is right behind you. What are you going to do? Of course, I'm going to prepare ejector.
I suppose so. Like, this is definitely something that I myself wouldn't be able to do because I'm just not that pro.
Nah, I think you're just hungry.
You're just probably. Hungry. Maybe I'll just get myself a little bit of chicken McCrispy, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
In fact, we just had them.
One is never enough.
One is never enough.
One's never enough.
I got two.
Yeah. Because... Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. He got two.
I got two.
Why not?
The road to
because
glory
it has never
been
crispier.
tastier with McDonald's. Apparently, with him, he's already on his road to glory because he's got two of them. Being extremely salty right now, you all can catch the MPL SG Season 8 action and complete the experience with the crispier crunch of the new and improved Chicken McCrispy, like he did twice with McDelivery.
I probably took yours. That's why. That's why you're hungry.
That's not all, though.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's also thousands of in-game diamonds that are up for grabs for you and your squad. So go on and smash your hunger. Terms and conditions apply.
Yeah.
Of course. Terms and conditions apply.
So Jay
doesn't matter, man.
Jay will order.
Suggestions.
Jay will order.
Suggestions.
Jay will order for you.
Yeah, you got the McDelivery app.
And I get diamonds.
Yes.
Yeah, I always look at the McDelivery app, but unfortunately, the season where you are able to use your points to deduct their McDelivery prices, that's over already.
Oh,
yeah.
Unfortunately.
It's okay, I made full use of that already. I managed to use like a lot of my
You get a new skin
points.
though, the Ducati skin
No.
But that looks good though, the one that Leomord's using.
Nah, I don't really play so much of a Leomord anymore. I only get myself meta heroes.
Like Suyo?
Yes.
Okay, going back to the draft, ladies and gents. This is game number 2, potentially the last game that we have for playoffs date number 1, right? Lee going ahead, banning away the Mathilda and the High Loss. Rift, on the other hand, that's still your standard chip. We shall see a standard focus ban coming out from the second side, but no, Gato Kacha getting cancelled out by RL19.
Okay, both teams right now, we haven't seen yet the ban on the Tsuyo, the ban on the Khalid. Probably going to be the first round picks here for both teams.
Yeah, very likely it's gonna be leaked out, in my honest opinion. But there is still definitely a lot more heroes that is very ban-worthy. I mean, Hayabusa definitely seemed pretty darn annoying, but on the hands of Canonio, it definitely still is annoying, but it is still manageable.
I think
it's manageable.
It's just been shut down by Jay. I mean,
yeah,
the game changer, Jawhead, Ejector's state there was incredible. So, well, if Canonio will be able to use the Hayabusa again, well, no questions asked. He's still pretty good at that hero.
With Ling and Fanny being thrown into the bans, which is definitely something we haven't really seen too much, actually. They are always one of the top few priority heroes that most teams will want to ban, but for the past few series, Fanny as well as Ling has been kind of leaked every now and then.
That's interesting, right? Usually you see like blue pill, red pill, right? You pick the Phobias, or you pick the Khalid, right? But it seems like Ember DJ is going in a slightly different route. Here we go. First picking Juicin.
And it gives way here for Rift's chance to take those heroes instead.
Yeah, so basically this is telling you, yeah, pick your poison, right? Which one would you pick though? Khalid or Phoveus?
And
How about
is pretty
both?
much-
How about
Khalid
both?
and Phoveus, Rome, Khalid.
Yeah, we've seen that before a couple of times.
True.
Yeah, we've seen that before a couple of times. And
But-
of course, Khalid is also a hero that's really good at invading.
Okay, but
Yeah.
pulling it through here, you're one game behind, 2 relegation here. I think Khalid is pretty good, yes, but a Phoveus pick, no. Maybe Harith, I'm not sure. Harith is, they're going to go for the Cho here instead.
Cho.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's something that Pancake likes to play. So second pick Cho is something quite interesting,
Comfort.
right? Could be comfort, but you know you can also go ahead and pick your Hayabusa away, pick it up for Canonio. You could go ahead and I don't know pick up some form of assassins. Usually the second pick or the third pick is reserved for that one, especially for the side of for the blue side. Red side usually they'll pick their assassins here, depending on the situation, especially when now you're starting to see a lot of lockdowns for these assassins.
Both Minotaur as well as Harith is currently available to be picked, and Bleed can actually lead themselves towards the direction. But it does seem like they do want to pick up a Hayabusa as well as a Phoveus instead. I mean, it's understandable how strong Phoveus is, especially since you can essentially play that with a Harith or even against a Harith, since we are talking about aerial control.
Okay, that's going to be a Eve on the side of Melon as well. So it's slightly different, but you can start to see the idea forming for the side of RL19's head, right? We make sure everybody stay inside the box. Even if they try to get out, we kick them right in, back into that one, into Melon's real world manipulation. But it renders himself, you know, static. That's where Phoveus likes to shine, right? When you're standing still right there, and I'm able to just knock you up just slightly, just a little bit down, just jump on you with the ultimate.
And perhaps we'll be able to look at how the rest of the bands is going to be like. Because one thing's for sure, the Eve is going to be the anchor of the team, and Rift is very likely wanting to play around Eve's boxes, right? To ensure that the Eve is always going to be safe, or they're going to be safe within of Eve's box. You will always be in the protection of the RWM.
Yeah, but then you're finding a Juicin on their Eve.
Right.
When you go real world manipulation, you're just going to be static, right? If Juicin finds you an angle, I'm basically going to pick you up and just drop you anywhere.
We questioned that one.
We questioned that one, remember?
Regular season.
Yeah, and it happened, and we're like, oh, you can actually move.
You can actually lift.
You can move the real world manipulation.
Technically, you can, yeah. You will be able to move the RWM away from your team per se, but I wouldn't even count. I personally wouldn't count that as the top priority for the Juicin. The Eve shouldn't be of your priority. You should be looking at more of the frontliners, the tanks, the EXP laners. You should be really dealing with them.
Yep. Lunox banned away from the side of Rift. Obviously, I think they're thinking about giving True the Harith right there once they come out. Bleed should pick that up though. I mean, it's kind of a no-brainer. Ban away the Harith, and then we basically just equalize the gold lane, right?
So most likely we are going to expect a marksman here this time around, if this is going to be a ban Harith here for both teams. But as you can see right now, that we're talking about the Eve, that real world manipulation can also be a great set for that Raging Sandstorm. That slows coming in from this ultimate here. And on the other side though, you have now the Hayabusa, you have now the Phoveus here. And I think Zushin is not enough yet for this aggressive play. Let us see what is going to be the pick here from side of Eve and the carry instead.
Carry ban coming out from Bleed this time around. So which means that they're going to go for something slightly tankier on the roam, definitely. Or perhaps even the Alice could actually come out from the side of Bleed if they want to play this one. Because, look, Eve is definitely going to be static.
Yeah, but that way they will be missing out on a lot of crowd control. They don't have any crowd control heroes at this point in time that is like super good for them, right? So at this point in time, I think Bleed will still want to work with something that works well with Juicin number one to clear waves and such. But main thing is also to ensure that he's able to synergize with Phoveus well enough.
It could be a Ruby coming out from Bleed as well. FMM did play a very crazy Ruby, and nearing the end of regular season, you need something that could basically dodge around, escape, and also stay inside the box and fight Rift together. I'm thinking immediately. That's why I brought up the Alice. I brought up the Ruby coming out from Bleed.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good synergy there if they are going to go for that one. But then again, this is an early game. I mean, early to mid. They need a snowball in order to perform this kind of composition right now with the side of Rift. But Bleed, Franco this time around, and the 1-1 as well.
FMM used to play a lot of 1-1, and now looking at this one, this is something that we've seen as well as something of a new trend from MPL Singapore Season 8, right? Especially during playoffs, a Franco and a 1-1 wombo combo. And if you noticed, now, apart from, you know, the high loss and whatnot, right? There's no high loss on the side of Rift. So unless they bring a high loss into the jungle to trying to push it away, if they go for an assassin right here, this is a very squishy lineup. 1-1 was gonna have a field day out of this.
This is gonna be real good for Bleed. They essentially just gave away the Harif and pretty much went for their second, I would say the secondary lineup. I'm pretty sure that their main priority lineup that they want is to have a Harif together with a Minotaur or Harif with whichever crowd control heroes out there. But now they're playing a little bit different. There's definitely an element of pick-off onto their kit. They do have a 1-1 that will be able to just kind of make full use of the fact that there is someone that is completely immobile so that you'll be able to just crossbow or tank all the way from the start to the finish.
The synergy of a 1-1 and also a Franco is there, right? Like, the hook and the Bloody Hunt allows it so much easier for you to land all those weakness points and jump into the air. And the best part is, Eve is static, stationary. Yes, the slow in the box is kind of annoying, but it doesn't matter to a 1-1 because you can just jump around. But you gotta have to be careful about the damage, the bird coming off from Eve.
But I gotta say as well, now we've seen the combo, right? FMM, the 1-1 and the Franco in the previous series, but this time around, it's Jay using the Franco. We have seen him, Dr. J, surgical iron hooks, but here, early invasion. First blood coming up inside of Bear there, and Bear still not finished yet, trying to go for the steal, but unfortunately cannot do so. And now it is gonna be Pancake.
Oh my God,
staying. And it will translate to his death.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the power of 1-1 in the early game. And level 1, you can ego challenge anybody. Especially if you proc all this weakness point, I pop the Inspire, you're gonna go down very quickly.
So this push coming from the side of Rift, or rather this invasion from the side of Rift, essentially what they want to do is really just to cripple deck as much as possible. But inevitably, they actually enabled FMM a little bit more by forcing FMM to take the orange buff and get himself a kill and assist.
And not only just that, that's a war cry, right? So immediately it pops off. It gives you a lot of early game damage early on. I could even argue this is technically like a cheese.
Oh man.
Oh
no.
Oh shit.
It's still gonna be Rift though, trying to invade here, but.
And they're still gonna be trying.
Yeah, they're trying their best here to try to invade and to disrupt the early game process. But you have mentioned, of course, Abstract, that having FMM, this early kills, and you need this one as a 1-1. You need to scale, but having this first kill, you have now the advantage to do so.
Yeah. I would definitely say that right now, FMM does have 1,400 gold. Picking up the Swift Crossbow at this point in time is definitely gonna make things a lot simpler for FMM to kind of go online. In fact, maybe just go online a tad bit faster. But the main thing is, FMM would want to get herself some really early game composition items and just join into the team fight as much as possible. Really, just make full use of the Bloody Hunt as much as possible.
Looking at this one, pretty nutty as well. We got a bit of a crazy start, not gonna lie. Bear on the opposite side trying to cheese that one off.
Yeah.
But going to the later parts of the game, I mean, it becomes a skill matchup for FMM, right? If he is able to land down all those weakness points, especially to Chu. Looking at what Chu wants to do and also what a 1-1 wants to do, Chu goes into Zaman Force, makes it a lot easier to predict, and now...
Oh man! Again, counterplay, FMM! Another kill on the 1-1.
Damn, the assassin gets assassinated by a marksman? That is definitely not something that you would typically expect, right? FMM took the full brunt of the damage from the fracture, but in the end of the day, it is still gonna be FMM that managed to pop out all the weaknesses, and 3 minutes, 13 seconds into the game, Corrosion Scythe completed. Yeah, FMM used to play a lot of 1-1 back in the days. I think in season 4 as well. It was kind of crazy on that 1-1 at the same time, especially when you're fighting against someone that really want to gap close towards you. Once you land the auto attack, after that you could just quickly hold on.
Oh, look at the counterplay once again coming inside a bleed. Now Pancake flickers out, and that is going to be a failed gap once again coming inside of Rift. Actually, Abstract, you've mentioned, of course, that FMM, right, he wants to rotate in the early state of game, but I think at this moment in time, he's okay staying in his lane there.
He can pretty much just ragdoll this Harif. Right? Harif probably can't really do much against FMM. I mean, I don't think that he will want to ego fight against FMM now.
Nope, you don't ego fight that one.
Speaking of fights, it is going to be Bear going for the Sand Guard for the sustain, and now Dominic trying to go for Infernal Pursuit, holding his ground, but to no avail with Melon popping his ultimate there.
Yeah, Dominic, bit more than good shoot right there, but it was also Kiwi that's outputting damage. This time around, the turtle unfortunately spawns on the strong side of Bleed.
Oh, they're forcing the team fight. That is going to be a bloody hand right now. And now another kill for the side of Bleed. Canonio is still in the vicinity. He has still the Retribution battle spell as well. Will he be able to steal? No, the Iron Hook coming in from Dr. J, setting up for the kill.
Super unlucky walking into the hook of Jay right there, allowing that kill onto Bleed. Bleed on a strong side. Canonio, damage control, picks up Kiwi.
Well, a good amount of trades coming in between these two teams. Bleed and Rift, both of them has managed to get a single turtle for themselves, but at least Bleed is the one that managed to get himself a good amount of kills.
Bottom side though, this is gonna 3 versus 1, Raging Sandstorm trying to avoid that one, but 3 ultimates as well being expanded just to pick off FMM.
I mean, if I'm a gold laner and I burn the enemy 3 ultimates from the enemy side, I mean, I take that every day. I buy space.
It's a massive compliment as well.
Yeah. Yep.
You know that you're gonna have to go down. But now, Rift managing to bring down the T1 in the bottom lane, that pretty much just means that the Harif has pretty much been unlocked. And one good thing to note is the very fact that when it comes down to Chu, he's already built up on a Stallium Scythe and yeah, pretty much just a Stallium Scythe. So when it comes down to any hits right after the Chrono Dashes, you can be safe to say that it's gonna hurt already.
Dominic is the target right now, isolated here with a kick. Still going to go for Infernal Pursuit. Kiwi doing his best here to go for the delay, but then again, Melon stopping his escape. Twice in a row we see this one. Melon's real-world manipulation was the key to stop this escapes.
Yeah, both teams, it's pretty interesting, right? There's more of a pick composition coming up from the side of Rift and Bleed. Those hooks need to land, and they need to land it well. Pancake as well. These kicks are catching the main targets, right? Dominic getting kicked right underneath the damage from the side of Rift. It's a little bit too much for him to handle. Looking at items right now, the Demon Hunter Sword and Corrosive Scythe. So basically, FMM does have a little bit more advantage with these 2 items. Doesn't really need to buy boots, and that's a power of the 1-1 in the early game. However, Harif picking up the Stallium Scythe is definitely what Abstract pointed out. That's a item power spike for Harif. He's ready to fight.
Now this is going to be a turtle dance we are seeing. So far right now, Rift controlling the area. No aggressive rotations coming in from the side of Bleed here. And look at the conceal. They were going to force this team fight though. Dominic spotted him, and now Bear backs away for now.
A very aggressive front from the side of Rift right after taking the third turtle. They understood that they would want to force Bleed away and try to just take the entire control of the river line. Taking away all the T1s is very likely the utmost priority. So getting a quick little push down in the top lane and a slow push in the bottom lane could eventually be able to help them to secure the middle lane T1s real soon. As such, Rift expect that most of their rotations is going to be centered around middle lane.
Yeah, you can start to see how active Bear is around the map, right? Abusing the fact that he has the movement speed bonus, and also, if you saw in the early game, the first few minutes, Bear was basically was able to cheese deck out. And this kind of effectively denied deck.
Again, Pancake initiating the team fight here. Real-world manipulation just on point there. And now it is going to be Bleed trying to go for the team fight as well. But Chu escapes. Dominic goes for the chase, gets the slam, gets the kill. And now Canonio is here as well. Kiwi will be the target. He's very low right now. Being chased. FMM with a double, with a shutdown, with those kills.
The crossbow attack really working, really wonders right there. Just outputting damage from Sky High. This is exactly why I was talking about. 1-1 is so good right right here against Rift. So many static opportunities, especially on Melon, for you to jump, for the 1-1 to jump into the air with the crossbow tank. And you know how squishy Pancake, Melon, and Chu can be. And once you're in the sky, Chu, that Chrono Fisher and Chrono Dash is practically useless.
Another isolation play here. Pancake again with a Way of the Dragon plays on point.
Honestly, the main thing that I'm very surprised about is the very fact that they do have got quite a bit of damage onto themselves, right? Rift has been putting themselves on the map pretty nicely, even though in the previous fight, they don't really have got a very valuable trade. Canonio eventually did manage to get himself a killing spree, although he was shut down. That was still more than enough to put Canonio on the about 6,000 gold mark. Right now, as we speak, is at 7,000. In comparison, FMM just hit 7,000 gold.
Oof. That's 1-1 with an incredible net worth gold here. And this is pretty scary if you're on the side of Rift. You don't want this FMM blowing up this game here.
Yeah. 1-1, once it picks up, you know, like your 2 items, right? Corvus' Scythe and Demon Hunter's Sword. So much easy. Don't forget, before that team fight, before that sequence, Chu and FMM are having equal amount of gold. But the slight difference, because you don't need to buy a boots, allow that 1-1 to have the head start with the Inspire and the Warcry to basically pop off the damage. But now it's just all about how Bleak cleaning this up, because if you take a look at the turrets, they're both equal. In terms of map control, they're both equal. We need to see how they play and navigate around this Lord dance.
Wow, this game too. This is a better game here compared to game 1. Both teams are very decisive. And again, another kick coming from the side of Pancake here. Dominic figures back here, but look at Bear providing the space with a Desert Tornado, but still being picked off here by FMM.
Bear did buy the Winter Crown, but unfortunately wasn't able to use it in time.
Oh, not bad. That's a steal.
That's a steal, and this is a big steal here with Canonio on the play.
Massive steal right here, trying to delay it just a little bit, but Rift, you know, they were the one that lost the lower priority. They snatch it all the way back. Jay looking for snatch.
Canonio! Ooh, Rupture, dead here. That is a great flanking maneuver for Canonio.
2 men down, but Rift is the one that secured that Lord. Bleed needs to try to defend this one. They do have some form of wave clear with Kiwi, and maybe would help with the 1-1 as well. Looking at the item, see Halberd already being built up for the side of FMM, because you really want to try to deny the heal for Bear, deny the heal and shields for Chu, and to a certain extent that Yi. The real-world manipulation is kind of nutty in terms of the shield, but now Rift is knocking on the doors of Bleed, and they take down mid-lane turret.
Oh. Just finished up the RGM as well, so that is definitely something that FMM is looking out for. This is going to be a scary marksman from this point on. 10-11 is current scoreline, and Rift, they still have it. With a total of 2.4 thousand gold lead, Rift is leading the charge.
Oh, isolation play. However, of course, the target is not there. Pancake's been controlled with Atlanta as well. Look at Dominic here providing the space with Infernal Pursuit, and now Chu is here, goes for the kill, and now Bear is here holding his ground with his on guard, and Dominic will be the target here, trying to go for a counter defense.
Oh, Dominic!
Slamming everyone here. Melon backs out. Kiwi, Chu, and will retreat as well. Still manage to go in, and Melon, sliver of health, goes for the Chi. He will die, and Chu will take the revenge game.
Oh, Bleed overextended just a little bit. They got punished, and now Rift, they crack open top side. The gold start to swing in the favor of Rift. Canonio picking up those kills right there, starting to allow him to snowball, and Bleed is in trouble.
Oh no. With Inhibitor Tart gone here at the top, they really have the map control advantage right now for the side of Rift.
That is gonna be really hard to work with. Let's not forget about the fact that Rift still has got their T1 in the middle lane. So there is still a lot of these money bags that is just sitting in the map, which Bleed has yet to claim for themselves.
Yeah, Bleed, technically speaking, there are a lot of banks all across the map on the side of Rift, but they need to break that bank. Now what Rift has to do is to basically find on Bleed side of the map, especially if they've got super minions marching on the top side. And unfortunately, look at where the Lord is spawning at the bottom lane, which means that Rift does have a lot more priority and also pressure around the Lord pit, because Bleed has to walk a further way to defend that top side lane.
There's definitely some time for Bleed to catch their breath. There's only 10 seconds left onto the clock until the Lord eventually appears. Rift, understandably, will want to get themselves the Lord priority as much as possible, but how exactly are they going to be positioning themselves? Because Rift, right now, they actually do have all of the necessary kit in order to go for this upcoming fight. Choose and Flicker in 23 seconds, Melons as well as Bear in under 10 seconds. It is more than enough time for them to set up a big fight.
I need, you know what I need from the side of Bleed? They need information around the bottom part.
Yeah.
Behind that Lord Pit, right? That's uncharted territory. Riv, on the other hand,
Top
they're
lane.
controlling around the Lord Pit right here. I hear conceal play.
Okay, Kiwi trying to go for the vision game, very low for the Lord. It is going to be Canonio securing that one. And now Jay trying to go for the stun. And now it is going to be the side here of Bleed trying to wreak havoc here. Deck is there, but the minions pushing through here on the top, on the base. They have won the side of Bleed here, but the pressure here on the minions, Canonio will be able to do another backdoor play. Another backdoor play. Canonio, the master of backdoors.
Oh my goodness. I thought they couldn't do it, but Canonio, mission in mind. He goes for the base steal.
Wow.
Right in front of Deck, FMM, and also Melon.
On a mission like a man possessed, Canonio identified almost immediately that the fight had dissipated. It is time for him to just run straight up to the top lane and just kind of end the game all by himself. One thing that kind of struck me as a surprise is the very fact that Rift didn't really play around the fact that they have a pushing lane initially. It felt as though that, yes, they're waiting for the lanes to push and then eventually take the fight. But the very fact that Bleed didn't respond to it is correct. The biggest surprise to me.
I'm surprised, right? Bleed decided to handshake that team fight, right? Especially when, you know, the fact that they've got an open map up top. There's a lot of minions right there. I don't think you handshake the team fight, but they thought they could do it. They thought they could burst down the members. Yes, FMM is already fed. Does have the crossbow and tank in tow. Should be able to do the damage, but no. By the time they thought they could go back and defend almost immediately, who would expect Canonio to decide to do this kind of maneuver?
To be fair, I can definitely understand to a certain extent because they are using a Hayabusa, am I right, for Bleed? At least when it comes down to Hayabusa with the quad shadows, you know that you can just go in, ulti, shuriken, and then port back to the furthest away of furthest shadow. And that doesn't take more than 5 seconds. And during that point in time, you just run yourself back. You generally believe you could have had enough time. Because it kind of comes down to a checkmate moment for Bleed, right? If I don't take this fight at the Lord, I'm going to lose the Lord, and I'm going to eventually lose anyways. So we need to stop this Lord take.
But there's also still your mid lane and bottom lane turrets are still up, right?
But the Lord is still going to be rushing down to the top lane either way.
But
and
let's take a look at
their
it.
draft is not exactly a draft that is really good at wave clear.
Yep, but I think let's take a look at MVP first. You gotta have to give it to Canonio for ending that
100%.
particular one.
100%.
Man, wasn't expecting that one, right? He's been sneaking around this Nolan, just outmaneuvering Bleed right there. Remember that pickoff from behind? I wasn't expecting that one. And now he pulls off a base steal out of that one. It's just way too much.
Guys, deja vu. Regular season, same thing. Canonio pulled through on that lane, but this time around here on the Nolan, impressive game sense, map awareness coming in from this guy.
At this point in time, right, when we look at MPLSG, all of the backdoor plays that we remember very well lies on the two players. Number one, Canonio. Number two, Hades.
Of course.
Where they come from? Philippines. What's with you Filipinos and backdoor?
No, MPLPH to a certain for a
Dirty.
No,
I'm kidding.
MPLPH for a certain period of time, there's a lot of backdoors plays, right?
Exactly, yeah.
And then that's why ever since then, everybody from
backdoor plays.
MPLPH is like, okay, watch backdoor, make sure that your minutes are shoving before you handshake these team fights. It's okay, we lose the Lord. Go and clear. I think that's even more scary as compared to losing that Lord, right?
At least when you lose the Lord, there's still a fighting chance. But if you lose a pushing lane into your core, the game is over.
Yeah.
Exhibit A, right there.
Nice. Exactly. Bleed.
Bleed.
It's a bleeding game for them indeed.
Yeah, look, I wouldn't even blame them at this point in time, honestly. I wouldn't even blame them for not dealing with the top lane. I thought that maybe they would just kind of find a way, you know. I don't necessarily know the way.
Wait, you got a point, Abstract. You mentioned. I mean, the quad shadows coming in from deck there, it's going to be easy for him to respond there. But
in theory, but in this case, it showed that it didn't work.
Yep. That's it.
So yeah, so it's not the fact that Bleed made a mistake, but it's the fact that
Rift forced the mistake.
Wow, I love that.
Wow,
Rift
really
forced the mistake.
Really,
Okay.
Rift decided to find the right time to basically engage. Top side was pushed. There was a massive wave stacked up. Rift forced to engage, forced Bleed to fight right there. Bleed tunnel vision, and then proceed to. They actually, to be honest, I would have thought that Bleed was able to defend this, right? Win that team fight. After that, go back and defend.
Yep.
They were there in the nick of time. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Deck was there ready to just go, but who expected Canonia to just come in and blitz that core down right from half HP?
On the flip side, if I were to play Devil's Advocate again,
it could go very wrong for Canonia as well.
Not just that, but should Bleed really be allowing such a huge pool of creeps marching down an open lane when the Lord is about to come out? Because it's macro 101 that you will always want to shove your lane as far as possible to kind of deal with the lane as much as possible right before the Lord's fight. If you know that the Lord, if you know that you're not going to be anticipating a Lord's fight anytime soon, then you gotta have to deal with it anyways. So time is on Rift's hands. Rift knows that in one way or another, the top lane will naturally push. They don't have to force the Lord's fight. They don't have to do anything. They just need to wait for the lane to push down and then take the Lord. So in most cases, Bleed needed to address the lane.
Yeah, I would have said, that was exactly what I said. Bleed should have addressed the lane first, ignore the Lord, let Rift take it, deal with the top lane, and then we take our chances in a 5v5 fight in the base. You still have 2 turrets for Rift to deal with. Maybe that could slow it down just a little bit more. And don't forget, when Bleed, when you're right underneath the turret, you do have a little bit of priority because you got a Franker to hook somebody down.
Plus, of course, FMM has the itemizations already.
Yeah.
It has the damage. Do we need they can defend at that moment as well?
Yeah, especially when it comes down to swiftness as well as the Warcry. We definitely did manage to see exactly what that works and how that worked for a 1-1 in the early stages of the game, right?
Yep.
Tons of damage onto both Bear and Pancake, if I remember correctly. So ultimately, it was definitely a trampoline for FMM to kind of put himself in the lane and make sure that he don't just outright lose to the Harith.
Correct. Technically speaking, Bear as a Khalid is not your traditional tank, right? His his tankiness can actually come from his heal. His pseudo tankiness, right? When he goes in the sand form. So if FMM catches Bear using that second skill already, FMM can basically use him as a trampoline, like what you mentioned, to jump from one person to another, or maybe just wait until Bear is super down low, and then after that use him to jump from one target to another, because Rift, apart from Bear, everybody else is kind of squishy, not gonna lie.
Yeah, that is the main game for us, right? If Rift have a lineup like this, the main thing that Bleed gotta have to do is to be the bruisers. They gotta have to bruise everyone from the side of Rift and leave it to FMM afterwards. The best case scenario is everyone from the side of Rift is 50% HP. That from that point in time, as long as FMM has got the weakness popped onto one person, everyone will be in shambles.
Yeah, surprisingly as well, if you take a look, Bleed, there's not a lot of turret damage as well. There's more damage dealt as well for the side of Rift. So this is actually kind of surprising, right? Even though Bleed, for a period of time, was able to find a lot of these damage, a lot of these picks, but to a later part again, Rift somehow managed to claw back. Canonio starts to find the damage on assassinations, true as well. These, yes, even though you get countered by FMM when it goes in crossbow attack, and also Melon, the real world manipulation, those birds starting to hurt.
Yeah, I think those were the game changers as well.
Yeah.
Those real-world manipulations coming in from Melon. And I do love how Rift also coming back. Even we saw how FMM being fed into his 1-1. They managed to recover instantly there for their side of Rift, and that translates for the tower takedowns. It only shows here on the game one, whoever controls the lane pressure here, I think controls the game. And this is the same thing here. Bleed without the turrets in the top side, it allows the opportunity here for Rift to go for that backdoor play.
Now, this pretty much puts us on a pretty good spot when we think that it is going to go to a full 3-game series. And I absolutely love that very fact. But before we even jump into, talk about that, let's take a look at the top 4 players of this game, right? With Canonion, the rich guy, Melon with the highest damage dealt, Dominic, highest damage taken, and Jay being the best wingman.
Yep. I mean, later on, if you see the highlights as well, the nearing the end, when Bleed was able to win the team fight against Rift, even though they had like a 4K deficit, you thought that Bleed was able to just come back, to spring back, and basically push. Because don't forget, we talk about breaking the bank, right? With the Lord in the pocket of Bleed, at the very least, you should be able to push out and basically equalize that equalize the game economy just a little bit more. But yeah, Canonio just came in, just dealt the killing blow right there. The Super Minions was the one that's pushing most of the time.
So it's definitely a surprise with how this game game ended. None of us would have thought that we'll end this game in a
I
backdoor
predicted
fashion.
2-1.
In favor for Bleed.
In favor for Bleed.
So at least for Good Eye, he's still looking at the fact that Bleed could bounce back. Personally, I would believe that Rift does have a very good, what's the word again? Very good foundation. And the very fact that they did manage to get themselves game number 2, that is going to be number 1, ego boost, number 2, confidence boost, and that is going to be tempo for them. I would say that they are definitely going to be doing a lot better in game number 3. And technically speaking, I don't think that Bleed is going to be really happy about how they lost game number 2.
Of course, man.
Yeah.
I think they had a chance. FMM was growing here, and let's take into the highlights there. And what we have seen, especially during the early stage of the game, as you can see here, FMM has been funneling on his kills. They had this moment in time, though. Rift bounces back on those kills from the side of FMM.
Yeah, Canonio was able to find some snowball, some damage, some kills, but albeit wasn't able to just snowball out of control, right? Shu wasn't having a really good time in the lane because FMM was just dominating. Melon, by the way, I think you're right. That real-world manipulation literally anchored down the whole of Rift.
It's just eventually really hard for me to see the fact that Bleed, they fought hard, right? In the early stages, they are trying to be aggressive. They are making full use of the fact that FMM is really online, and they wanted to end this game properly. But of course, when it comes down to Rift, they managed to just get themselves a good amount of gold lead. They managed to steal the Lord as well, as you can see right here. They managed to kill Deck, and this allowed them to take so much of the real estate that belonged to Bleed. And at this point in time, Bleed really didn't have a lot of things to work with.
Yeah, this is an 1-1 and a Franco. Twice in a row, we've seen this synergy combo twice in a row. It failed so far.
Yep. Oh crap. Doesn't that... Wait. So only today we saw the Franco.
Yep.
And only today we saw the 1-1.
Yep.
Right. They both have 0% win rate.
Yep.
Oh shoot.
That's the thing.
That's
we've seen the capability of these two heroes here. Unfortunately, it translates
not quite enough.
Not quite as we expected.
Yeah.
You can start to see, like, at the very least, it's a good way to deal with the Harif as well, right? Like, yeah,
Is
the
it
Harif,
really though?
you can land on the summon force, but if I get the weakness points come up, then after that I just go to the sky.
Yeah.
Then you're basically just, I don't know, chrono dash to nothing.
I think that there will always be a limit to something, right? If you have a lot of damage from the side of 1-1, obviously once you flam the sky, the Harif's dead.
Definitely.
But in the meantime, if the Harif has got slightly better itemization, I don't think that even for a 1-1, you will have the time to actually pop off all 3 of those weakness points. Considering the fact that Harif is also a dashing hero, it's not easy.
Considering the fact that Harif needs to step forward within your AA range for you to land down your first kit, so that you see your weakness point, then it becomes a skill shot for your first skill to land down onto that one. Not only just that, if you land that first skill twice, that's a stun as well.
Well, perhaps Moman will be able to tell us a little bit more about this synergy as we throw it right back to it.
Well, firstly, I would like to talk about who is Canonio, where did he come from, and why is he backdooring my base, right? So, first of all, right, if you look at this first few team fights right here, it's what went wrong for Bleed. It's the first step where Rift actually manages to come back. It all starts on the back of Pancake. He manages to find a very nice flicker into a knockup, right? Putting Dominic extremely low so that he cannot re-engage in the team fight. But Bear takes an L for this. He eventually goes down because he was trying to frontline for the team while taking that Lord. This is where we see the great plays of Canonio coming through. And this is not really more so of Canonio having that great play. It's him having the reflexes to win that 50-50 versus deck for this Lord here. And if you take a look at the retribution timing, they popped it at the exact same time, and Canonio takes the Lord. So he's just better, right? He's just better. But on top of this, he knows that Dominic is low. And with this real world manipulation, that immobilizes the entire team and takes out deck. He knows that the threat of him being jumped in the backline is gone. So with this, he goes on the hunt. Where is he going? He's not going to split push. He's on the hunt for Dominic. He checks every single bush. And with the power of deduction, right? If he's not in that bush, if he's not in that bush, then he must be in this bush. So he eventually finds him and gets a free kill for himself while the rest of the team is occupied. And that's how he slowly starts to build momentum for the rest of the team. And yes, that real world manipulation, it's really jarring towards that Wan, because once he's immobilized, right, it disrupts his momentum for his auto attacks. So the crossbow of Tang is not able to be utilized. And we see that Jay, he has to put himself in a precarious position to use that bloody hunt onto Melon just to stop that real world manipulation. But while he's doing that, look at FMM's HP. That real world manipulation has brought him down so low, he cannot re-engage the team fight without getting insta-gibbed. And now Melon takes out Jay as well, and they start to secure a lot of map advantages for the team. Deck eventually goes down, and Bear as well, but Bleed overextends, wanting and greeting for this kills. But look who's alive in the back line. Canonio finishes off Dominic. Meanwhile, Chu takes out Kiwi as well. So with this, right, this is the final fight. This is the final culmination of how things ended. And this is amazing to see from the side of Rift Esports, especially on the side of Canonio. He knows that there's no way that his team can win. But look at his positioning. Why? Why is the base being pushed in here? Sure, they secure the Lord, but the rest of the team, they are not scrambling back. There's just a split moment where the recall button could have been pressed, but nothing was done, and Canonio made the run for it. Meanwhile, Bleed chooses to run back, and meanwhile, Canonio just gets a free hit on the base, and that's all she wrote. I mean, where is this guy? I mean, where did he come from? And Casters, what do you have to say, man? Oh my god. Oh.
Where does this guy come from? Let me know right now. Why? Why? What do you guys teach? What do you guys teach? It comes
from Philippines.
Is it all the Philippines? Don't.
You don't want to incur the wrath of the Philippines.
No! What have you done to my countrymen?
But you gotta give credit, Canonio, man.
I gotta have
His game
to.
sense is
It
just
is
top-notch.
definitely insane.
Remember, I think the better question to ask is, who is Canonio? Where is Canonio from? Why is he behind my base?
I'll do you one better. When is Canonio?
When is Canonio?
Actually, that's true. Where's Canonio?
I love that one. Yeah,
Every time when I see a Filipino jungle go missing on the map, I panic.
When? When
is Canonio? Oh my goodness.
We gotta have to really respect that, right?
Yeah,
Canonio,
it is.
big MVP. I think it is definitely gonna be in the books from this point onwards. Definitely gonna be on TikTok.
Remember, transfer window, he came in. Now is the week MVP on that time as well.
Yeah.
Stepping up.
Well, I gotta have to say, it's pretty insane, right?
It
We
is.
definitely want to watch that on our massive real estate on this Samsung Galaxy Tab S10 Ultra. You know, this is your intelligence studio on a massive canvas. In
Yes.
fact, it just launched in Singapore a few days ago. And what's special about this new Tab series is that it comes pre-equipped with Galaxy AI. I'm pretty sure that you guys have heard of the Galaxy AI. You know, the circle search, that is definitely one thing that we have used. We use a lot. You know, you hold on to home, you circle literally anything on your screen, and it will just get back to you and tell you what is this, what is that, when is Canonial, why is Canonial. It's a perfect work and play companion to maximize your productivity and fun. You will pretty much be able to immerse yourself in unparalleled clarity with its massive 14.6 inch screen with incredible resolution, by the way. Let me just pop right in and take a look. I mean, you can't really see much of the resolution, but it is very, very much variable. It's got really big real estate, and honestly, you can do quite literally anything and everything.
Yeah. Because of its size, you can basically multitask, open multiple tabs at the same time. You saw us, if you're basically behind the stage as well, you look at what we're looking. We're not only just looking at the stream as well, we're also using it to look at the stats and find out what the skill names of each heroes are.
Oh, I don't do that. In case you don't know, right, when it comes down to the with the Samsung flagships, and in fact with their software, you are able to open one tab onto the right side, one tab onto the top left, and one tab onto the bottom left. You'll be able to do literally a lot of stuff with just a single real estate. You'll be able to get this enhanced vision booster and anti-reflection technology, which reduces glare, improves visibility under any lighting condition, keeping your screen extra bright and clear in any environment, even if the sun is hitting right at your screen.
Yep, I mean, it's a really wonderful tool, especially boosts productivity. Allows you to also watch MPL Singapore in like super big screen. And what I'm actually very surprised is actually how flat and light it is.
Yes!
And all that in one massive technology package.
I believe that you guys talked about the fact that when it comes down to the back of the screen, it's also made out of titanium. So very durable and very light.
Yep, anyways, gonna go back into the draft, ladies and gents. Game number 3, one of these teams will be sent home. You'll never see them anymore in MPL Singapore Season 8, especially for the next few days. Of course, you know, we're hyping it up, itching it up all the way to the grand finals. That will be happening on Sunday. Today may be potentially the last game, but don't worry, if you guys are in Singapore, you can get all the action right here at Scape. So come on down, we're very friendly, we don't bite. Unless I play a Franco.
Or unless you're Canonial.
Unless you're Canonial. Game 3, guys. One game away, both teams move forward, and one team will end badly. They're relegated to this tournament, and now both teams must step up here in this game with the bans here we see right now. It is going to be the Khalid pretty much open here. We've seen also the Phobius pretty much open here. Bleed right now has the priority pick, which will be the Sushin this time around has been banned here.
Jushin is banned, yes. It's kind of like an either-or situation again, isn't it?
Yeah.
Phobius as well as a Khalid.
Yeah.
And in this case, Bleed, what exactly is going to be their answer? You know, since we have Phobius as well as Khalid coming up, we unfortunately have thrown Ruby into the dirt now. Even though Ruby is still such a great hero, I would say the same for Edith as well. I would say the same for Hylos as well. But now Hylos is banned, so at least we won't be able to see the Hylos into the mix. Phobius have been picked by Bleed, which will give their Khalid over to Rift.
Question.
Yes.
If you go for Khalid and a Ruby on the side lane, so basically play fighter lanes,
Yes.
Would that work?
I mean, Khalid onto EXP and the Ruby on the gold lane.
Yeah.
Well, why not?
Yeah, they synergize quite well, right?
They still synergize well.
Right.
I mean,
You go for
ultimately, the
these-
main thing of your Ruby is just to go to the gold lane, not die, and you contribute to your team very early into the game. Because the main thing about marksmen in the gold lane is that they can't contribute in the early stages. And for Ruby, you can. So why do I want to wait until the late stages of the game in order for my gold lane to come online when I can just put Ruby in my lane, let her come online in the early stages, and we end early?
Maybe. And don't forget, I think Rift might be going to that direction, right? Ling is the one that you know, usually
Not
does have the
bad.
DPS, especially towards the early parts of the game, later parts of the game, become like a pseudo marksman, right? But Bleed now, this time around, picking up the Harry for FMM, and also putting Deck onto his Fanny. By the way, Deck is a mechanical monster on this Fanny, and look at RL19, he has to find a way to deal with this one.
I would agree. Yeah, when it comes down to Deck, the Fanny is indeed
9
really
cables?
scary. He is wait 9?
I can't remember, but I remember 8 or 9 cables.
I know that he's very mechanically skilled when it comes down to Fanny, but the problem when it comes down to that is that have he did well when it comes down to his positioning as a Fanny? Because at this point in time in MPLSG, just being highly mechanical or being highly skilled in Fanny is not quite enough. You need to be good with your positioning in order to really bring your Fanny gameplay into the next level.
And you need also an enabler there for the Fanny. Maybe side of Rome here, Jay, going for another Jawhead.
Yeah, I was thinking about the Jawhead
Yep.
too.
It will enable surely the Fanny here. And Dr. J, no doubt, has been well on point when it comes to his pickoffs, when it comes to his initiation here. They just need to be very aggressive at this moment against the side of Rift. But I love the ban right now here for the side of Bleed. And I thought they will go for the Lunox here because, of course, the lane has been picked, Fanny for the counter, and they have picked the Harith. Then the Lunox is pretty much open for the counter, but instead they're going for this Tigreal here.
Yeah, I like the fact that RL19 immediately snapped ban onto the Valentina.
Yeah.
That is not something that you'll want to give over to the Bleed, especially since they have drafted a Phoveus as well as a Harith for themselves. So Minotaur is definitely still up for grabs for a Bleed if they so very much want to go for that.
Actually, it's a respect ban over the side of Kiwi, right? It seems like Riv doesn't really want to go for the Valentina instead. That's why they have to take it out. And Valentina against Riv, this roster, you got the Implosion, you got a Raging Sandstorm to play around with, right? But Bleed now, what are their bans? The gold lane, they can continue down, locking down as much gold laners as possible. Yeah, the Nathan goes in next. This is something that you don't want to give, especially when you have a Tigreal and a Khalid. But Riv can still opt for the Moskov instead.
Risky indeed, because of course the Harith, we know how Harith can own the lane here, but I'm now considering a 2-fighter side lanes here. You guys have mentioned a while ago.
The Ruby, right?
Yeah,
because of the Fanny, right? I can understand from that point of view. But at this point in time, if they want to go for a Ruby, I would say that in the early stages of the game, they might actually be lacking in quite a lot of damage, considering the fact that you wouldn't expect your Link to come online that early.
Nope, Link at least need a Berserker's Fury and a Heart's Claw to really come online. So yeah, totally agree with you. Maybe Ruby, unless they play safely, but that's something that, okay, that's a Pixana coming up for the side of Rift. That's something that Melon can play as well, and also counter picks that from Kiwi.
It helps Tigreal really well as well.
It does.
Right? Eternal Guard plus Implosion plus Raging Sandstorm. This is a crazy draft from the side of Rift when they want to play for a team fight. Now the question is also if whether the marksmen, how exactly are they supposed to, you know, support this style of gameplay? Do they want to look for someone that is more of the early stages so that they will be able to enable this gold lane to work together with their roaming trio? Because it is a Ling after all. Ling naturally kind of takes like the +1 position. You would want to channel a lot of farm over to the Ling. So,
okay,
I
that's
would
an
always
Arlott.
love to see a Claude, but
That's an Arlott. That's like Aurora coming out. May work against Rift because of how divey they can get, and also the Arlott. I think right now Bleed is lacking a lot of this. Not say tankiness, right? Coming out from them, right? Phobius, technically speaking, does have regen. Arlott is actually kind of strong in terms of his regen with the Vengeance as well, but is not enough tankiness though.
I'm not a fan of the Arlott though. Putting an Arlott into the roam position while your team actually doesn't really have a lot of crowd control to really abuse the Vengeance, right? Because as a roamer, it's either you want to be really good at one thing as an Arlott, which is to tank well, set up well, or you want to make full use of Vengeance, just fly everywhere.
Finally get to see his Beatrix. I was hyping this up for the previous series. It's something a lot easier, and don't forget, this is an AoE kind of damage. The Bennett's Rage is gonna be so good.
It fits the build.
Nibiru's And it's something that healer can play.
It
Finally.
absolutely fits the bill. We want someone in the gold lane that is able to pop off earlier. Nibiru's Passion plus Bennett's Rage. You don't necessarily need a lot of items. You just need to toss these two skills, and it's pretty fair to say that you'll be able to take out a chunk of your opponent's HP regardless.
What I see as well, guys, this Tigreal pick is way better here for the side of Rift. I think as a Rome player as well, you have a perfect setup here. I mean, with a single implosion, perfectly flicker implosion here, so many setups that you can have for your team. Raging Sandstorm for the follow-up, even the wombo combo of the Vexana Tigreal we've seen time and time again is effective as well. Exactly. Plus the Beatrix. Bam! This is insane AoE damage we're talking about here.
How many RL 19 look at all the heroes and say, I want AoE, and MLBB says yes. Boom! This is the roster.
This is the roster. This is hands down an AoE roster that we'll want to see from Rift. And technically speaking, this is just what I would like to call unicorn puke, whereby you just throw everything. You just press your ultimate and let it rip.
Rainbow
let
puke.
it rip. There's no other way that I can say it. It is, in some sense, it is a puke, and you are regurgitating all your ultimates at the same time. And if you are on the Rift side, everything lands is sunshine and rainbows.
I feel like that's like a censorship thing, you know, when you censor basically all the blood and the gore and everything, and you replace them with rainbows and sparkles
nothing
and
can
candies.
go wrong with rainbows and sparkles.
Yeah.
And glitter.
Lots of glitter on top of that.
So yeah, you know, kind of like sorbet a little bit of a glitter on top of Rift, and like this is how you play the game, my man.
Oh my goodness! I don't know why that reminds me of another game. I think We Happy Few or something. Oof.
But you know what? We have been looking at things in kind of like a macro view from the side of Rift, right? We absolutely love the fact that this is kind of this is a Rainbow Peel composition. But on the side of Bleed Esports, right? We're looking at a Fanny, highly mechanic skill hero.
Yep.
If you are able to pilot it well, you have very good positioning, you pretty much will be able to storm over anyone in the early stages of the game. You even have a Harith. Storms the late.
And the best part about, you know, a Beatrix, right, is that it's so easy to play, right?
It is.
I mean, just Nibiru, the SMG, Fanny decides to fly by, just one or two, it's half HP, the Fanny has to fly away.
How much of a single target lockdown do they have? I mean,
For the side of?
For
Rift.
the side of Rift, right?
You have Eternal Guard, you have the Implosion, you have the Raging Sandstorm.
You have a charge from a Tigreal as well. Technically speaking, if you position yourself in a way whereby there are two brushes that is very close to one another, a Tigreal can, I mean, this is all theory, right? Theory crafting.
Yep.
If you are able to get a charge down onto an unsuspecting victim, right onto, is it Wesker? Wesker is the sniper, right?
Oh no.
The
Renner.
shotgun, okay?
Renner.
Renner.
Renner is the sniper.
Renner is the shotgun. Okay, Wesker.
Wesker
Right
is
into
shotgun.
Wesker's face. I think that is a total annihilation. Right? That will be fun.
That would be actually interesting. But
Yeah, but that obviously I don't think I don't expect that to
I
happen.
think it's a lot easier to deal with. The problem about a Fanny is that it will always fly by very quickly.
Yeah.
So the way to deal with a Fanny, sometimes the shotgun's not as reliable. The Nibiru is actually, SMG is actually more
Unless
reliable.
if they
as
cutthroat you. Wesker's elation, poof.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But you have to aim it properly, right?
Fan fact.
Nah,
though.
tap it.
Guys, fan fact. In Philippines, with Beatrix having a shotgun, we call her security guard.
Wait, explain.
Because security guards in Philippines have the shotgun.
But why?
Are you serious?
Yes.
Do they have to go so overboard?
No, I mean, yeah, technically they have the shotgun.
You're not tackling a dinosaur that's marching
why-
into your office building, are you?
That's how protective security guards
Hey,
are.
don't judge how they do their jobs.
No, I don't judge how they do their jobs. I judge what kind of entity actually storms into
that's the
office
thing.
buildings.
Anyway, Beatrix
Take
as
this,
a security
dinosaur.
guard.
They're prepared for any Jurassic Park invasion.
Exactly. I mean, you wouldn't want to bring a pistol into a dinosaur fight, huh?
Of course.
A shotgun makes them.
Yeah, but I feel like this particular, well, yes, there's a Fanny that you have to deal with, but looking at the roster again, right, from the side of Rift, there's not a, there's single target push, but they're very aim heavy. There's not like point and click kind of stunts, right? It's something that perhaps a Ruby can deal with, right? One spin, and then after that, you know, the Fanny's gonna get stunned. But apart from that, it's just, it's very hard to stun down this Fanny unless the Fanny decides to walk instead of cable.
Or Rift here on the side, they can force team fights though. I mean, avoid the Fanny and go with the rest of the
How
team.
do you avoid a Fanny when he's flying?
Well, you have, I mean, Tigreal can do so much when it comes to, they have the setup place. I mean, if they can be able just to avoid the Fanny there, I think Wombo combo. This is their lineup though. They rely on the Wombo combo. They must make use of it.
All I'm thinking right now is, in a team fight versus team fight scenario, how would that look? Because Rift has got so much crowd control, right? And the moment that you're caught by one thing, you're
gonna eat lead.
Or bombs. At that point in time, you're just dead. The moment one skill touches you, Eternal Guard or Implosion, you're dead. You're more or less dead, unless you're like the tank. But in this case, we're talking about an Arlet as a roamer. And Arlet is not necessarily a hero that is really good at opening up map, because you're not that tanky after all. And going up against a composition like Rifts, whereby you gotta have to watch out where Vexana is, you gotta watch out where a Tigreal is. You can't just casually just walk right in, because you might just get hit by an implosion. Sure, you manage to make them waste a single implosion, but watch out, there is still a Raging Sandstorm, there is still an Internal Guard. You manage to waste one of the 3 crowd control ability that will connect to a to the double ultimate from a Victrix. It doesn't do much.
Maybe that's the thing. I mean, one of the considerations that the side of Bleed right now to take into in this fight. I mean, expand all those ultimates there and
try to make them wasted one by one.
Yep. I think we have seen, of course, on it was NIP Flash on the Cho.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. It was the bait. Trying to expand all those resources on the opposing team, and then
but
opens for the counter attack.
Just sending an Arlet to waste all the bait.
Not only that though, because Bleed's lineup is that they want to take control of an area and they want to fight in that area. Having a Zaman Force, a Harif wants to stay within the Zaman Force. A Phoveus helps Harif to help him stay in the Zaman Force. But do you really want to stay in the Zaman Force if a Tigreal is there, or an Eternal Guard is falling onto you, or a Nibiru's Passion and a Bandit's Rage is about to befall onto you?
Well, I gotta say, somehow both teams have the similar gameplay.
Yes.
I mean, who's going to initiate first has the advantage.
Yep, correct. So one final slash right into a Frigid Glacier, right into a Zaman Force, right into the Chrono Fission as well. So there's a lot of things that, you know, both these two teams that have to look out for, right? And like, if you land down any of these skills, the first one definitely will win. So basically, these two teams, they're gonna butt heads against each other and hope for the best.
Now, of course, we had a lot of theories. We talked a lot about the game, or rather the draft between Bleed as well as Rift. From what I know, it's gonna be a redraft. So, but the question is, just how far into the draft?
It's the same picks.
Oh, same picks.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Thank God. Otherwise, we'll take our feedback, our opinion, roll it in, and just kind of shove it in.
I think you need a roto after that. I fatigue.
Oh man. Okay, thank God that we still follow through.
Definitely we should, because I think they managed to load it into the game. I feel like this, I mean, the pick kind of makes sense, right? This is exactly what I expect Rift to pick, even with the Beatrix that's a little unorthodox, but it's something that Chu's comfortable with, right? And Bleed, on the other hand, I think the Arlot, it's a little bit questionable for me, because like what you mentioned, very squishy, walks on in, he's going to get bursted down.
Is it a good synergy as well for the Fanny though? So it's, for me, I haven't seen really the combo, especially in the mid lane trio there.
I myself can't really
yeah,
quite see the combo as well. I would say that it is definitely a bonus for an Analyst if you have someone else that can play around with more crowd control, so that vengeance, pop, 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 pop. That is one way that an Analyst can regenerate HP, so that you can stay alive in the battle for a little bit longer, right? And Analyst is kind of like an all-in hero, right?
Yep.
The moment that you go in, you flicker and flicker the out in, right? You have to start dashing, and there's no way to dash out. We all know that by now. So at this point in time, Bleed's lineup is kind of like all in. It's either we'll go big or we go home.
Yeah, exactly. This is basically the theme of this game. Game number 3, go big or go home. Literally.
Yeah.
Because,
the stakes.
Literally, this is the stake for this particular game, right?
What a
Loser
storyline.
will go home. Literally. And they will not come back for tomorrow.
Man, imagine.
The pressure, the stress.
pressure. Exactly.
Definitely.
End it with a bang. That's why they have the Beatrix. Bang. Shotgun. Bang.
Nobody uses
Security
shotgun
guard.
in this. Nobody uses shotgun in this meta, but I mean, if you can bushwhack somebody,
You never know. You never know.
Yeah.
You never know.
But I do enjoy Beatrix. I started playing all these non-meta heroes once again because it's just a little bit reminiscent, right? Haha, no pun intended. Reminiscent. Remember back then?
Yeah.
Then
Remy,
yeah. Then after that, also started playing a bit of 1-1 as well because why not? It was fun. And don't forget, because of the assassins coming back, it makes it easier for me to jump. And because assassins are so squishy, they try to jump onto me. But then, hey, I'm in the air, so I can potentially outplay them. It's actually quite fun.
It's coming from a gold laner player. I cannot react on that statement.
Yes. Go lane main.
Yep.
Yeah, I am a gold lane
We
main.
gotta listen
I'm
to
a
you.
gold main.
We gotta have to listen to you.
Thank you.
Clearly Marksman
Marksman
wins
think
assassins.
differently.
Clearly
Yes.
Marksman wins assassins.
Actually can.
Oh, see?
Yeah, that's what I said. Clearly Marksman wins assassins. I'm agreeing with you, Mr.
Actually, no.
Marksman
No,
main.
actually, no. I'm gonna get squished. I'm gonna get assassinated. Don't come near me. EXP laners, assassins, you go away. Thanks, yeah, I can fight you.
Fair. That one's fair. That one's fair. Yeah.
Man, rifts.
It's come to a point where I completely forgotten about that one game where Fanny just did a flyby on a 1-1 and just melted her in 0.5 seconds.
Hey?
Oh, good times.
Yeah.
Good times. Yeah.
That just happened.
Yeah, just
Fanny.
yeah.
That just happened.
Yeah,
Yeah, that just happened as well.
Yeah.
That
But
was
yeah,
Jason
no problem.
100%.
But if Jace is the one that plays it, he can kite.
Of course. Of course. Who am I to doubt that one?
I actually
Who
doubt
am I to
myself.
doubt?
Actually, I doubt myself then. No, I actually can still play if the Fanny is not that fed. You can still do something. But if the Fanny is fed, okay, you're good. I mean, Assassin's role is just definitely to assassinate these
To
squishies,
assassinate
right?
you, yeah.
That's why I'm a bit sad.
Yeah.
That's why, okay, to be honest, if you the roles I hate playing against are definitely Assassins and EXP laners.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just hate playing against you.
Yeah. Kalin and Terizla for the win. Whenever I see him, I'm just like, yeah, go for this guy.
The gold laner and the EXP laner.
This is why we butt heads so much.
Yeah, the game philosophy is already completely different, right? You want to just go up to the front of the person and Uga just drop all your skills and then walk away. I want to stay as far away as possible, just outputting the damage.
You know what's the fun part about this dynamic? You're the roamer, we both need you.
Exactly. That's why he comments, I just nod. You comment, I just nod.
Yes.
Emotional support.
Support player.
Because he's a tank main.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a tank main, alright?
Oh man,
And
I love this duo, man.
And
It's an honor again.
The best part about being a gold laner, the meta doesn't really change as much.
Yeah.
Unless it's a Harif or a Lunox or an Analyst.
Right. Yeah. That's the thing about gold laners, right? Because we actually don't have a lot of marksmen in the game, right? Whereas a lot of these marksmen, they are all very viable in their very own individual use case, right? We've seen Bruno in the season. We've seen Claude, definitely. We've seen Beatrix.
Yep.
We saw Brody. We saw, yes, Brody going up against a Fanny. That's like the go-to, right? If you see opponent's Fanny, I'm gonna pick a Brody, right? What else? Popol and Koopa, let's not know who's Popol and Koopa.
Hey, PNK is
PNK is actually good.
Yeah.
It's a Jawhead.
You see?
It's like a Jawhead.
You see, I thought he's not that good, but you see?
You know what's the worst
Now
marksman in the meta right now?
Yeah?
Yeah. until late game. Then Mia goes in machine gun.
Yeah, so she's not bad. She's conditional.
Oh,
Just
yeah,
to drag the
yeah.
game to the late game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair.
Layla. Layla's got range. We've
Layla
seen
is
we've
actually-
seen NIP Flash use the Layla.
You remember Chico guys actually brought us Layla?
Yeah. There is no marksman that can't marksman. There's
Sorry,
no
let
marksman that can't marksman.
let me think of that statement right
Okay,
there.
sorry.
Braining is not braining?
Sorry, grammar is a little bit wrong. There is no marksman that can't markman.
You got me right there, brother. I need your mini eye right now. I need.
Oh boy. We had a great chat thus far,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for
Here we go.
listening to our rambles. But now we are actually going in to the
Thank you for
final
listening to our
game
podcast.
of this series. The game number 3 match point between Bleed versus Rift.
Starting off a bit of a cheese coming off from Bear once again. You sending the Khalid down to the mid, was able to cut Jay's HP all the way down to half.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
And he's already back in the lane.
Yep. I think it's the common rotations we've seen so far
Yeah.
actually here in this day 1 of the playoffs.
Yeah.
And the fact that Bear is able to clear faster.
Yeah, that's the power of a Khalid, right? Because you are just so darn annoying, and you would think that the moment that I use my passive, I won't be able to use my passive and I won't be able to fly on my sand for the next few seconds, right? But no, the moment that you use your passive, you use your first skill, your passive is back up, and then you fly back to your lane. That is why it's so good.
Movement speed.
I am
How?
speed.
I'm speed.
I am sand.
Top side though. Okay. Still holding his ground here, and Bear. I'm expecting.
And look,
I
he's
thought-
back to full health.
Yeah, and I thought he's going to rotate once again here. And speaking of rotations, look at this one. Invasion coming in on the side here of Rift. But so far, side of Beat rather, but so far it has been negated here with the side of Rift.
Yeah, the burst damage from Vixana definitely hurt Deck quite a lot right there. And Deck is actually have to play this smart, right? Like, getting terrified by Melon is almost like a death sentence.
That is true. But of course, remember, it is a skill shot after all from the side of Vexana. And on a highly mobile hero like that, it's not easy to horrify them.
Bit of a poke from both of these two teams. Emblem check right here. Ooh. Assassin Emblem for True, of course, you know, it's just standard old school Beatrix builds. And of course, you're seeing the Brave Smite for Jay to basically just heal uncontrollably. The thrill definitely gonna be helpful, especially when outputting the damage. But I'm also looking at, you know, Pancake going on full on movement.
Oh, Eternal Guard, Tempest Ablaze as well, and now it is going to be Konono securing the neutral objective. Cannot escape though, Jay falls down. Frigid Glacier going in for Melon here, but then again, Bear out of position, he's been picked.
We can clearly see from this very fight, at this point in time, it really just comes down to an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth kind of thing. You pop up the implosion, I'll use the Frigid Glacier, and then we are back to square one.
Bottom side though, I think this is an aggressive rotation coming in from Rift, easily evaded here by the side of FM.
This is definitely going to be a relatively tough game for the side of Bleed. Even though we are only 3 minutes into the game, we can definitely see that Bleed is very cautious with where they go. While Rift, they are very open with opening up the map and going into this reverse. They just want absolute control.
Yeah, definitely, right. Pancake, look at that. He doesn't really care about, you know, absorbing the damage or being swiped by Jay, even though that's a random final slash out of nowhere. There's no follow-up from Bleed as of yet.
Yeah, and we've seen actually Deck, but he's too late, trying to follow up on that final slash.
Right now, gold lane being frozen right there, not allowing each other to kind of push that one. Rotations coming up from Rift, though, really suspicious, especially Bear abandoning his lane.
It doesn't matter. He does have a lot of movement speed. He can just go back in. And despite and regardless, it's just losing a single wave of creeps. I think that is gonna be like a-okay about losing those.
Yeah, he has got to go all the way back
And he caught up.
there.
You see? He caught up.
I am speed.
I am speed. And speaking of the emblems a while ago, man, it has been the Wilderness Blessing has been the key emblem for all the teams right now. These teams love to rotate right now and control the early game.
Yep, and not only just that, he's gonna ride that that river all the way down towards. Look at him! Look at him! Look at how fast it's going.
Oh, almost.
I'm
But
speed.
That's
I'm
literally
speed again.
speed.
And look at the rotations coming in from Bear once again, right? So they need to control the neutral objective. I think Rift here is pretty much prepared for it.
Super high presence throughout the game. 4 minutes in, he's just been running top and bottom lane. If we actually had heat maps, I think that the entire map would be full of his mobility.
Yeah, full of sand actually.
Full of sand, yes.
Yeah. Okay,
oh,
there we go.
Flicker, Implosion, Eternal Guard combo! Drags there, and now Jay very low. That's been seconds of play, finishing the play, but the finisher Glacier on point there! And now on the back lines, Dominic holding his ground. Still the turtle is up. They need to go for the second round.
Yeah, the jig is up. They did manage to pull off their wombo combo Unga Bunga. They didn't manage to kill everyone. Why? Because the main damage dealer is just not there.
Yeah.
So this is point in time whereby they just want to buy time, right? They can do whatever that they want, but at this point in time, Melon will be the main damage dealer. Bear will need to be able to do decent damage as well.
Man, Melon's damage is there, but after that initial burst, there's no follow-up coming up from Rift, right? Bleed, at the other hand, still have deck to basically spin for the win. Canonio, still really early game, so you don't expect a lot of damage coming out from this Ling at this moment. Rift right now, I think they need to try to unlock Shu as fast as possible. But Bleed, okay, they've already got, the Silent Scythe, for the side of FMM. Chu actually skipped his boots, went straight to the Blade of Despair.
As you can see right now on the map, there's a switch of lanes here. It is actually now Chu on the top, trying to go for the push. And now here on the bot, it is going to be the side here of Bear.
Yep.
Maybe they want Bear to be near at the neutral objective here. It's easy for him to respond.
Very strong sieging from the side of Rift as well, right?
Correct. I think it's
pushing
just
down.
making sure that Chu is on the opposite side so that he can get his farm. Don't forget, a B-Shake's item build is expensive, right? BOD, Malefic Roar. Then after that, Heart's Claws.
At this point in time, he have completed his BOD, and he just picked up a dagger for himself. So he's just one out of 3 items in.
He still has no boots?
I mean, he does have boots. Yeah.
Okay, finally, right? Because when I see Chu play his B-Tricks, he never buys boots. He usually go full on Legion Sword first item.
Yeah, just finish
like
a BOD, then get himself the boots, right?
Yeah.
Bear left alone here. Now there's going to be Pancake with a seal going in for the stun. He's been stopped. And the final slash on 4. That's now going to be wrecking havoc here, trying to defend under the turret. And look at the damage here. But then again, it's going to be dead here being picked up by Canonio. Counterattack for the side of Rift. Dominic here. 1/4 of health, still trying to go back away. This is just a sweet exchange here from both teams.
Man, Kiwi just basically slowed down the combo breaker onto what Pancake wants to do in terms of his implosion. And after that, it's just Bleed just ransacking in terms of the damage and also Rift. But however, they take a lot of casualties because Ling was there to basically find that cleanup.
So now we finally managed to see the wombo combo from the side of Bleed and how they would want to initiate on that. Now, the biggest question over the Jace, of course, is the fact that both Rift and Bleed has got their early game wombo combo. Does it really work for Bleed?
Yeah. Right now, I think it's just Rift was able to find the damage though, but had Chu landed the Banner's Rage, that would be even worse for Bleed.
Ooh.
Down low just a little bit.
Yeah,
No
still
issues.
managed to go back away with that Raging Sandstorm, but those 2 ultimates here from the side of Arlott and of course, Kali has been expanded already.
Yeah, you talk about how Bleed that wombo combo seems almost
Implosion until there's the barrage, and now Canonio secures
that
neutral objective plus
there
the
we go.
damage.
Do you see how fast Chu switch into 2 ultimates? It was a bomb right into a Nibiru's passion.
Immediate.
Yeah. Fast fingers coming up from this Beatrix player. Jay and Dominic just get shredded even before Dominic could tap onto
But Roar now. Dude, I think no, there is no way. There is no way I can think that Bleed's wombo combo is better than their wombo combo now.
Yeah, Deck needs to find Assassination onto Chu. Chu is the main damage dealer from the side of Rift. Once you take him out, it'll be a lot easier because you saw when Bleed was able to win Rift without Chu being around.
That implosion, man.
That implosion. Yeah. How did he even get 2? And now another one.
Oh, there's a drag. Dominic again, Inferno Pursuit, but then stop here, but the damage. Oh, the back lines pick off. Kiwi managed to secure the kill. Here comes Bear going in with the dash of Tornado. And now the rest here of Bleed backs away.
And that's when Canonio start to shine. Take a look. He's already started to pick up his items already. And Berserker Spirit and also Hearth Claws in tow. He's outputting damage. He's also putting down the sustain.
It's a 1-for-2 trade, and that's one thing that Fanny decided to go for. Go straight in for Chu. But one thing that I think that we have been blindsided and kind of tunnel vision upon is the very fact that, yes, Chu is indeed the missing piece of the puzzle between Pancake, Melon, and Bear, but the real position 1 is not Chu, it's the Ling.
Of course.
Ling is the real pos 1.
Yeah, he's already finally scaled. Just take a look. Like what I mentioned, Berserker Fury, Hearth Claws going into the BOD. It's going to output so much damage, and now Chu working on the Hearth Claws right now is going to allow him to sustain and even survive the damage or potential burst coming on the deck. Deck needs to make some sort of play to kind of slow down Chu. If not, Deck is in a whole lot of trouble.
Yeah, so technically at this point in time, if Chu were to die too many times, like let's say right now is 1-1-5, right? Even if he were to get, what, 1-5-5, it doesn't change anything in Rift's game plan. Because the main game plan is to get Canonio to the stage where he's able to play the game.
Yeah, he's already able to play the game. That's a BOD already secured for him. You know his slice and dice is gonna hurt so much, and now Deck will get spotted by Bear.
Yeah, I love how these two assassins also play one another, but hold on, thought it's going to be a team fight once again, and that's now the implosion and the barrage combo coming up inside of Chu, but where's the damage? It is going to be Jay falling down here now, Deck joining in, the cable's missing, it's Mark, a double for Chu.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, the Nibiru's SMG, those bullets are like traces around. They can find Deck so easily, and that's why it's a one way to deal with Fanny.
I completely forgot that at one point in time, everyone is just saying if the opponent is a Fanny, all you need is a fat Beatrix, and Nibiru will just melt him down before he's even able to melt you down.
Yeah, flyby.
It was a long time ago thing. That was like, what, season 4? It's been a long time.
And it's effective still.
It was effective, and
it
is effective.
It is still effective, and like what I mentioned, Beatrix is hidden OP right now, and Rift is abusing that one. Chu picking up those 2 kills, allowing him to step even more closer over to the Hearth Claws. But instead of going Hearth Claws, he's going to Wind of Nature, he's going to safer routes.
Oh, look at the split push here.
Oh my god!
The big implosion once again. Now that is going to be a team fight. We are seeing here the bottom side. Clear the way easily here. Providing the space here. Canonio doing wonders for the side of Rift. Inhibitor gone. Oh, they're going to finish it. Concentrate on the base. Concentrate on the base. Concentrate on the base. Rift takes this series 2-1.
Who is Pancake? Why is Pancake? When is Pancake?
Why is he imploding on me?
What?
That was so decisive. I wasn't expecting that one. I was expecting a close-up match. Bleed actually pulled out all the best heroes, right? Be it the Fanny, be it the Harrier that FMM likes to play. And it doesn't work because the amount of burst damage coming up from Rift is just unsurmountable.
I can't, man. We had game 2 that is pretty much a Canonio highlight.
Yeah.
And this game is a Pancake highlight.
Yes.
Now, I only have just one question to Deadeye. Is it the Siniga?
It's the adobo.
It's the adobo.
Yeah, it's the adobo.
Okay.
I think there's 2 adobros, Pancake and Canonio. Pretty good.
It's something that they eat. I swear. It's gotta be something that they eat.
Oh man, it's pretty good. I love how Rift climbing back here in this series. Impressive backdoor play, and now here impressive team fight. Yes, Pancake did most of the wonders there with it. Incredible implosion,
but impossible without it.
But Chu also can pick up the Beatrix. We need to give credit there as well.
This is really a highlight, I gotta have to say, right? I would say that Bleed, they came up with a lineup, and initially we were definitely doubting it, right? We definitely had we definitely didn't really have a very good idea as to how are they supposed to gel with one another.
You doubted the Beatrix?
Sorry?
You doubted the Beatrix?
No, I didn't doubt the Beatrix.
Okay.
I doubted the Bleed.
Okay.
What? I never doubted the marksman.
I never doubted
the man.
marksman made. But let's be real here. We managed to have a full-on conversation about how exactly is Bleed supposed to even hold their ground in the likes of Rift's lineup with tons of crowd control and Nibru's passion plus Bennett's rage.
Yeah, and we thought the first person that pulled the trigger to engage should win. But you saw how Bleed, sometimes the first one that actually pulled the trigger to engage, but right on into
Immediately countered by the implosion.
Immediately countered by implosion. Immediately got faced by a wall of lead and bombs on the sky. You see the speed of Chu changing ultimates.
Congratulations to Pancake, of course. At this point in time, we don't even have to guess exactly who it is, right?
True.
Insane charge into the implosion that sealed the deal. There is nothing else that we gotta have to say about that game.
It makes the job of a Beatrix so much easier. Now everybody's congregated in one spot for the Bennett's rage and the damage. That's just crazy, man.
Look, even if you are paired up with a Beatrix who have very slow fingers, let's just say that someone
like me.
Someone who's like Jace, you know, a very slow Beatrix. If you have a Tigreal that implodes into 3 people, you have a Eternal Guard that knocks them up right afterwards, and then even a Raging Sandstorm to stagger on top of that. That is at best 5 seconds of lockdown.
Plenty of time to switch
Plenty of time
gears.
for your brain to register exactly what is going on.
Exactly. Man.
Is 5 seconds enough?
Oh, yeah.
Too much.
Yes.
Oh, you see? It's the
That was-
delay?
that was about
was a
4
5
seconds.
seconds. Oh,
That
4
was
seconds
about-
delay.
that was about 4
okay.
seconds. That was about 4 seconds. So it is enough. It is enough.
It can be enough, but you gotta have to admit that was a really convincing game.
Yeah.
You can see the struggles of Rift. Fighting against Team Evo, getting dropped all the way to the lower brackets this way. They get stomped by Team Evo. We thought they can put up a fight. Then they got stomped by Bleed in the first, in one game. They claw back using a backdoor, and now they gave a convincing game against Bleed in the 2-1 fashion.
Indeed. Now, 12 minutes game in this in the favor of Rift, right? We pretty much saw exactly how they executed it, but what are the items that contributed to this entire thing, right? Rift, understandably, when it comes down to Chu, he's finished the BOD and he's finished the Malefic Roar. And right after that, we already saw what kind of damage Chu was able to bring in. So immediately snatching up the Wind of Nature just makes absolute sense because he gonna have to avoid that Fanny at all costs.
Yeah, just pop the Wind of Nature when deck is flying by, right?
Just Nibiru him to death.
Yeah, and then after that, just Nibiru him to death. You don't need to do much. But here's where the question. Here comes a question from the side of B. Where's the main tankiness, right? You know that Chu is gonna shred. You need to be able to survive the onslaught to find the damage as well. Jay, unfortunately, being an Arlot, doesn't have that, and he's always getting busted down very easy. 0-5-2 is his death score. And Dominic, yes, you are a Phobius that's supposed to create space, but we haven't seen Dominic on a very strong Phobius, right? In fact, I've seen better Phobius in other teams in MPL Singapore Season 8.
This is tough pill to swallow for them, right?
It is.
An Arlot in the roam position, you can't open up the map. You can't open up the map. We talked about this, and even if you do open up the map, you got no way to escape.
Okay. I gotta say, we have seen the combo Final Slash, Frigid Glacier, bam, it's effective.
Is it worth it though?
That's the question.
That's the
And the
question.
second one, I think Rift has the better team combo there. Explosion, the Eternal Guard, Raging Sandstorm, much better execution, and of course effective.
Notice how every single one of these theories that we throw out, in the side of Bleed, we included the Fanny in the equation. But throughout this entire time when we talk about Rift, we have never talked about Link. It was a hands-down 5v4 theory this entire time.
Yep, Ling is supposed to be a cleanup crew, right? From the side of Rift.
Yes.
Right, your main damage dealer is definitely from Melon, from Chu in terms of these AoEs, Robert with the Raging Sandstorm to slow people down. Canonio's main job is to basically hunt down everybody, all the strikers. Let's take a look, he has 6 kills.
Yeah.
6 on 5.
615. And I've seen also on the game as well, this two, Deck and Canonio, they love to have those split push. Whenever Deck goes for the split push, I think Canonio responded to that one. So
Fair.
perfect timing when it comes to a team fight. Those two assassins were too late.
Fair. That is probably why we actually didn't really see a lot of presence from the side of Deck as well. But speaking of presence, Bear has definitely shown himself out there.
Yeah,
He has been all around the map and making sure that if we are playing for team fight, I gotta be there all the time.
He is speed.
He is speed.
He has been actively roaming around the map and creating space for Chu. And if you notice, Chu is always on the opposite side of the turtle. That's how Rift is drafting, making sure that Chu gets his expensive items before joining these fights. Kanono, on the other hand, also understands his task, right? Basically, farm up, get Berserker's Fury, get his cast clause, then try to fight. If not, you know, he's gonna get just swatted down by the side of Bleed. Because don't forget, Frigid Glacier is something that Bleed needs to be is a very big ultimate that Bleed can use against Rift.
But that's an allowance. Yeah. And who's gonna be the one that closes up that allowance?
That will be Deck.
Yep.
Really?
By right, that should be Deck.
Oh man, this is great. I think we have mentioned, of course, the mid lane, the trio lane combo, right? But this time around, Canonio is just doing the split pushes. It was actually Bear just feeling that role instead of the assassin.
Yeah, it's all Bear. He shows speed.
Yeah,
he definitely shows speed. I gotta have to say, there's nothing else that we're gonna have to there's nothing else that we're gonna have to kind of break down in some sense. Bleed lost all control of the map. They couldn't get themselves the river. They couldn't do a lot of things.
Yep. The bear was able to just roam around uncontrollably. Dominic, as that Phobius takes some time
stuck in the lane. He's stuck
in the lane.
And he clears slowly. And once he's done clearing, Bear shows up, he clears, and then he's like, hey, look, we're in the same pace now.
Yeah.
There's absolutely nothing that Dominic could have done during the laning phase.
Clears.
While Bear has been getting his hands full throughout the entire laning phase.
Bear goes up to the top side, wave clear very quickly, and even right in front of Dominic, he doesn't really care. And then because he can always heal off all the damage Dominic that can output in the early game, rotates all the other side of the map, continue the team fight.
And he can still get back to the lane fast enough before the turret even brought it out.
Yep.
We've seen it multiple times now. This is also very good macro play from the side of Bear, being able to just get themselves the perfect timing all the time.
Yeah, I think we get to see more of that, and with bonus background music.
Bonus background music? Ah! So let us just take a look exactly what they say, because I'm pretty sure that it might be pretty darn chaotic.
It is going to be chaotic.
Let's roll the clip.
Suyo na flicker, suyo na flicker. Suyo na flicker. Just hero. Nice! Watch me! Nice! Coming. Chill. We can get. Come here. Go. Ay, naka-blue Nox. Go. Locks. I heal you guys.
Joy.
Okay, let's continue. Go. Jokes in ulti ah.
Lock, Joy.
Oh, he dash in.
Hey, let's go.
Watch you. Nice prints. Just kill front. Can. Watch me. I kick.
Kaya Franco ah. Hey,
Phobius, just kill. Ay, nakap.
Kampa.
No hook.
Okay, help me. No. Hey, buy me.
I kick the Phobius.
Nice. I'm low ah. Ante ah.
Careful.
Hey, just bad. Don't kill me.
Dabata. Can kill Dominic.
Go. Just go. The choosing going back also. Hey, he flicker.
Careful, Prince ah. We have blurred ah.
Hey, the one going to you. What the fuck?
Watch me. I got you.
I got you.
I will start again.
Penny there. Okay.
Chill ah. Don't die ah. Nice try.
Nice try. Hey, no sun. Hey, see outside.
Just chill. No flick. I'm good ah. No ulti Aurora. No ulti.
No sun.
Just this one. Nice one. Pani no energy.
Penny.
I'm low.
Pani
one. Nice Prince. No ulti Aurora Prince.
Shoot. You okay?
Okay, chill. Watch me.
Hey, I go back.
I got the front. I got to.
Watching.
Pani, careful ah.
Watching.
I got
Chillax. Watching.
Allah Akbar!
On me ah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm protecting you.
All good.
Just go. We can in. Chill. We can in.
Tower. I push them.
Nice one.
Though it is chaotic.
It is.
It does sound very chaotic. Like, it does seem like even for Rift themselves, they didn't expect a Canonial push.
Exactly.
We won.
That was.
Wait,
We won.
wait, did they say that?
I don't know.
It would have been funny.
Yeah.
Do that, huh?
Canonio just doing it on his own. I mean, the game sense coming in from this guy, and you know, okay,
He's going places.
He's going places. We're gonna hype up this guy. The Rift Esports took this guy out of nowhere from RG game, and now here in MPL SG Season 8 doing wonders.
Now all I'm really surprised, not really surprised, now I'm just really curious, how are they gonna continue and how are they gonna fare coming up in the next few days? Because now, unfortunately, Bleed has been knocked out of the competition, and Rift continues their run into MPL SG Season 8, where they will continue on again tomorrow in best of 5 games.
Yes, finally, we're going for best of 5 games, right? Because I think, you know, today has been lots of best of 3s. We also seen quite a bit of an upset, especially in the earlier just now. Some of you guys were voting for Bleed, and it is going to definitely be Rift going up into top 4. And at the very least, I'm sorry, it's not 2-0, it's 2-1.
Super excited for what's gonna come up for tomorrow, but that's the end for the three of us. We're gonna be passing it over to Moment, with Abstract, Good Eye, as well as Jay-Z signing off.
Thank you, Good Eye, Good Strack, and Good Jays. Welcome to Who is Pancake, and how did he find Canonio? I mean, out of the rank game? Oh my god, talent recognizes talent, and Pancake has landed some of the most disgusting implosions that you will see in this entire tournament. And of course, congratulations to Rift Esports for making it to the lower bracket finals. But let's just watch this play out. Pancake going in with that implosion, right? It does not go too well for them in this early skirmish because they have this skill that gives Aurora immortality. And this brings Kiwi to almost a death, but he's able to land this ultimate that gets us 2 kills advantage for the side of Lead Esports. And Rift Esports, I mean, they're accustomed to this, right? After this handshake, they know that they cannot go for Kiwi anymore. If or not, they have to go out of it, out of the passive, away from the passive. So they have to bait the passive as much as possible. And they adapt to it really very well. And now we see they have identified that Bear is getting jumped on the bottom lane. And the way that they back up Bear is so well done that they cannot dive them under the tower. Meanwhile, while all this is happening, the final slash lands onto 4. Deck wants to kill 4, but they want to hug the tower as much as possible. While all this is happening, the man who is the master of backdoor, he will backdoor your entire team as well. He is on the job behind the scenes and takes out Deck in the back line while landing the Tempest of Blades onto FMM and Kiwi. And you know why this is big? Because it means that FMM and Kiwi cannot jump in to finish the rest of your low teammates. Canonio has essentially bought space, bought time, and got the damage in for the rest of the team as well. And this is just one of the team fights that Canonio and Pancake do extremely well in getting that small little advantages for his team that translate into plays like this, where Melon is able to drop that Turtle Guard with the Tigreal ulti as well, securing the turtle and taking out Jay, making sure the final slash is not there, and Dominic is not able to withstand that damage. Meanwhile, while all this is happening, they identify that Deck is at the top lane, and Dominic being the brunt of the damage. Chu, yes, he does go down here, but the main source of damage, as we said, it's not Chu. It's going to be Canonio on the link. He is the true pos 1. And as long as he's alive, this is giving the false sense of security to the side of Bleed. While FMM thinks he can go in because there's no more damage coming in. Canonial swoops in and gets the follow-up kill onto FMM, just making sure that Bleed does not have damage. Rift Esports with an extremely good target prioritization segmentation. And now, this is the play, right? Where's Pancake? How is he in my base? How is he implosioning 3 of my team members? As 3 of the members of Bleed get implosion. Jay does an extremely good job of final slashing the back line, but Canonial's positioning is so impeccable. He avoids all the utility and is still available to come in for that team fight and deal the damage needed in that back line, finishing off Kiwi deck as well, and that's all she wrote as they ride down the momentum of that enhanced lord that they have and still finish off the game in a very clean fashion. Well done, Rift Esports. And I'm very proud to say, from the ashes, Rift Esports, welcome to the Losers Brackets Finals, and hopefully you have a good fight against RSG. But let's just see what Cheryl has to say with you guys.
Thanks, Mo. And now I have RL19 coach from Rift Esports here beside me. Congratulations on top 4.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
Feeling happy, of course.
How's the team feeling?
The team, of course, I think very excited. We started off quite rough. 0-3, like 2 to then 1 to beat. So I told them just we have nothing to lose anymore. We've lost all our games so far. Time to make it or break it. This is the time for them to like define their careers. Like whether we just lose right here, then everyone will forget us, or they can define their careers right now.
Wow, this is why, you know, being a coach is so important, right? Because like you have players that are so young that don't really know how to calibrate after a loss. So with that being said, I'm just curious, all right? Like just watching the stream, I see you like gesticulating a lot, especially when you are drafting. So like what's said? Like you just do like this and everybody gets like super hyped up and they're just fist bumping each other. Like what's said, you know, when you're drafting?
Mainly, I just tell them how the draft is supposed to work like, for a short while. Then after that, I tell them like, guys, time to focus. I tell them to clear their mind. Just think about the game. Don't think about winning. Don't think about losing. Then need to go home. Like just play. Don't see IGNs. See like mainly Bear and Tupao, right? Bear actually plus teammates. But tell them forget everything. Don't care about anything. Just play the game.
Wow, this is very important, right? Because like, yeah, as you mentioned, they used to be on the same team and there are certain, you know, things that there's an elephant in the room, definitely in the Land of Dawn. So yeah, I think it's really important to have you being there like that emotional rock. So with this top 4 finish so far, I mean, it's still ongoing. Is this a position that you guys expected to achieve at this stage?
Yes, I mean, I was hoping we could have done better against people. I mean, of course, I wanted to win them. Today, they're way better than us. But yeah, of course, we are looking to at least get top 3. But of course, we want to push for champion. But yeah, that's our goal is at minimum top.
That's right, the mentality of a champion right here. So you will be going up against RSG next. And it's going to be a BO5. How many games do you think it's going to be? Predictions?
Of course, I want it to be a 3-0. But if you ask me to be real, it's probably going to be 3-2 for us.
Exciting. 3-2 with, of course, you in favor.
Yeah, of course.
Ah, fantastic. So let's keep our eyes peeled for tomorrow's matchup. I won't keep you any further, but of course, RL19, I really hope to see you again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, fantastic. So that is Coach RL19, who has given us a little bit of an insight as to who they anticipate to see over tomorrow at Playoffs Day 2. Now, speaking of Playoffs Play 2, let's just, you know, clean up the Land of Dawn a little bit and let's take a look at the brackets to see what has happened today. So yes, ladies and gents, here on your respective screens, just a little quick summary on what has happened today. Now we start off the game with NIP Flash going up against Vanguard, a 2-0 clean, convincing sweep from our defending champions, knocking Vanguard down to match 3. Now for match 2, we see the conclusion of Evil 2-0ing Rift Esports, which concluded our match that we have just saw earlier for match 4. Now unfortunately, with the end of match 3 and match 4, unfortunately, we have said goodbye to 2 teams, which are Vanguard Esports and Bleed Esports, respectively. So yes, friends, we have said goodbye to 2 more teams, and now we are down to top 4 teams right here at MPLSG Season 8. With that being said, let's jump into tomorrow's match schedule. So yes, Playoffs Day 2 schedule is before you. So we're going to start off the show at a little bit of a different timing, happening at 1:30 p.m. where we see our defending champions, NIP Flash, going up against Vanguard. Now this is an exciting match indeed, so stick around and join us, happening at 1:30 p.m. And of course, we also see match 2 where we see the likes of Evil going up against Rift Esports at 5 p.m. So just for clarification, ladies and gents, this is going to be a best of 5 for the matches that are happening tomorrow. So yes, friends, just a very gentle reminder where we are holding the playoffs is currently right here at Escape Underground Theatre, Level 2. So we can't wait to see you be here physically to cheer on your favorite teams. Now, why do I keep highlighting that? We would love to have you here because there are tons in store for you. You guys get to leave your mark at our doodle wall, meet and greet your favorite players, and let's not forget, bring a friend. Yes, bring a friend and stand a chance to win. No, it's not stand a chance, a guaranteed win of a tournament chest of up to 899 diamonds. Now, isn't that exciting? You definitely won't leave here empty-handed so long as you join us right here at Escape Underground Theatre. If not, you can simply just join us on all of your favorite social media platforms. Remember to follow us on Instagram at mpl.sg.official for any updates. Once again, it's Cheryl at your service as your host for today, and we can't wait to see you tomorrow. Playoffs Day 2 happening at 1:30 p.m.